Ladies and gentlemen, I request everyone to please get settled down so that we can start. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I request everyone to please get settled down. So, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, good morning, everyone. Good morning, all of you. What happened? I think when I am on stage, everyone is just freeze now. I said, good morning, everyone. When I was sitting there, I was just observing everyone, and everyone was like, hi, good morning, how are you? But no one is wishing good morning to me. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, all of you. So it's a warm Monday today. So can we have a huge round of applause for all of you, first of all? I was expecting a little more louder round of applause. So let me give you the context why we have gathered here today. So you all have been chosen by the organizers especially because of your contributions and because of the thoughts, ideas, and the things you are working right now for the next generation economy, which is decarbonizing. So can we have a big, big round of applause for all of you? Because this is the beginning, and the beginning is because of all of you. Why I can't hear the applause? I don't know why. So let's do one thing. All of you please stand up, just for 20 seconds. Not more than that. I request everyone to please stand up. Because this is the yajna. Do you know the meaning of yajna? Which means yagya, the start. Because today we have gathered here to discuss on a very important topic, which is the decarbonizing. So can we raise both of our hands together in the air? And can we have a big, big round of applause for ourselves? Because we are the one who will be making the change. Carbon Markets and Decarbonizing Industry Conference 2025, for which we have gathered all here today. Thank you so much, everyone. Now I request all of you to please sit down. Now I can feel the same energy with which you were greeting each other. Now I can feel special for me that I have made you to have some big round of applause for me and for the topic and for the context for today. So today we gathered not here just to exchange our thoughts, but we have gathered here to shape our actions, because in the race against climate change, dialogue must turn to direction. And markets must drive momentum. So let us talk more about the data, which is the recent and the most hot topic of these days. As the sun rises on a warming planet, so too must our global resolve. We meet at a time when carbon pricing instruments now cover over 28% of global greenhouse gas emissions, the highest in the history. And this is as per the World Bank Carbon Pricing Report 2025. Not only this, in fact, in 2024 alone, $104 billion was raised through carbon taxes and emissions trading system, funds that are actively transforming energy, agriculture, and industry towards sustainability. And closer to home, India. India is now at the forefront of climate markets in Asia. With the carbon credit trading scheme launched in 2023, the CCTS, and pilot trading expected later this year, India is set to become Asia's second largest compliance market by 2026, covering sectors like steel, cement, and power. So this is the report of Ministry of Power 2024. So can we have the big round of applause for all the initiatives taken by the Government of India? Let me also share some powerful data pointers to set the tone for today. Of course, we are having a lot of thoughts together, but I also should get some chance to flaunt my knowledge, I think. So let's talk about over 85 countries now include carbon pricing in their national climate strategies under the Paris Agreement, which is UNFCCC 2025 report. And if I talk about India, India has already issued 15 plus million carbon credits under patent REC schemes. Bureau of Energy Efficiency Report 2025 states this. And as per the McKinsey Climate Report 2025, estimating that a well-scaled global carbon market could reduce abatement cost by $250 billion per by 2030. So this is the per year cost which they are expecting to get reduced. According to the Energy Transitions Commissions, 90% of the global economy is now set under net zero pledges. This is the ETC report 2025. And yet the challenge grows. In 2024, global CO2 emission from energy reached 37.4 billion tons, a new high, which is the IEA reports 2025. The carbon market, therefore, is no longer an experiment. Of course, it is not. That's why we have gathered here today. It is an essential mechanism for aligning economic growth with ecological responsibility. But the carbon market is a corrective action as well. A bold attempt to price pollution, reward reductions, for which government is taking a lot of steps, and we'll be discussing everything in detail today, and build a market that doesn't just create value, but sustains it. So I think I have already set the enough tone for the day, because you all have a lot of thoughts and ideas and data pointers to share the whole day. So let us now begin this important topic ceremony by invoking wisdom, vision, and unity through our lamp lighting ceremony. Because before we start, we should always take the name of Lord, because we are working for a very good initiative. And for this honor, I request founder and CEO of Metalogic PMS, Ms. Monica Bachchan-Duvari, to please come over and do the honor of lamp lighting, along with Mr. Prabodha Acharya, CSO JSW Group, Mr. Sushanta Ghosh, Chief Operating Officer and BU, Green Steel ACME Group. Can we have some applause? I don't know why there is a lot of silence. Mr. Sanjay Singh, Director Strategy and External Relations, Jindal Steel and Power. Mr. V.R. Sharma, Vice Chairman, Vulcan Steel, a part of Jindal Steel Group in Oman, UAE, Europe, KSA, and Africa. Dr. Sushmita Das Gupta and Dr. Madhushri Banerjee. Mr. Harsh Chaudhary, Centra World. Last but not the least, Mr. Harshit Pandey from Rapid.ai. Can we have a big round of applause for all these?
शरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि.
So we have taken the name of Lord Ganesha, Ganpati Bappa Moria, and now we are open to begin with the first session of the day. But before we begin, I would like to invite Ms. Monica Bachanduvuri to please set the context for the day and share her thoughts on the topic carbon markets and decarbonizing industries. Can we have a round of applause for her?
So before I begin, Amarji, can you play the video, please?
तक अपनी नॉन फोसिल एनर्जी कैपेसिटी को 500 गीगावाट तक पहुंचाएगा. दूसरा, भारत 2030 तक अपनी 50% एनर्जी रिक्वायरमेंट रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी से पूरी करेगा. तीसरा, भारत अब से लेकर 2030 तक के कुल प्रोजेक्टेड कार्बन एमिशन में 1 बिलियन टन की कमी करेगा. चौथा, 2030 तक भारत अपनी अर्थव्यवस्था की कार्बन इंटेंसिटी को 45% से भी कम करेगा. और पांचवा, वर्ष 2070 तक भारत नेट जीरो का लक्ष्य हासिल करेगा. नेशनल ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन मिशन के माध्यम से भारत हर साल 5 MMT ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन के प्रोडक्शन का लक्ष्य लेकर चल रहा है. अरे बहुत सारे एनर्जी गोल्स 2030 की डेडलाइन के हिसाब से अलाइन किए गए हैं. साल 2030 तक हम 500 गीगावाट रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी कैपेसिटी ऐड करना चाहते हैं. साल 2030 तक भारतीय रेलवे ने नेट जीरो कार्बन एमिशन का टारगेट रखा है. साल 2030 तक हम हर साल 5 मिलियन मेट्रिक टन ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन कर सके, ये हमारा लक्ष्य है.
Good morning. Namaskar, ladies and gentlemen. It is my absolute honor and privilege to welcome you all to the Carbon Markets and Decarbonizing Industries Conference 2025. Today is 16th of June. This gathering represents a significant step forward in our collective journey towards a more sustainable future. Today, we have assembled a distinguished group of leaders, innovators, and stakeholders who are shaping the roadmap for carbon management and industrial decarbonization. This conference comes at a critical junction for industries such as steel, cement, and renewable power, which are not only the backbone of our global economy, but also major contributor to greenhouse gas emissions. Decarbonization is no longer just an option, it is an imperative. Together, we aim to explore actionable pathways to achieve ambitious carbon neutrality targets while maintaining growth and competitiveness in these vital sectors. India is taking bold steps in their direction under the visionary leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. The Green Hydrogen Mission, launched as a cornerstone of our nation's decarbonization strategy, aims to position India as a global hub for green hydrogen production and utilization. This mission aligns seamlessly with our commitment to achieving net zero emissions by 2070. As we gather here today, let us reaffirm our support for these missions and dedicate ourselves to giving future generations a sustainable and thriving world. Before we proceed, I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all those who made to this event. Our sponsors, JSW Steel and ACME, whose commitment to sustainability inspires us all. Our exhibitors, Centra World and Repute AI, for showcasing cutting-edge solutions to some of their most pressing challenges. Our co-organizer, Heather House, for their unparalleled support in bringing this vision to life. The support associations we have, who have lent their expertise and resources to make this event meaningful. Our speakers, a stellar lineup of thought leaders, policymakers and industry pioneers who will share their insights and inspire actionable changes. And finally, to you, our audience and technology providers, for your dedication and active participation in shaping a sustainable future. Let me start with a couple of questions. I want to ask you all, how many of you believe that the current carbon credit trading mechanism can transform global industry practices within the next decade? Please raise your hand if you really believe that the current carbon credit trading mechanism can transform global industry practices. How many of you believe that? Okay. And how many of you see green hydrogen as a viable alternative to fossil fuel in your industry by 2030? Please raise your hand. How many of you believe green hydrogen as a viable alternative to fossil fuel in your industry? Okay. So, though there are very less hands, but however, we are going to discuss on this. These are the kinds of critical questions we aim to address over the next 2 days through robust discussion and knowledge sharing. We have packed agenda including to discuss carbon credit trading scheme, carbon capture utilization, decarbonization in steel making processes, carbon auditing, accounting and CBAM, blockchain for carbon management and technology monitoring, future outlook on carbon management and sustainability, replacing fossil fuel with green hydrogen. Each session is meticulously curated to offer actionable insight, foster collaboration, and inspire innovation. As Metalogic, we are proud to announce that we have launched Metalogic Academy. Under this initiative, we are forming partnership with reputed institutions and universities and to offer specialized courses for working professionals in the steel industry. I am delighted to share that our very first batch for the decarbonization of steel industry has just started from 11th of June, and we are already preparing for the second batch. So people who are interested to get enrolled for the online courses, please reach out to Ms. Ruchi Tripathi outside the hall. We are having a lounge. This is more than just a conference, it is a call to action. The solution and collaborations we share today will shape the future trajectory of not just our industry, but the planet itself. Let's make every discussion count. Going ahead, we will also take a moment to honor the veterans of the industry, those whose contribution and leadership have paved the way for the innovations we are building upon today. This dedication serves as an inspiration for all of us. Thank you once again for being here, and let's embark on the transformative journey together. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Machal. And now it's time to listen or to hear some important pointers and thoughts from our industry experts. And I request Ms. Bachchan to please kindly take the honor. And now I welcome Mr. Prabodha Acharya, CSO, JSW Group. Along with him, I also request Mrs. Sushanta Ghosh, Chief Operating Officer and BU Green Steel, ACME Group. Mr. Sanjay Singh, Director Strategy and External Relations, Jindal Steel and Power. And for the keynote, I request Mr. V.R. Sharma, Vice Chairman, Vulcan Steel, a part of Jindal Group in Oman, UAE, Europe, KSA, and Africa. And the discussion pointers would be carbon capture trading scheme, and CCU. They will also be discussing on Bureau of Energy Efficiency initiatives in carbon markets, along with Ministry of Steel's Green Steel Rating System, matrix and impact on the current industry and the environment. Now I hand over the mic to Ms. Bachchan. Over to you.
So first, I would like to call upon Mr. Prabodha Acharya, please.
Good morning, everybody. Monica, thank you very much for inviting me. The August panelists, friends, I think, this session brings the importance of why we all are talking about climate change and decarbonization. But let me start. We all know in 2015, world leaders met at Paris and made a pledge to contain the temperature rise limiting to 1.5 degrees centigrade. That was in 2015, almost 10 years before. Today, we have crossed 1.5 degree scenario. With current policies, what exists in the world, we are heading towards more than 3 degrees centigrade. The target was set to reduce almost 42% emissions by 2030. That means from this year, more than 7% reductions every year. That was the target. What is the fact? The temperature is increasing, or the greenhouse gas emission is increasing by more than 1.5 degrees centigrade. That's the situation. But I don't want to start today's morning with a pessimistic note, because believe me, I'm an optimist. And I come from an industry, specifically steel industry. We also produce cement and energy. And I consider specifically the steel industry has an urgent business actions to reduce emissions and to be in the path to meet the target what we had set in 2015 at Paris Agreement. Why I say so? Globally, if you see, this sector is contributing more than 7% of emissions, but the contribution to GDP is around 0.7%. In India, the difference is quite stark. Although we contribute more than 2% to GDP directly, the steel industries, but the emission contribution is more than 12%. So the contribution to economy and contribution to climate change is disproportionate. So therefore, believe me it or not, who are in the steel industry or specifically in industrial sector, the pressure is going to increase. Therefore, we need to take urgent actions to decouple the emissions and the economic growth. So with this preamble, let me come to the subject that we are going to debate the whole day. And I was given that carbon capture, carbon trading schemes, and India's green steel rating, how they are going to meet those objectives to decouple the emissions from the economic growth. They call we are into a sector which is hard to abate. And I believe that we need to change this narrative and focus on considering steel, cement, chemicals, fertilizer, all this sector, to priority to abate sector so that our mindset changes and we remain focused. That's the first point of mindset change is required. We also understand that we have to find reductions of emissions to be viable financially, otherwise, believe me, nobody is going to do. So therefore, we need to have an action or strategy that is viable financially in the initial stage, and as the technology matures, it becomes financially viable and adoption becomes at scale. Even if we do everything in steel sector, we all understand steel sector cannot diverge from carbon emissions. because steel is also known as carbon steel. So therefore, carbon is needed to make iron to steel. And that is where our sector will left with residual emissions. And that residual emission necessarily has to be managed through the technology called carbon capture and storage. Utilizations will form economy lever in between, where currently we must focus, because if you look at carbon capture is an established technology and it's running everywhere, it is technically feasible. The question is, once we capture the carbon, what we do with that? We need to find a commercial viable solution to utilize first, and then at the end, storage has to be the solutions. Otherwise, this sector, along with those difficult to abate sectors, will not be able to achieve the net zero pledges. That's my take on carbon capture, utilization, and storage. And just for the knowledge of the audience, I want to say that even at JSW Steel, we are successfully running a carbon capture utilization project since so many years, I think more than 20 years, and those are financially viable. So we have an example here. Now we are working on the newest scaled up technology, have signed MOU with BHP and Carbon Clean. Carbon Clean, one of the leader in carbon capture, to put into 300 CDR Max new technology and test that. So that's my take on carbon capture utilization and its role in the steel sector and also all this hard to abate sector. The second point, I think we are going to debate much on the carbon market in this conference today. We all understand carbon market is a financially viable model to decarbonize the sector by taking advantage of spreading the decarbonization to various sectors. And I think Government of India has taken a very welcome step by bringing in CCTS early into India. And I'm very hopeful that cap and trade mechanism is going to unlock some of those technology where it is financially viable to scale up and offset those emissions in those sector or plants or units or technology where it is not viably feasible. I have only two requests and ask, and I want to make that from this podium, that when we do CCTS, the price of carbon has to be just and appropriate. And that is only possible when you make a balance between supply and demand. We have seen cap and trade mechanism working very successfully in Europe, but we also have seen it is struggling in some of the geography. The reason because the demand is far less than the supply. We have seen in India in the energy market as well. So my urge will be, government has to have right policies to make a balance between supply and demand. And in my view, demand has to be more than the supply, so the carbon market, the carbon price will be substantial to drive those changes. And specifically when it comes to sectoral target setting, because it is all depends on what target you are set to decarbonize. And in the target setting, my submission will be, the target should be for the sector as a whole, not to the individual installations or the plants to achieve. Because by that, you will encourage newer technology to flow in. That's my view on carbon capture and technology. But anyway, I'm very supportive of the carbon market, and we must work towards making this success. The third point was related to green steel taxonomy that Monica has given 3 points for this panel to discuss. Again, I want to congratulate Ministry of Steel, Government of India, to become the first country in the world to at least have a taxonomy about green steel. Many times I keep on discussing with our customers and asking me, can you provide us green steel? I always tell, yes, we can, but can you tell me what do you mean? So every stakeholder in this market are divided and different understanding about that green steel, and therefore A unified taxonomy was essential. In fact, there is a report by WTO that brings out there are 28 various international standards defining how the green steel is. And that creates confusion in the market. And in that sense, bringing out a taxonomy to give a unified understanding, at least in India, is a very welcome step. And they have brought in star rating. I hope this will succeed with a demand projections and regulations to mandate demand by putting mandated obligations to procure the star rated steel. Otherwise, taxonomy will not have any meaning. So I'm hoping it will come soon. Government of India already made a draft. So let us all look forward to achieve that. And in this sense, I also should address that, inform you all, JSW Steel being the largest steel company in India, we are taking a lead into this market. Besides working on putting a dedicated low emission steel plant, which we plan to have by 2030, to start with a 4 million ton steel plant, in between, we are giving options to the customer who are interested to have low emission steel. We recently launched a brand called Green Age. And this Green Age is based on the guideline provided by World Steel Association, and it follows a chain of custody model, which is called book and claim. Those who are interested can discuss with me offline. We'll explain them, but we are providing those options. So with these 3 points I'm addressing, I wish all the best and success for the today's discussion and conference. Thank you very much.
I request Mr. Susanta Ghosh, please be here.
Thank you, Monica. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished panelists, Sarmaji on the dais. Good to see him on a very fit health once again. Monica already set the tone of this conference. These 3 vital points she mentioned. One is carbon market, one is taxonomy, and third is green steel, all our social responsibilities towards that as professionals. When we passed out our engineering colleges, we used to take in the oath towards environment, if you all recall that. And I would like to take you down to that path once again. This year monsoon is already delayed, correct? If I am not mistaken. I'm a Mumbaikar. We used to have rain by this time completely flooded. But this year, no rain yet. Yesterday evening, only some drizzling. Gurgaon also same thing, where I live. This is all are the impacts of the same. And how long we'll only talk, debate, TV, medias, no actions. Government of India has published the taxonomy, which my earlier speaker also said, and it is one of the excellent job they have done. And if you read the clauses, it has given a clarity with respect to Indian standard, what is scope 1, what is scope 2, what is scope 3. Worldwide, 3 standards today are prevailing. One is CBAM. In Indian context, of course, Indian standards. And third is WSA, World Steel Association standard. So if you see that CBAM is only talking about scope 1 and scope 2. Scope 2 is power, scope 1 is technology, which reactor you are talking about. So in a day, we'll discuss about that, where we stand in terms of CBAM, where is the limitations of CBAM, what is the limitations of Indian taxonomy, and what kind of rectification Government of India should take, Ministry of Steel should take. But once again, I must say and congratulate MOS to publish this. This is one of the wonderful things. Now let's look into the green perspective. I am from a green company, and yesterday again we have commissioned our one of the plant of 18.5 gigawatt in Gujarat, wind turbine projects out of 50 megawatt. And, but having said that, nobody is thinking, everybody is talking about making steel of 300 million ton. All big players like JSW, Tata, JSPL is going towards only blast furnace. Although JSW may be talking about 4 million ton green steel, this if may come, that will be the first part of it. So what is the basis of this? Again, we are capturing high valued iron ore, which is Indian iron ore, 61%, 62%. High amount of tailings are generated in the beneficiation projects. And up for 300 million ton, I was just running some numbers, we'll be generating about 90 million ton tailings, which is an environmental concern. Nobody is thinking how to use it. Whether green hydrogen is a solution to use those tailings? Yes, it is. We have launched a program of our own R&D program in Bikaner, where we are going to set up first pilot plant of 10 ton per hour using tailings or up to 50% Fe to produce DRI and then to produce steel. This is the first of its kind. One of the technology provider, I can't name it at this stage, is working with us along with an American university. So this is another point of this. So nobody looks into it. Everybody looks into fines, green steel, but what is the iron ore? What is the value-added iron ore? The main cream of iron ore in central West India is gone, completely gone. So that is one of the coming days, it will be a challenge. It will be a challenge for us. So I would request Monica to put this point on the debate, not only steel, but look into that, what is whole, how you are going to utilize the whole resources. I think other part we can discuss during the panel discussion. So this is my additional point which I mentioned. I made some small PPT also, which I think she is going to show you in the afternoon. That's it. I wish you all the best, and thanks once again, Monica.
Sir, please.
Namaskar, ladies and gentlemen. On the dais, Sharma ji, Mr. Ghosh, Prabhuda ji, Monica ji, and all leading lights of steel sector. I'll take a clue from what Honorable Prime Minister in those recorded message mentioned. He came out with a declaration of Panchamrit in 2021. That was COP at Glasgow. Couple of initiatives which he declared were captured here, but couple of them which are, I think, very, very important. One particularly was not captured is, he did mention about Project Life, that is lifestyle for environment. And you can learn details of Project Life by going to Niti Ayog's website. They have the manner in which it is going to be realized. What does it mean? It basically means what we are talking about, sustainability. It is that sustainability, how we are able to sustain. That is what this is all about. Our lifestyle, what we are consuming, how much we are consuming, the manner in which we are living. That has to be in sync with our sustainability goals. We, in India, our ethos is towards sustainability. We never followed use and throw kind of principles. In a household, all of us the generation to which I belong, we have seen that there were hardly any things which went out of the house. They used to be consumed, reconsumed, and modified, and then again comes consumed. So, I mean, that is in our ethos. Honorable Prime Minister mentioned about certain goals. By 2070, we have to be net zero. And our GHG, that is greenhouse gas emission intensity to GDP, to reduce up to by 45% by 2030. This is going down. I mean, last report which we submitted, I mean, as a country. Why I'm talking about it? Because when this thing was announced, I was in the government. And so the kind of buzz is created within the government, I'm witness to that. So last report we submitted was that already our GHG intensity to GDP has come down to 36%. Is that evident? That's what my point is. Severe weather events in the country are on a rise. Last year, according to World Meteorological Organization, was the hottest year ever. This year in Delhi, I mean, a couple of days back, I was going through newspapers. It was very boldly mentioned that Delhi touched 51.9 degrees centigrade. And the kind of ramifications of this 51.9 degree centigrade for us in India are horrific. We are a country which are dependent on monsoon. Our food security is dependent on monsoon, on climate. So any kind of tweaking with the trends of the climate is going to make a huge difference. So therefore, but why, I'll say why this doesn't seem to have made much of impact, because we are growing. We are the fastest growing economy in the world, on the path to become 30 trillion economy, have become the 4th largest economy in the world. And to become Viksit, we need to grow at the pace of 8% over 20 years. And what does it mean, and what does it mean for the steel sector? We are going to touch 300 million tons. I think I'm pretty certain that it is going to be more than 300 million tons, because right now, whatever capacity is visible is under construction or is already constructed. That is 260 million tons. And out of that 260 million tons, 70% is blast furnace. That is the challenge, because we require blast furnace. More than 60% of the steel we manufacture, we produce, is used in construction and in an infrastructure sector. The kind of beautiful highways and train networks. I mean, recently, Chenab Bridge we saw, and all these things, they are made from the steel we produce. And we are producing in large number, huge number. And we require to produce at this pace for next 20 years. That's the challenge. Because only then we can become a 30 trillion economy to become developed. I mean, you go by this figure also. Average per capita consumption of steel in a developed country is in excess of 300. It means, and we are around 100. It easily means that we have to grow 3 times. We are around 190, 200. So it is going to go to 600 million tons. So this is the kind of a space we have to work in. And though Prabhuda tweaked the definition of hard to abate sector, but nevertheless, it is a bad in terms of carbon emission. We produce 2.54 tons of steel per ton of steel produced. 2.54 tons of carbon dioxide per ton of steel. So that's a number which is there for steel. But looking at the 70% of the blast furnace which are getting constructed, which are already in place, I mean, that's the mainstream process of blast furnace of steel making. It also provides us some kind of a clue that where we are going to head in next 20 years. Because any steel making facility which is set up now, there is a long-term carbon lock-in. And it means that we are going to go follow the same process for next 2 to 3 decades. So what are the solutions? Because I'll say, since I retired from the government in 2022, there have been such surge of such conferences on this subject. And definitely it has made an impact. I'll say it has made an impact. It has made us think. Initially, it used to be only academic discussion. The kind of technology we are thinking about, that used to be discussed. But now, people are trying to implement that. So, but looking at the number, 70%, 30%, so what looks like the solution? Number one, through blast furnace route, this steel making is a carbon-intensive production methodology. And there are certain pathways through which green steel can be made. Carbon emission can be reduced. But they are what I'll say the transformative technologies. They are very costly and they are not fully matured. Prabhuda mentioned about green hydrogen. Yes. More than 3 times what is really acceptable to the industry in terms of making it economically viable. Technologies, most of the technologies which looks like that they can be game changer, they are in pilot phase. So from where this thing is going to come? This is going to come from efficiency, circularity, energy efficiency particularly. So these are the measures, these are the routes through which decarbonization in small steps can happen. But they would be magnified through CCTS. I'll say carbon trading system, which has already been put in place. I'll say, again, what Honorable Prime Minister mentioned, a lot of green steel making, carbon reduction emission pathways had been spelled out by him in his in these recordings. There is a renewable energy mission. The target is 500 gigawatt by 2030, and we are in the process. We are going to surpass that. Green hydrogen, 5 million tons. That again, now every industry is upbeat about it. I'm talking about the steel sector, and we are going to be the largest consumer. So that also looks to be fully in place. And most important is CCTS. What does CCTS do? CCTS converts decarbonization, which is a cost center, to a revenue generating mechanism. It's basically transformative in nature. So that's why it becomes important. Whatever small steps have been taken by industry towards decarbonization, so there is a carbon credit for that. So in the short run, this is very, very important. And I know once this is strengthened, and it is going to make significant difference. And the mention of CBAM also. Through that, one thing becomes clear, that carbon now is going to be trade currency of future. That is what the kind of a shape carbon is taking. I mean, through carbon trading system, through CBMs, and CBM is in one form or the other are going to be everywhere. So, despite all these pessimistic kind of statements, I'll say that Steel is required by the nation. Steel makers are fully poised, fully geared to proceed in manner which is going to be a kind of a production which is going to be carbon emission where it is going to be reduced. And through that, whatever mechanism, whatever methodologies are available, they are getting integrated in the production process. And I'm sure whatever target Government of India has decided for the steel industry, I mean, they have been pioneer in terms of formulating green steel taxonomy, green steel policy, and now a green steel mission also is going to be set up for implementing that the steel becomes green. So with these words, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. And just to inform you all, the sustainability initiatives, what Metalogic is doing here. Our team, you would find wearing black T-shirts. They are wearing, come here. All of these T-shirts are made of plastic bottles. And these are recycled. So entire Metalogic team today is wearing these T-shirts made of plastic bottles, recycled. Thank you. Now I would like to request Mr. V.R. Sharma to please present a keynote address, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, my colleagues at the dais. This August gathering, I'm going to deliver a keynote address as asked by Monica. The whole world is passing through a very turbulent time. There are 4 war zones today in the world. You all know. For the last more than 3.5 years, Ukraine, Russia, they are fighting. Indirectly, Europe is also affected, adversely affected, I would say, and also America. Israel, they opened a new battlefield about 3 or 4 days back with Iran. Israel with Hamas, with Lebanon. India had a small conflict with Pakistan. So everywhere there is some problem. And this is going to cost too much to the people, to the society at large, and to the business. Coming on the energy, so there is a small saying we call in India, 1, 2, and 4. 1 to 4 is what? If base is 1, then somebody is at 2 and somebody is at 4. 3,000 kilowatt hour per ton, 3,000 kilowatt hour per capita is the consumption in India, the electricity consumption. China is double, that is 6,000. So is Europe. Europe is also 6,000. America is 4 times. 1 is to 4. There is 12,500 today. That is the per capita consumption in USA. The energy consumption, if you see, as a gas, Europe is about 1 billion people. They consume 300 billion cubic meter of gas, natural gas. Our number is nowhere, we are in the fractions. Thanks to God, thanks to Almighty, thanks to nature, we are not a frozen country or we are not a cold country. More than 30% and more than 40% of the gas, natural gas, is used in Europe just to heat up their houses or the offices or the commercial buildings. We cool it down, they heat it up. So it is a reverse cycle. When we say climate change, there is no climate damage, it is changing. Climate changing means at winters is still winter, but summers are very hot. Summers are very hot in Europe and summers are very hot in Central Asia, Middle East, also in India. So this is how these are the, I would say, adverse impact of the climate change. The CO2 in 1921 was 0.03% in the universe, and today it is 0.041. So in 100 years, this has reached from 0.03 to 0.41. So, of course, it has increased, but still, people are living. We need CO2 also, and we need oxygen also. We need CO2 so that the trees can consume it. Sea lives, they can consume it. And we can be a happy resident or happy living person in the world if that ecology balance is maintained. We produce in JSPL in Jindal, we produce 3,000 tons of CO2 every day. And this CO, we capture also. We produce more than 10,000, but we capture 3,000 tons CO2 every day. When we capture 3,000 tons CO2 every day, we took out a advertisement that our factory gate, we are ready to supply free of cost this CO2, 3,000 tons CO2 if there is some taker. Unfortunately, in the last 4 or 5 years, no taker came in Angul. We are still working how to utilize it. Whether we can use it for some product or byproduct, or we can do something out of it. Coming back on steel, rightly said by my colleagues that steel predominantly in the world is produced through the blast furnace route. China, I think, is more than 75% is through blast furnace routes. India also about 75 to 80% through the blast furnace route. We import more than 78 million ton of coking coal in the country to run these blast furnaces. We all want that we should stop importing coking coal, but there is no viable alternate available today. The viable alternate is how to produce steel through the DRI route. So we took a venture in Oman, thanks to the company Danieli and Tenova. They came with a solution that they will supply us 100% hydrogen-based DRI plant. We started working. There are some challenges, of course, because where from the hydrogen will come. The hydrogen today is going to cost us about $3 per kg. That is about, say, 280, 290 rupees in the Indian value. Hydrogen in India is at level of 400 rupees per kg. That is more than $4 per kg. Just for the easy understanding of everybody, we need 70 kg of hydrogen to produce 1 ton of DRI. If it is 70 kg of hydrogen to produce 1 ton of DRI, and if it is available at 400 rupees here in India, that is 28,000 rupees only energy cost to produce 1 ton of green DRI or green HBI. The cost economic challenges are not allowing the steel industry to switch over to these options reason, because 28,000 rupees is the today is the hot metal cost, and 24,000 rupees the DRI is available freely in the market. If you see the daily reports, you will find it. So what is the game plan? When I switch over to Middle East, because we feel that Middle East will be in a position to produce more and more hydrogen through solar and through wind. Wherever I go, I find ACME. So ACME board is everywhere. I visited Saudi, it is ACME. I visited Oman, it is ACME. I visited Egypt, it is ACME. So thanks to you, that your presence is very well felt in the market, that ACME is going to do something so that they will be in a position to supply hydrogen. We also wish that they supply hydrogen to us in Oman. We need, first module is now coming up, that is 2.5 million ton module. And with this 2.5 million ton, 55 kg per ton is direct, and 15 kg for the process gas heater, that is the requirement of gas. About 140,000 tons per year hydrogen gas is required. We are working with the government of Oman, we are working with the other investors in the region, so that we can be a partner in hydrogen generation, not the sole generator. So government of Oman has allowed us to start the DRI plant based on natural gas, and then in phases we have to keep on injecting the hydrogen. In India, we started a coal gasification unit in the year 2012. There had been some challenges because the coal was not available in the country, despite of third or fourth largest coal reserves we have. But thanks to the government of India, it is fully liberalized now. Many more coal mines are being allotted to the private sector. And we are running our coal gasification unit from coal to syngas, that is synthesis gas. When you call syngas, that contains 55% of hydrogen and 27 to 28% of carbon monoxide. It's about 10% methane, that is CH4, and rest all the gases in traces. So we are producing DRI, say about 225 ton per hour through this gas. And the cost is, when we compare with 55 kg cost of hydrogen, which comes to say $3 or $4, that is about say about 20,000 rupees. Here we are getting coal to gas in just 7 rupees per cubic meter. 600 cubic meters are required to produce 1 ton of DRI. That means 4,200 rupees per ton of making DRI or HBI. Now you see the difference. 4,200 rupees vis-a-vis 20,000 rupees or maybe more. That is not allowing the steel industry to switch over immediately to the hydrogen. The other issue is where to use this hydrogen in the blast furnaces. There are some challenges because hydrogen being a very lightest gas on the universe, so it gives more a cooling effect or chilling effect in blast furnace than heating effect, unless the reactivity is increased to a particular level. So we can still do about 10 to 15% hydrogen, but we cannot replace the entire coke, which is produced through coal. 78 to 80 million ton country is importing coal. There is another big challenge. So what is the solution? In 1 year, I made 3 trips to China to understand that what the largest steel producer in the world is doing and how are they going to address this decarbonization. When I interacted with many of the very large steel mills there, they told decarbonization is a side business. What is that? First, we have to control the carbon generation through the low emission steel manufacturing. That is our mantra. We want to reduce the emission level from the existing level to at least 40 to 50%. And they have done. Many of the companies in China, I must tell you, if somebody wants the name of the companies, that also I can share because it is in open public platform. We in India produce steel when we generate 2.6 ton of CO2, we produce 1 ton of steel, average. Some companies are maybe 2.5, maybe some are 2.4, maybe 2.8. And people, those who are having thermal power plants, they may be at 3 ton of CO2 per ton of steel. Now this 3 ton of CO2 or 2.8 ton of CO2, the standard, if you take a standard barometer of 2.6 ton CO2 per ton of steel making, as against of that, 80% of the Chinese steel industry is at level of 1.8 ton CO2 per ton of steel. See the difference. Same blast furnace, same coke oven, same sinter plant, same rolling mills, same people like us. They generate 1.8 ton CO2 and we generate 2.6 ton CO2 for making 1 ton of steel. This is where the catch is. So what I understood, that the first thing is cutting, machining. The second is grinding and the third is honing. So we have to have 3 steps. 1, cut down our extravaganza today. Then try to do the fine tuning. And then do the final impact. That will be honing, or you can say that will be a complete reduction, so that we can bring down the CO2 level, today's level 2.6 ton, we can bring it down first to 1.8, what Chinese are already doing. Then Chinese are looking 1.6 and 1.4 through the blast furnace routes. So we must see that how they will do it. There are many design and research institutes in China, those who are working day in, day night to reduce the emission level. And that will be the ultimate. If we can reduce CO2 from 2.6 to 1.8, the carbon markets will become activated immediately. We become more and more healthier. We generate less emission in the world. We will be at par or even less than the European and American mills. And this is what we should do. The first thing is to do the low emission steel. When we see the overall energy, when we compare India, China, Korea, Japan, 4 countries. On a scale of 10, Korea is at 0.59, less than 6 in the consumption. That means very low. They are the lowest. In a scale of 10, Japanese steel mills are at 0.61. On a scale of 10, the Chinese steel mills are about 0.76 today, and we are at 1. That is, scale of 10 means 10. So the difference is too much. That delta, 39, 41, 25, and then we reach to this level where we have to control ourselves. This is what the overall solution is. Now coming back on India's overall plan, India is aiming not only to supply hydrogen to the Indian steel industry or to any other company or any other business, but also trying to be a exporter of hydrogen. 3 ports Government of India has declared, Kandla, Tuticorin and Paradip, that these 3 ports will be handling liquid hydrogen or the gaseous hydrogen to export. But I think that is a very long journey because we need in India this much of gas, whatever hydrogen we can produce, we need it. But the challenge is, how can we produce hydrogen at less than $1, less than 85 rupees, instead of 400 rupees per kg? That is a bigger challenge. And this challenge is yet to be addressed. One thing I'll tell you, after having visited many companies in the world, many steel manufacturing industries in the world, I found that we in India are capable of reducing our CO2 footprint if somebody else can do in the world. This is what a biggest assurance I'm giving on behalf of the steel industry. The world is, there are 3 plants are under installation today. One is in Sweden, the another is in Germany, and third one also in Germany. Salzgitter in Germany, H2GS Steel earlier, the name was in Sweden, and also one ThyssenKrupp plant in Germany. They are working how to produce green DRI, green HBI. We in Oman, we are also working on the same footprint, how to produce green HBI or DRI in Oman. But nobody is working in India to produce green HBI or green DRI as of now. Today I saw in news that Tata Steel is going to produce about 15 million ton steel a year through recycling of scrap. This is very good news. But this scrap is not available today in the country. We are seeing that the largest scrap importer in the world is Turkey. We are just at about 10 million ton, they are about 28 million ton. Equal to us is Bangladesh. They also import about 8 to 10 million ton scrap in their country. Since we are bestowed with iron ore, we have the DRI plants available. We keep on producing coal-based DRI. We keep on running our blast furnaces, but Turkey and Bangladesh can't. This is the reason most of the scrap is being consumed today in the world. That is done by Japan, Korea, China, Bangladesh, Turkey, and also America. What they do, they use their electric arc furnaces, they convert scrap into steel, and that is a low emission steel. And we have another plant in Oman which is already working. So we are using DRI and scrap there. So our carbon footprint is 0.85, that is 850 kg per ton of steel making if we use a combination of DRI and scrap. If you use more DRI or HBI, then it is 1.15 ton CO2 per ton of steel. But still it is rated as low emission steel. So what is the solution in front of all of us? The solution is, first let us cut down our energy cost. First down the energy units. Second, we must try to produce steel through electric arc furnaces in DRI, but electricity is again a challenge. 1.2 billion ton coal will be produced in this year by Coal India and other private sector industries. It used to be about 5 years back 700 million, reached to 800, 900, 1 billion, now 1.2 billion is the target. I'm sure they will do it. Over and about 210 billion ton coal we are importing, thermal coal, and about 80 million ton coal we are importing for blast furnaces. So if the total coal balance you see, 1.2 billion, that is coal domestic, 200 million imported coal, that is thermal coal, and say about 80 million is the coking coal. So put together comes to about 1.5 billion ton. So when can we reduce this 1.5 billion ton? That is a big challenge. NTPC is adding about 22 gigawatt of thermal power plants. Some of the other private sector industries, they are also adding about 18 to 20 gigawatt plants, thermal power plants. So the focus is still on coal-based energy, and that is required. There is no other way. Now Government of India has liberalized scheme nuclear power plants. So 3 or 4 companies have come forward, we are one of them, that we'll be putting up our own nuclear power plants so that we can have green energy. This is really a green energy. There is a challenge, technology is a challenge, licensing is a challenge. Then how to do it, where to do it, or societal groups is a challenge. Wherever we put up the nuclear power plant, we have to face a big resistance from the society because people are scared of it. It happens. But there is no other alternate. So what we have to do? We have to reduce our energy consumption. We have to keep on increasing our nuclear footprint. We have to keep on increasing our hydroelectric dams and hydroelectric footprint. We have to keep on increasing our solar energy, wind energy, and finally hydrogen. And we should aim that hydrogen will be available at $1 or maybe $1.2 per kg. And this is what Mr. Ambani, Mr. Mukesh Ambani, he told once, and also Mr. Adani, that their cost of hydrogen may be less than $2 per kg, if I'm not wrong, I read it somewhere. If that situation comes, then I think the steel industry will be in position to do or contribute in overall CO2 reduction or decarbonization. Though the journey is big, up to 2070, Government of India has promised that we will be net zero. It's a very long journey. Still we have about 45 years. And in this 45 years, 2 generations of engineers and scientists will be doing this particular job. People, those who are just graduated, they will be designers, and people, those who are, or the young boys and girls, those who are just born, they will be doing it maybe in 2070. But we have to make a blueprint for them so that we can reduce the overall CO2 footprint, we can reduce the CO2 generation, and the carbon markets should be activated as fast as possible so that people, they are incentivized wherever they have done the decarbonization. The last point, the charity start from home. We consume about 27% of electricity, of the total electricity produced in the country for the domestic use. So we have to see that how much electricity consumption we can reduce at our homes also. Can we do it 20%, 18%, 15%? This is what an individual will have to see. Often we always say that green steel, and green steel. So I was speaking to some of the automotive manufacturers. I asked them 2-3 questions. That okay, steel is one part, maybe only $200 or $300, sorry, $2,000 or $3,000 in a car. Whereas the car is being sold at $40,000. What about balance $35,000? When will be the windshield become green? When will be the cushions will become green? When will the tires become green? When will you eliminate the aluminium from the cars? They have no answer. Nobody is working on that. Everybody says steel has to be green. I appreciate. I also agree the steel has to be green. It doesn't mean that somebody is not green, then we follow them that okay, we want to be dirty boys. No, we don't. We want to make steel green. But everybody will have to work on this. Like Monica is telling that she has prepared or she has manufactured T-shirts out of PET bottles. I'm sure you'll be also distributing, giving gift to everybody. So today afternoon, if not today, then maybe tomorrow. And also please try to make a different color. If you can, instead of black, if you can make it green, so that will be much better. Okay, so there will be green T-shirt. So anyhow, the point here is how to control our extravaganza. If we can control our extravaganza, then we can definitely add a lot of value to the society. So thank you very much for listening to me. Wish you all the best. In case of any question, I'm available. Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for this amazing and, of course, this wonderful session. That was too intellectual. Even when I was listening, I was completely lost and I was just studying the facts and the figures. Of course, I understand that charity comes from home, which Sir just said. We should also reduce the consumption of electricity because if we are not contributing in our climate, in our nature, then we can't expect from anyone else to contribute as well. So the answer lies in diversifying our energy mix by increasing our nuclear footprint, of course, which he mentioned, expanding solar, wind, and green hydrogen, and making hydrogen available as $1 or $2 per kg. If we achieve this, the steel industry can become a cornerstone in reducing emissions, which I could understood from this session. So now let's invite the industry veterans because we have very important people today with us. Of course, as we started, we mentioned that everybody has been chosen specifically to contribute in this ecology, in this decarbonizing word, which we are discussing today. So let's give a big round of applause and invite our veterans on stage. So can we have a big round of applause for Mr. Tarun Chatterjee? If we could stand up, and I also request Ms. Sushmita Dasgupta to please come on the stage and do the honor. So Mr. Tarun Chatterjee, if...
Mr. Tarun Chatterjee, Torunda for all of us. As you know, he's pioneer of Coke-Oven. He set up RINL Coke-Oven. And when Monica asked who believes in hydrogen, in coke and blast furnace, his was a lone hand. And he's an author of 4 books and a great friend, Torunda. Monica decided to honor the veterans because I realized one thing, that whatever the young people do, until unless you know metallurgy thoroughly, you can go nowhere. So these are the people, while we are alive, make use of them.
I have not come here to make any speech. On one condition, Sushmita, she took the permission from my wife. And the one condition was I should not make any speech. Yes. But yet, I've been dragged here. I'm so grateful to all of you. Today, I have come here as a student. In a clean slate, I'm to learn. So grateful to my sister, Monica, to all my learned teachers here. You are all my teachers. Thank you so much.
He was not well for 2 years in hospital.
No, she's a cardiac patient. She cannot make it.
I said आप लोग भी please. I am.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. I'm 77 plus. Proud young man. My name is Torun.
Thank you.
I now request everyone to please have a big round of applause for Dr. B. Sen Gupta.
Dr. B. Sen Gupta has been Member Secretary CPCB, revered and respected, but very feared. He is the one who set all the norms. You remember how afraid we used to be when Dr. Sen Gupta's norms used to come. Actually, Mr. V.R. Sharma made a very pertinent point today, which Dr. Sen Gupta's work has all along his career, and his wonderfully authored book, Into the Furnace, has done, that we can easily control the carbon emission by the process itself. You read his book, get the value. Right now, whatever we do, we can actually do it better. And I learned a lot. I have read his book many times with a lot of notes. Dr. Sen Gupta.
So if you are curious about carbon policy, climate security, or the intricate relation between carbon and geopolitics, then look no further, because Dr. B. Sen Gupta and his book is all with us.
Yes. No, I don't have the book. We will organize. Yes, we will organize. Yes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dr. B. Sen Gupta. And now please have a big round of applause and invite Ms. Gurinder Kaur. She is one of the leader and industry veteran. And Ms. Monica and Ms. Sushmita Das Gupta has a lot of things to share with us for her.
You do not know Ms. Gurinder Kaur. In this hall, I think none of us know her. But she's a very important person of the moment. She has been the head of Oxfam America and then Oxfam India. But she started her career with C.T. Kurian in Amul. So she knows the entire value chain where individual women coming with pots of milk on their heads have created an enormous industry of Amul. Why is she important today? Because of biochar. Many people produce. How to aggregate? Ask her. While she's healthy, sometimes she goes down also in health. But while she's healthy and hearty, catch Gurinder Kaur if you want to aggregate.
So if you are exploring carbon aggregation or mobilizing millions of mitigation credits across India, then she is the expert here with us today. Thank you, everyone. And now I request Ms. Sushmita Das Gupta and Ms. Monica Bachchan to please do the honor and hand over the mementos and certificates to our session chairpersons and to all the speakers. I request Ms. Bachchan and Ms. Das Gupta to please do the honor and present this token of appreciation and respect to Mr. Prabodha Acharya, CSO JSW Group. Can we have a round of applause? I now request Dr. Sushmita Das Gupta and Ms. Monica Bachchan to please present this token of respect and appreciation to Mr. Sushanta Ghosh, Chief Operating Officer and BU, Green Steel ACME Group. And I request Ms. Bachchan and Dr. Sushmita Das Gupta to please present this token of appreciation and respect to Mr. Sanjay Singh, Director Strategy and External Relations, Jindal Steel and Power. And last but not the least, I request Mr. V.R. Sharma, Vice Chairman, Vulcan Steel, a part of Jindal Group in Oman, UAE, Europe, KSA in Africa, to please accept this token of respect and appreciation from Dr. Sushmita Das Gupta and Ms. Monica Bachchan. I may now request everyone to please have a group photograph together. Thank you so much, everyone. And now it's time for our very first session for today, which is Carbon Credit Trading Scheme. And we'll be discussing on overview of carbon trading schemes, how carbon trading system work, how market-based approaches to incentivize carbon campus can do, impact of trading schemes on gold emissions. Along with this, we'll be discussing the role of internal agreements, example Paris Agreement, in shaping carbon markets. And for this session, I request our speakers, Mr. Abhinav Sen Gupta, Associate Director, PwC India. So he'll be moderating the session. I request Mr. Rohit Kumar, Secretary General, Carbon Markets Association of India, to please come and join us. Along with them, Mr. Nilesh Bhattar, founder CleanCarbon.ai. Can we have a round of applause for all the speakers and moderator for our first session, which is Carbon Credit Trading Scheme. I request our moderator and speakers for this session to please take the seat and begin forward with Carbon Credit Trading Scheme discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, I request everyone to please get settled down, as we are about to start with our session 1, which is Carbon Credit Trading Scheme. I request everyone to please get settled down. We have a separate coffee session as well. So what we can do, we can exchange our business cards over there. But for now, I think our moderator and speakers are already on the stage, and they are waiting for you to get settled down so that they can begin with.
Thank you so much.
Once again, I request everyone to please get settled down. Thank you so much. Over to you, Mr. Sen Gupta.
Okay. First of all, good morning to each one of you. It's really an honor for my part to sit in front of these two gentlemen and discussing about a very important topic which we just had in our inaugurations also. And the topic and the conference which has been coined is very poised and very pertinent at this time. Now let's talk and understand about this CCTS. Now we need to understand that carbon trading and this entire carbon trading was almost at the periphery for in the minds of the policymakers. Now of late it has started gaining ground and has get into the majority of the policymakers. Now what has happened, you can see that European emission trading scheme has been successfully aimed, it has achieved the successful completion of in reduction of the abatement, like there's the pollution abatement in the power as well as the industrial sector, around 47% since 2005, yet not affect the GDP. So this has been successfully done. And almost what we can see that of late, this Paris agreement that has come up, a lot of impetus has been given towards this. Now, India in 2023 has also started with their own CCTS, and with that, it has aimed with the same ambition to reduce the, to reduce the intensity as well as to manage the trade as well as your gap in the emissions. So, with this objective, the CCTS has been coined. Now, but there are many questions that we need to answer, and these gentlemen are there with me to address those queries, whether the objective has been achieved or what more could have been done. We now talk about CBAM also, that CBAM is just around the corner. It is going to start, and perhaps it has started, but now it is going to gain a ground. But with the objective of achieving 2030 1.5 degree emission, are we on the track? How this CCTS will aim to achieve this entire carbon ecosystem, not only the market, the entire ecosystem where you have a trader, you have a buyer, you have an emitter, and how these standards going to be parallel with the global emissions so that our trading norms or our policies and our certificates matches with those of the international market. So with all this, I have this eclectic panel, and I will start with very quick questions to Mr. Rohit and Mr. Nilesh. So first of all, welcome to this panel discussion. My first question is, what do you think is the biggest opportunity that a well-designed carbon market can offer to India? Your thoughts, quick thoughts on that.
So to start this, I'll just brief regarding, we are from Carbon Markets Association of India. So we're the only industry body working in the carbon space from last more than 3 years. And our aim is to accelerate net zero transition. So from last 3 years, I've seen that how carbon market is evolving in the country. So starting from the international carbon market, international voluntary carbon market, what we have earlier, and CDM. So this transition is happening in the country right now. And after that, Indian carbon market has been formulated, under which compliance and voluntary carbon market are there. So there's another opportunity for India as a country, what we have. And third, we have Article 6 market, is CDM to Article 6 transition. Kyoto to Paris Agreement transition is happening. And again, this market has coming with a very huge opportunity for the country. As in CDM era, we have generated $10 billion earlier. And 17% projects belongs to the Indian projects in CDM era at that time. So I think overall carbon market is coming with a huge opportunity. And even the Indian carbon market, we are aiming to generate around $700 billion to $1.4 trillion by 2050. This is as per the estimated figure of Bureau of Energy and some of the agencies has done earlier. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Neil. It's the same question to you as well. That what is the single biggest opportunity you think that this CCTS is going to offer in India in next few years?
Okay. So I'll also give my brief background in this field, and then how do I see that this as the biggest opportunity. So we at Clean Carbon work with a lot of companies, like more than 200 to be precise, to measure their carbon emissions. And we work with a lot of small and medium-sized companies because these companies don't have the expertise or the technology available to measure how much carbon they are emitting. Okay, and with that background, now I see, like in India, there was never a seriousness about actually working on what is the carbon emission. I mean, even today, there is a push. So now a lot of speakers before also talked about CBAM. Okay, so CBAM kind of created a push to all this industry, specifically which are exporting to Europe to measure their emissions. And now with this, companies are actually measuring how much carbon emissions that they are doing. We saw the numbers, I mean, before like we had the keynotes also, that we saw the numbers, like India is not doing well in terms of emissions. We are doing 2.62 or 2.7, which is the average Indian steel or Indian aluminum. I mean, aluminum is more higher. Okay, so all these industries are creating a huge carbon deficit. So in terms of what should be the ideal and how much more that we are doing. So to offset it, we need to do some offset of this carbon emission that we do, at least in the short run. In the long run, of course, we need to work to reduce these emissions, but at least in the short run, this deficit has to be filled by somebody who is actually working towards reducing carbon. And that's where it creates the gap, and that is where this CCTS is an opportunity, that somebody is there who is doing more carbon emission, and then people who are actually working towards reducing these emissions will get this opportunity to trade whatever they are doing, whatever the practices are. This is a kind of a motivation for them. And previously, I mean, there were some trade which were happening, but it was not on the India level. But CCTS becomes the biggest opportunity to actually give a very robust platform and backed by government platform where this trading can become very comfortable, easy. It is very like early stage at this moment, but I think it will mature very soon, and it would create a great motivation for Indian companies, even Indian, like I see a lot of people which are running farms. Now they are thinking about carbon credits, or even governments, especially northeastern governments. They see a lot of opportunities now that they can they generate carbon credits and trade it somewhere so that they can generate revenue out of it.
Yes, definitely. You know, I would like to add that this has succeeded our PAT, Perform, Achieve and Trade scheme. And now we're going to see that how it should evolve more better as compared to PAT. Okay, so sir, coming to you, I would like you to first address about what exactly the CMI does, what's your role as an organization is, and how, I mean, for the general public, I mean, how they should perceive your role into this important transition. Then we'll ask some specifics.
So as mentioned that CMAI stands for Carbon Markets Association of India. So we are a not-for-profit Section 8 industry body. And we closely work with three key stakeholders, which is government and industry and civil societies, and helping to develop Indian carbon market framework. And also, we are a stakeholder in multiple ministries, like Ministry of Environment, Forest, Climate Change. We are a stakeholder in 5 committees. As in the last session, we discussed about the LIFE campaign. We are stakeholder in LIFE campaign and doing LIFE initiative in more than 2 million households in the country by promoting clean cooking activities. And it is a part of LIFE campaign 75 initiative. So one of the initiative is reducing the indoor air pollution. So that area we are focusing. We are also a stakeholder for Green Credit Program launched by Government of India. And we give feedback and updates about the industry. And we are also a stakeholder for Wetland Management Committee, EPR Committee, because somebody has discussed about the scrap steel. So EPR is also another opportunity beyond carbon market what we have. And we are also a stakeholder for Eco-Leveling Committee launched by Government of India. So all these various initiatives, CMI is sharing the industry voice if and when required by the government. Apart from that, CMI is also a stakeholder for Offset Market, CCTS Committee for Bureau of Energy, Ministry of Power is launched this committee. And we also signed MU with MNRE for areas for how renewable energy can create very important role for carbon credit generation and transition in 28 states in the country. And apart from that, CMI has also signed MU with IIT Delhi, IIT Bombay, and also IIT Kharagpur. And in this area, we closely work for capacity enhancement program. Recently, we have done a program with IIM Mumbai, and where industry empowerment initiatives we have done. We are knowledge partner for Indian Oil and Indian Railway also. And we did multiple programs and initiative for those institutions and organizations. So our key area is that engage, empower, and execute. So that is a three E's we are working right now. Because we understand that carbon market is in a very nascent stage for compliance side, as my colleague was telling. But carbon market is already very strong presence in India. We have global reach, and we have a very strong reach in terms of international voluntary carbon market, and also CDM era. So a lot of learning as a country we have. So we are also trying to showcase those learning to the government. And our members are doing 3,500 projects in the world, in 16 countries. And all these projects are able to mitigate 220 million ton of greenhouse gas from the planet. So all those learnings, CMI is closely working with the industry, government, and sharing the feedback. Recently, we have also focusing on sectorial requirements. Like we have launched SAF Association, which talks about sustainable efficient fuel. Again, this is an opportunity for India because globally, the 2-3% global emission is happening from the aviation sector. But as a country, India and Brazil has great advantage in terms of producing SAF fuel. And although SAF fuel is a quality SAF fuel because the embedded emission in those SAF fuel will be very less compared to Singapore and Japan is producing because we have surplus of feedstock as a country. So that is an area where CMI is trying to enhance and helping Indian aviation sector to decarbonize. We are doing the India SAF conclave on 15th September in Delhi. This is first time happening in the country. Then apart from that, we are also launching EPR association because a lot of people has discussed about scrap, recycling. Indian government has coming with a great EPR policy, and it's a huge opportunity for industry to get incentivized, and also recycler to get incentivized. So that is the second area we are trying to build an ecosystem. And recently we also launched a climate law association because we understand that carbon market is one of the area. The large area we have to play, like CBAM is there, like ETS is there, and a lot of global rules and regulations are coming. So that area, CMI is closely working. We have also launched an initiative called ANT, which talks about, because ant is a discipline, ant is a survivor. And we have a lot of learning we can learn from our planet and species on the planet what we have. So that initiative is primarily focusing on capacity enhancement from the school to industry, middle-level management to the top-level management, and also industry exposures, all those initiatives. We also support innovators and startups because technology has to play a very key role, and all those technology who can generate the carbon credit, we are supporting and handholding those technologies. So we used to invite our startups and innovators, if they have some GHG innovation technologies and process, you may contact us. We can definitely work together to find out the solution for the larger industry and also generate carbon credit. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so again coming to you for my next question in this. If you could help all of us answering this, like what are the key requirements an industrial or the industry person should look with terms of this new CCTS scheme, that how they should adapt to this, what are the key things in mind they should be taking care of, and going forward what are the do's and what are the don'ts that once this market gets matures that they should keep in mind.
So I think we discussed about CBAM and ETS both. So I'll just give a little clarity because industry is suffering a lot because of these two taxes at large. So how CBAM and ETS is working in the world and how they parallelly actually hitting the industry very badly because of EU CBAM And recently, our foreign minister has also mentioned that CBAM is not a justice for developing country at large. So we're also working in this space. So I'll just give a little background about emission trading system and CBAM, and a lot of difference is there. So emission trading system actually setting up the emission target, but it is a market-driven approach. So like India government has ETS, like Indian carbon market, what we have. So that will have a fixed target, and it will completely work on the market-driven approach and cap and trade approach. While carbon tax is a direct set price of the emission target, like EU CBAM and UK CBAM is there. So both of the area where industry has to pay tax at largely. And there are 38 countries in the world where ETS is already working. So we recently launched in Indian ETS market also. And all those ETS market actually just cover 10 gigaton of CO2 emission, which is around 19% of the global emission has been done. And the ETS market, some of the markets are already leader, like EU ETS is there, Korean ETS markets are there. And like Government of India has also launched ETS. Japan has launched ETS market in 2023. Indonesia has launched an ETS market in last year. So idea is that how ETS market is going to play important role. But at the same time, ETS and carbon tax should be prioritized together. They should link together. So this is the phase and problem and concern which companies, industries are facing right now. Because like we discussed about the sectors in ETS market, what we have, like steel is also coming in the compliance market. Government has already launched 9 sectors in the compliance market list, in which steel is there as a compliance market, cement, paper, chlor-alkali, aluminum, fertilizer, refinery, petrochemical, and textile. So all these sectors are coming in the compliance list of Government of India, and all those compliance sector has to meet certain targets, while government has announced 4 sector targets recently. And the targets are there in the cement sectors, where 186 entities are there. And the aim is to reduce 264 million ton CO2 reduction. And these targets are emission reduction intensity target, which is around 3.7%. And even chlor-alkali, the 30 entities are there, and 9.27 million ton CO2 emission reduction targets are there for Government of India. And emission intensity reduction target is 7%. Similarly, for aluminum, 5.5%, and pulp and paper for 6.4%. So government has already identified the hard-to-abate sectors where large emissions are happening. And all these targets are also aligned with the CBAM market or UK CBAM market, so that India's challenges in the future about the CBAM coming in this space, and where all these target sectors should actually be strengthened itself by Government of India, and can able to meet the global competitiveness. So this is a broad idea regarding the carbon market space, what we have, and even the CCTS space. While offset market, government has also launched 10 sectors in the offset market recently. But right now, the Government of India is only focusing on CO2 reduction. They're not focusing on methane reduction projects so far. So that's why recently we have done a program on decarbonization of livestock and dairy sector. But methane is not a part of that reduction list of Government of India, because government might be thinking that methane reduction might impact the rural and agricultural economy for the country. But there's a large number of methane reduction projects are there in the voluntary market, and Article 6 market like CBG is there, and clean cooking, clean initiatives are there. We can definitely work together and also reduce the methane abandonment projects in the country. Yeah.
Thank you for this. So just for all of you, there are total 75 pricing instruments, carbon pricing instruments as of now prevalent, which is covering more than quarter of the global emission as of now, which has generated more than $100 billion of revenue in 2024 itself. So opportunities are immense. Now going back to Mr. Nilesh, I would like to ask you, since you already aware that CBAM has just is just around the corner, and there are sectors like steel, aluminum, which are hard to abate. Now, what is your point of view that you need to have a proper transparency of data in order to not only survive, not only sustainable, but also to compete? So what are your views on it? Like, what more could have been done? What are your wish lists that these things should change and bring in more transparency into this entire gamut of CBAM?
Sure. So I think we heard this word CBAM at least 25 times today. But I will again get into deeper, because some of you would not be knowing what is this exactly, why it is happening. And so let us start with the very important aspect. Okay, how much is the impact? So if you see in the numbers, the impact is 8 to 12%. Okay, so based on how much export you are doing to Europe. So this is now, CBAM is focused on the Europe, your European export. So I will speak around that first, that how it is going to impact you as a company if you are dealing into, there are 5-6 sectors, but from the Indian perspective, it is majorly iron and steel and aluminum. So these are the two sectors which are affected. Okay, and so your landing cost, maybe if it is 100 today in Europe, it would be 110 to 112. So that is going to eat up your entire margins. Okay, so that's why it is very serious to look at it, that how companies should actually work toward it. And that's where then the question comes about the measurement. So when we want to measure, there are not of like technologies or expertise available. So European Union have published the guidelines that how exactly they should measure for per ton of, say, let us take example of screws or fasteners. Because when we say steel, we think of Jindals and all big names. But there are small SMEs which are doing like fasteners or very small workshops, which 5 people, 10 people. So all these people are impacted by CBAM. It's just not the big companies. It's a small company which is like, say, based in Ludhiana or in corner of somewhere in Chandigarh or in Delhi. So all these companies are impacted. And how and why they are impacted? Because CBAM tells that not only your emissions, which you need to calculate, but entire your supply chain emissions need to be calculated. Okay, and then that's where it becomes tricky. Because when you start doing that, and you start asking the emission numbers from very small SMEs, they don't have clue about it, that how should they go about it? Where should they get data? Because they don't have the data, they don't have the processes to set that how much is like electricity, because they have a common meter, common electricity meter which is being used for their production, for their office, everything is common. So how do these companies get the exact data points, and specifically for the export which they are doing for the European countries, okay, or maybe supplying to somebody which is further is getting into Europe. So this has become a kind of a tricky and a problematic situation, number one. Number two, there is a cost to it. Even to measure this, they need to introduce some expert, or they need to get some external help out of it. And third is that this data is very critical and has to be correctly done. It is not like, you somehow manage it and send the data. Because the reason is, these companies need to send this data to their European buyers. Okay, and this is where the trust part comes in. Whatever data that you are sharing, first step is to European buyers, and then that data is further getting uploaded to the government systems which has been already available in Europe. Okay, so you are sharing your data to your buyer and to the government in Europe. And if you are not giving that data properly, if there are mistakes or if data is manipulated, it is basically a very big setback if there are any trust issues which is being created about the data. Okay, so this is where I think it becomes very, very critical for these companies to make sure that this is being seriously done, seriously understood and followed. And currently, I see a lot of companies, even big companies, see this as a compliance thing, because there are a lot of compliances. This is one more compliance we need to follow. But the tax angle is most of the companies which I get to talk to are missing. And suddenly when the tax bill starts from January 26, it would be a big shock for them. That's where I think companies need to get into very deep side of it. And from the Indian context, like green taxonomy, so new regulation is introduced by Steel Ministry, Government of India, and it is extending to what CBAM is telling, that okay, you need to measure how much is the emission that you are doing, and then they are categorizing your steel, whether it is a green steel. So specifically talking about the numbers, if your emissions are less than 2.3, then you will be considered as a green steel. And then you have a ratings, like how how it would be rated as a 5-star steel. So if it is less than 1.6, then it is a 5-star steel. If it is between 1.6 to 2, then it is a 3-star steel. So this is okay. I mean, still the point is okay. But the next important aspect is, if you want to supply to government, if you want to supply or if you want to do business with government, your steel has to be green steel. So that is kind of becoming very tricky for all these companies, suddenly getting into measuring carbon and working towards reducing it, and all the taxes kicking in, your business is getting impacted. It is getting hugely impacted, because now outside India, if you want to do business, you have to be compliant and need to see that your emission numbers are less. And now with the Indian government introducing this bill, you have to see that even in India, if you want to do business, you need to be in this green steel category. So overall, I feel this is going to create a huge turbulence in the industry, maybe next 6 months or 8 months down the line, when the bills suddenly start coming in.
No, this has been a challenge. So our rules, domestic rules, should speak the same technical language as Article 6, CBAM rules, or any other regional schemes, so that our certificates are tradable, as also, we can do the transaction. So with this, I will come to Rohit sir again. So my question to you is, there are two things. First of all, what are the other opportunities which are lies apart from CCTS or other kind of market, number one? And number two, how do you envisage the role of private players in this carbon offshoring?
So thank you. So I just want to reiterate that 3 kind of carbon markets as a country we have right now. One is CCTS, which is launched by Government of India. And CCTS market is primarily focusing to meet NDC goal, not beyond that. While CCTS market, government has already launched 9 sectors, which is coming in the compliance list. 4 sector target has been fixed by the Government of India. There are many more targets going to be decided in coming years. And it is completely based on cap and trade model. While CCTS credit, we can't export outside India. This is for Indian market. While in CCTS market, we are aiming to generate around, we mentioned about $700 billion to $1.4 trillion by 2050 as a carbon incentive for the industry. While beyond CCTS, there are 2 more markets are there where India has already taken lead in these 2 markets. One is that international voluntary carbon market. And international voluntary carbon market started from the era from the Kyoto Protocol. And there are various mechanisms and registries are there, where India has leading in this space, because I think in 2022 data, as this market has $2 billion market, and India has around 60% share in this market. So we are able to generate more than $1 billion market in international voluntary carbon market. Now, international voluntary carbon market has some turbulence in coming years because of ICVCM framework and CCP principle, core carbon principle, which actually recognize that renewable energy credits are not part of the CCS frameworks. They are not qualifying for core carbon principle. So that's why the price of Indian voluntary carbon market has fallen down drastically. And the victims are the industry, largely. So we have raised this question to government various times, because as a country, we have 200 million credit right now. Around 100 million credit we have from CDM market, and 100 million credit we have from the international voluntary carbon market. We are raising these issues again and again. For this, we are creating a regular workshop on the industry, taking feedback from the industry, and also involving government that what is going to happen these 200 million credits, because industry has spent a large money. But I'm sure that because of ICVCM rules and a lot of development in the international voluntary carbon market also aiming to increase from $2 billion to around $100 billion by 2030, because of global rules and regulations are there. So that is a tremendous opportunity as a country we have. While we also have to move from reduction credits to removal credit as a country. So we have to focus more about the removal projects, sequestration projects. As a country, we have huge opportunity. We have 75% coastal areas. We have large mangrove plantations, opportunities are there. And CMAI is also closely working with Japan, Korea, Singapore, because there another opportunity it comes from the Article 6 market. Because after Kyoto Protocol, the Paris Agreement has come, then CDM has transitioned happened to the Article 6 market. And in the last COP, which happened, COP 29 in Azerbaijan, Article 6 market has finalized after 10 years of dialogue and discussions. So finally, in Article 6 market, government has mentioned 14 technologies areas. in these 14 technology areas. These are the various opportunities for country-to-country collaboration under Article 6.2, and Article 6.4, which can be bilateral, companies-to-companies collaborations possibilities are there. All these credits, Article 6 credits, is going to be very best quality credit, because in the voluntary carbon market, we have seen the concern and issues about double counting, and also seen the concern and issues about the quality and standard of the credit. But Article 6 market is going to be a great opportunity as a country what we have. We are closely working with all the Japanese, Korean, and Singapore enterprise, and we are trying to collaborate with the industry for using the SAF technology, because SAF is also part of Article 6 list. Also collaborating for the technologies like clean cooking, clean initiatives technologies, because they wish to spend these monies. Because all this credit, what is going to generate in the country, because our average carbon price is less than $10 right now. But in Article 6 market, we are expected to get the carbon price more than $30. So this is going to create a good business viability for all of us. I have done a small case study for bioenergy sector, because bioenergy, our Honorable Prime Minister has mentioned in the India Energy Week, Goa, last year, that we are aiming for 5,000 CBG projects in the country. And CBG is also part of Article 6 list. So there is opportunity for, in case CBG carbon credit we can generate, it is going to help 15 to 20% of the entire project expense coming from the carbon credit market itself. So that is a huge opportunity for ourselves. And in the last session, I have seen that somebody has also discussed about the biochar as a sector, because biochar is also coming under Article 6, which is coming in the CCUS. And the entire biochar projects, the carbon credit opportunity is humongous, because in 4 years' time, we are able to get ROI only from carbon credit. So this is the huge opportunity in the agrarian economy and bioenergy space as a country what we have. So this can definitely come with a huge funding to the country. Apart from that, we also have a livestock and dairy sector as a country. So all these sectors, India has 25% of the dairy products in the world. So again, there is a small, big, medium biogas projects are there, supply chain projects are there. So we are just trying to align all this activity with the government schemes and policy, where government is also going to incentivize a little bit, and how carbon credit can also come as a tool in between and helping sector to grow further and helping us to decarbonize at much larger space. So I think it's a great opportunity for carbon market what we have apart from CCTS. And this market is expected to grow 10x in coming years, because entire world is coming with the rules and regulations right now. I know that US is coming out from the UNFCCC market last year after Trump administration. It is definitely going to create some concerns and issues, but I'm sure that entire world is united for decarbonization and net zero goal. And this transition, India has great opportunity to take the leadership. And because in the carbon finance taxonomy, climate finance taxonomy, government has mentioned that we need $2.5 trillion by 2030 to meet the NDC goal. So where the funding will come, I think carbon market can play, all three markets can play some part creating those kind of finances to the country and helping industry at large.
Well, rightly said. Even also in COP29, there were two bone of contentions like safeguard against double counting as well as the human rights intervention was discussed, and it has still not got the resolution. So my last question to Nilesh ji, and the same question to Rohit sir as you as well. So, I mean, just give us one wish list, or you can say that what milestone or bold milestone that India can achieve by 2030 to achieve almost 1 gigaton of carbon emissions, or basically a scale of impact in the South Asian market. One thing which needs to be changed so that this market will surge. Any wish list or anything you have in mind?
So there are multiple aspects to it. I'll focus on maybe the technology aspect. I think we have a huge small, medium, and big industries, and if we could start using technology first, because first step in all this thing is measuring, and to measure, we need to have a very good, trusted, and affordable technology. So that is, I think, very key. Once we have something which is affordable and people can actually see the returns or see the value out of it, then they would start actually investing in terms of technology. So when I say technology, there are multiple things in the technology, but first thing is having some maybe platforms or solutions or easy way where measurement of carbon emissions become very, very easy. so that they understand where they do stand, where are the current numbers and what is the gap. And then next step is, of course, like a lot of speakers before mentioned that there are a lot of innovations which are happening in China, in South Korea, in Japan. So what as an industry we can do to bring those innovations and focus on whatever is there at hand and in short term and in long term. And that once we start doing that, we will create that gap of actually how much is the emission and what emissions that you are doing. And that gap will create that trading opportunity wherever people are doing more emissions.
Well, thank you for this. Mr. Rohit, for you also, what is the one bold step that you think is in your wish list by 2030?
Yeah, so I think the most important part, because I used to be in various forums, so what we need to do, we need to understand the India story first. Because we are not supposed to copy the foreign story, what international companies are coming and selling CCUS technology in the country, because we should not be slave for technology again. So what is the India's strength? What we need to realize that we have a strong civilizations and we have capability to create a life campaign. So we should change the lifestyle for environment first. And I'm sure that as per some of the study recently has been done in the world, that if you're going towards safe energy and we are optimizing the use of energy resource, we are able to save 40 to 50% of the emission. So this is the first exercise as a country we should adopt. And second, we should definitely focus on CCUS at large, because this can be the only solution as per the global compliance rules and regulations are coming. And third, we should also promote the voluntary actions in the last question you have mentioned. That voluntary action is very important. Government of India has launched the offset market. We have international voluntary carbon market. Recently, I was part of the various government and ministry meetings. So we discussed about CCTS. So Bureau of Energy is handling CCTS and MOP is handling, MOFCC is handling. Article 6 market is handling by MOFCC. But international voluntary carbon market is not handled by any ministries and department right now, where the industry is taking action right now. So there should be a body right now who can really promote the international voluntary carbon market, voluntary action at large, incentivizing industry to create the voluntary initiatives and fund them for their activities. And the most important part, we should also invest on R&D at large. We are not spending on R&D. And right now, like our colleague mentioned, that we are giving data to European. Why we don't have data to ourselves as a country? We should start collecting data from MSME, each and every sectors where we stand for, where the red line areas are there, and where we need to do corrective actions in 5 years, 10 years, and 50 years timeline. So that data is really required as a country. And in the last discussion, I also mentioned about what is going to happen. There's 200 million carbon credit what we have. So those 200 million credits, government should really focus on that. Those credit can be used for the NDC target of the government of India, because this is the highest spend money from the industry. This credit market in the voluntary side, market side has fallen down. Even the transition from CDM to Article 6, those old CDM credit market has been fall down. So all these CDM and voluntary credit can be utilized by the government, or industry can be incentivized for those actions, because they definitely need some funding to take climate action. And I really appreciate industry's initiatives, because most of the industry is coming forward and also announce voluntary net zero goal 2040, 2050, while as a country we have net zero goal 2070.
So in order to summarize this, it's very simple that you need to, I mean, if you can measure your reductions, then you can monetize it. And if you can monetize it, then you can definitely mobilize fund to it. So with this ideology, we'll close this discussion, and any other question from the audience, we'll happy to take. Yes, sir.
I've got a very direct question from your keeping your hand in your heart. Can you tell me this carbon credit, is that any industry is going to get from government? I was in Dusseldorf about a week back. I was talking with one of the Eurofar's deputy chairman and one of the defense experts, etc. What I understand, including in Germany also, government has to pay so much of money which they are not going to do, not willing to do or not going to do. So do you think, considering our country, where we have got so many things to do you think this carbon trading will actually happen, or is all the stories for the consultants? Very straightforward question, if you don't mind, please.
I should address. So I think, again, in this forum, I'd like to mention that carbon credit market is the only solution to achieve net zero. Because as you know the formula of carbon credit, if you reduce 1 ton of greenhouse gas mitigation, we'll get 1 credit. So how we'll measure that, how much greenhouse gas mitigation is happening in the planet? So carbon credit can also be only be tool. Second, like the gentleman has mentioned about, so we have a lot of great learning as a carbon market so far. Like right now the carbon market is $1 trillion market. And EU ETS is leading in this space. So we can have, so all those learning, we can see that how this market has progressed at large. And the price of EU ETS market has reached to $80 to $100 so far. So to see those learnings, and even in the Indian carbon market, because we have CDM market, we have around 17% global share. We help a lot of companies in the world and also generated $10 billion as a country so far that we have. So this is, so this has been generated by multiple companies. So if you see the list of the projects in CDM, there are 17.
So I'll give the specific examples.
Sorry, sir. My humble question to you, that is it all in the books or in the Excel sheet, or actually somebody got any money? Can you give any example, how many $1 million or how many crores of rupees they got in India through carbon exchange? Specific examples, if you know, please. Otherwise, leave it.
Sure. So I'll give very specific example, not for the Indian context, but from the Canadian context, because we work with extensively a lot of oil and gas companies in Canada. Canada started taxing for the emissions that they were doing from 2017 or 2018 earlier. And for the excess of emissions that which companies, specifically the oil and gas companies, I'll give the name of the company which we worked, ExxonMobil. And they were doing the emissions which were above the benchmarks, and for those benchmarks they need to buy the credits, and there are platforms, like reliable platforms, which is like if you get the credit from Vera or gold certified, the credit can be sold to international market, and we know the people who were able to sell the credits to these companies which were below benchmark. Of course, there are certain criteria, certain parameters, what credits could be bought and how it could be bought, how much money, but there are real examples which the company, at least the other side, which bought these credits, and we were able to see that how much money that they spent to get those credits, which they were able to offset in terms of the tax numbers. So yes, there are real.
So I will share the India story because you were asking some data. So you can definitely find out the Indore smart city. So they have generated more than 8 crore revenue from the carbon credit market. And second, you can see the DMRC, Delhi Metro. So they've also generated a large money from the carbon credit, I think more than 4 or 5 crore. So these data are already there. And all these companies has already mentioned in the balance sheet that how much money they have generated from this decarbonization.
So 8 crore and 4 crores.
Yeah.
12 crores. Is about
there are many more. So in case you'll go digging in the balance sheet for multiple companies. And the good part is that in case you wish to know more about that, you can definitely go to the Vera and Gold Standard website.
I'm searching for a consultant. I'm not getting it. To be frank with you. We can talk
so
with you
consultants
offline.
Are there.
Yes.
So I think
when I ask this question, show me an example in India who got the money, how they got the money. Answer is here and there.
So let's start from Indore and DMRC. You can Google it.
Thank
anybody,
you. Thank you.
And you can find
Will
out.
Do.
Yeah.
Thank you.
EK Energy. So So again, I will come. There are 3 kind of markets like CCTS, carbon price yet to come. but we are expecting that $8 to $10 as per Bureau of Energy observation, that this market will grow. And voluntary carbon market, there are different set of sectors what we can define. First is the renewable energy sector. The price has fallen down for renewable energy is less than $2 right now. Then second sectors are bioenergy sectors. Third is the community-based initiatives where the price fluctuates between $5 to $10. Then there's other sectors like CCUS, their price is extremely high because it's in sequestration projects. So it depends upon sector to sector wise where the price is there. And also in the pricing, the most important parameters are how many SDG goals, how many co-benefits you are giving to the society and segment at large. That is also very important to raise the price of the projects. Per ton, yeah.
In India, you say it will be maybe 10 or 12 rupees or whatever dollars. So it's basically the carbon reduction in India and carbon reduction in Europe. Ultimately, you are reducing carbon per ton. So how you take care of this disparity in prices?
Yeah, so that is the biggest task which Government of India is right now doing, and everybody in the world, because we have 38 ETS market, and it's a country-specific market. So our future and aim should be how all these markets should be aligned, because carbon is carbon everywhere. So, but what European is saying as a discussion and dialogue, that in case we are reducing 1 ton of carbon dioxide in India, it is not going to cost too much. But in case we are reducing 1 ton of carbon dioxide in Europe, it will cost around $80. So that is the differences and disparities there. So we are thinking that in future that all this disparity will be in the common platform, and every carbon market has a similar price and equivalent price to the world. Yeah.
No, Monica, the last question to you. You are in this forum. Government of India for steel industry has announced this taxonomy. 1 star, 2 star, 3 star, 4 star, 5 star. It's an excellent step. First time in the world, I should say. It is very exhaustive, very explanatory. But suppose if I do it, what is my incentive? Nobody is going to buy any steel of 7 star or 8 star. So far, as per norms. Is that because you are going to government forums? Are you taking this example any time?
There are 2 incentives which are specifically mentioned in the document. Number 1 is government is now actually at least mentioned categorically in that document that if you are into that category, then only you will be able to supply to the government first. So if you are not reducing your emissions, government is not going to buy from you. So you are losing your biggest customer, number 1. Number 2, they are announcing certain financing schemes. So for example, if you are producing green steel, so if like to put the capital investment to do that, the market rate is say maybe 10%, so you will get 2 or 3% lesser interest rate. So for that, government is at least this is what the document says. Maybe we can share the details and whatever discussions that we could have with the policymakers. These are the 2 incentives at least they have articulated at this moment.
I will also add, I think, one line that suppose I'm Larsen Toubro, I'm L&T, I'm a real estate company, and I wish to achieve net zero by 2040 or 2050. I definitely need to buy green steel. Else I will not able to meet the net zero. So that is an interlink for all those activities.
No, this is all a story. This is all a story. Okay. I have few even see
because as a country we are achieving net zero by 2070.
So we have all our stories. Nobody is going to give you a single dollar extra price in India today or internationally also.
So I think the questions which we have still, we can ask outside during lunch. So now I request Mr. Monica Bachchanduvri to please come on the stage and present a token of appreciation and respect to our moderator, Mr. Abhinav Sen Gupta, Associate Director, PwC India. Can we have a big round of applause for him? This session was very much intellectual, and we are glad that we have received a lot of questions from our audience. Now I request Ms. Bachchan to please present this token of appreciation and respect to Mr. Rohit Kumar, Secretary General, Carbon Markets Association of India. And last but not the least, I request Mr. Nilesh, founder CleanCarbon.ai, to please accept this token of appreciation and respect from Metalogic PMS. And I request gentlemen and Ms. Bachchan to please gather here for a group photograph. Thank you so much, everyone. And now for the session 2, carbon capture and utilization, let me introduce you with the moderator, Mr. Gaurav Verma, branch head, MN Dastur. Can we have a round of applause for him? And now I request Mr. Naveen Ehlawat, head power to X, green hydrogen, green steel, gasification projects, and CCSU, Jindal Steel and Power, to please join Mr. Verma. Last but not the least, Mr. Yash Agarwal, co-founder, Carbonetics Carbon Capture in association with Gas Lab, to please join Mr. Verma and Mr. Ehlawat for carbon capture and utilization CCU discussion. So this session will be moderated by Mr. Gaurav Verma. And the discussion pointers would be technological advancements in CCU for industrial applications, innovations in CCU, and CCU as a pillar for India's net zero goals. Over to you, Mr. Verma.
Thank you so much. Mr. Ehlawat, can you hear us? Okay, since morning we have been talking about steel. So just a few stats about the steel. When we started the liberalization in the year 1991-92, our capacity was only 22 million tons. And more than this much capacity we have added in the last 2 years. So that shows the importance of steel to our economy. And since morning we are talking about decarbonization of steel. Let's say, yes, it should be decarbonized, but let us see what are the alternatives to steel. If I say aluminium emits almost 16 to 17 tons of CO2 per ton of aluminium. And then copper, almost 3.5 tons of CO2 per ton of copper. And steel is such a versatile material. We have almost 3,500 grades of steel to take care of practically every requirement. And also as a country, coal is our national resource. We have 150 billion tons of coal reserves. So it is in our national interest that we utilize coal. And if we are able to just remove CO2 from this coal utilization, it is a clean system. I think Yash will agree with me.
Of course. So as Gauravji said, there is no alternative for steel. Let's be real.
Yes.
Also, we are a very coal-rich country. We have seen countries in the first world who have used up coal to develop their societies and provided various amenities to their citizens, and now are preaching to fix other countries and stop them from using coal. I think what Gauravji said was coal's only drawback is the emissions in CO2. So if we can somehow capture those emissions, coal is as green as any other energy source.
Agreed. Now we have Mr. Ehlawat has joined us. Mr. Ehlawat, can you hear us?
Yes, I'm able to hear you. Thank you.
Perfect. So we were just discussing about coal utilization. Now Middle East is again on fire. And what we have seen, the price of crude has gone up again. So just to insulate our country from such fluctuations, we need to be more self-independent. And in this regards, I'll say carbon capture is one thing and gasification of coal to make various products is one thing. And to us, Mr. Ehlawat is the guy who is operating a coal-based gasification plant to make steel, and they are also operating a carbon capture plant at Angul facility. So my first question to Mr. Ehlawat is that JSPL has committed to be a net zero carbon emitter by 2047. So what is the role of carbon capture you are forcing in this journey?
Absolutely. Thanks, Gauraji, for your question. See, for us, carbon capture basically and utilization is it is one of the main lever that we have if we have to reduce our carbon intensity, right? So we strongly believe that with the CCU, storage part is still actually in a very premature stage. And again, it is very, very specific to the terrains and the kind of terrains where we operate, mainly in the eastern corridor or eastern part of India. There, I think the terrain is not looking that great because there are no onshore oil and gas blocks and offshore blocks. Plus, there is also a paucity of peridottic rocks where you can do a lot of mineralization. So for us, CCU will become very, very important imperative. And on the carbon capture, see, already we are doing close to 3,000 tons plus of carbon capturing, right? Because this out of this 3,000 tons, 50% we are doing the carbon capturing in the rectisol process. That is part of the whole gasification value chain. And the remaining 50% we are doing in our DRI plant with the help of MDEA, monodiethanol amine. And this technique, basically this technique or technology was given to us by Technip. In rectisol, the technology was given to us then Air Liquide. And the technology still lies with Air Liquide. So I think capturing part is more or less done. The focus for us as a company is more to do on the utilization. So we are evaluating various routes. The first route is chemical route where ethanol, methanol becomes quite paramount. Calcium carbonate is the another one which we are focusing. And the second one is basically the mineralization part. As I said, mineralization is quite restrictive. We are saying that if we can make the aggregates with CO2, but again, the utilization of CO2 in this part will be quite restricted. Dry as carbonated drinks and all, it is quite restricted. So for us, one of the main lever will be to make ethanol, methanol, and calcium carbonate. And for us, we have already basically issued an expression of interest. And I'm pleased to inform you that, we have got very, very good response from the market, from India, outside India. And I think within the next 2 to 3 odd months, we'll be able to zero down our potential collaboration with one of the bidders.
Good. Now, see, the only problem is the CO2 emissions. Problem is not the coal, not the fossils. So we should be very pragmatic. What is good for our country? So now, next question again to you, Naveenji. So in a steel plant, there are a lot of emissions. And how do you balance the pressure to decarbonize while maintaining the need for cost-effective and reliable production across the plant?
So I think it's a great question. And, as you rightly said, you used a very important thing, pragmatic and realistic. This is super important because, in the wake of if India has to become a developed country by 2047 or Viksit Bharat, steel has to play an important role. And the capacity from 150 odd million tons has to go to almost 300 million ton by 2030. So, right? So we have to do this capacity building in a sustainable manner, in a basically ensuring that we actually stay where we are, or at least we start reducing our basically carbon intensity. So we as a company have chalked out a very pragmatic plan. So from short to medium to long term. Short term, we clearly believe that with the help of operational excellence, energy excellence, these are the levers that will really help us to reduce our carbon intensity by at least 10 to 15 odd percent. Second is the deployment or the penetration of renewable energy for powering our steel operation. Like as we speak, we are putting up 1.5 gigawatt of solar farm in Bikaner in Rajasthan, and another 1.5 gigawatt of wind farm is coming up in Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. And these plants, 3 gigawatt renewable power will be available to us by to end of next year. So that itself will help us to reduce our carbon intensity by 15 to 20 odd percent, right? So starting with operational excellence, energy excellence, and renewable energy, this itself we believe together as a lever from short to medium term can help us to reduce our carbon intensity by 25 to 30%, right? So that's one. Now, once we do this, parallelly, we believe that carbon capture utilization, because by that time, in next 2 to 3 odd years, there will be more amplification, there will be more scalability of these technologies, and more, basically permanent sinks will be explored. Because, if we talk about the permanent sinks in India, we have like, there is a potential, huge potential of 500 gigatons of permanent storage. If you talk about zoom into the Eastern Corridor itself has 200 odd gigaton of storage. So meaning, government, I think in next 2 to 3 odd months will also come up with the carbon capture utilization mission that will give more perspective, more vision, line of sight in terms of the hub and cluster models, the basically the pipeline, the routing of the pipeline, the overall pipeline layout for the energy intensive or the clusters are going to form. So that will really bring a lot of traction in this area. So that is where we believe that from short to medium and long term, of course, is definitely going to be the green hydrogen. So we are basically exploring different colors of hydrogen, starting from blue to green and also to the pink as well. Pink is also going to play an important role because there's so much of traction on the nuclear energy as well. By 2047, we have to add 100 gigaton of 100 gigawatt of nuclear. And if you integrate electrolyzers with the steam coming from the nuclear plants, I think that can give the most competitive levelized cost of hydrogen. So I think all these levers are definitely going to play an important role. Plus, also bringing operational excellence in the existing plant, like the thermal plants that we have. We'll try to get it ready for the future-ready technologies, like thermal energy storage is one of them, where we can bring in this technology and try to sort of retrofit, or what we say, the repurpose our existing coal-fired plant. Plus, there are some assets where we believe can be retrofitted, like the better efficient, energy efficient coke one plants, and also retiring some of the coke plants, basically which have already achieved their life. So these are the things, pragmatic things we believe will be important for us, and especially the lever one, energy excellence and operational excellence, with the minimum capex of 3 to 4%, it will help us to reduce the carbon intensity by 10 to 15%, as I said. So these are the pragmatic, realistic, and the highly impactful, strategies that we have actually roadmapped to reduce our carbon intensity.
Thank you so much. Nicely pointed out that there is no single silver bullet for entire decarbonization. We need to have a mix of everything. And the good thing about hydrogen is, that's pointed out by Naveenji, that there are different colors of hydrogen right now. But the good thing that consumer and consumer does not discriminate on the behalf of colors. So meanwhile, till we reach hydrogen, I'll just take one question to Yash. Yes, in a typical steel plant, there are a number of emission channels, and all these flue gases have different composition. So, as a carbon capture technology supplier, how is your solution be amicable for all these steel plant emission channels?
That's a great question, Gauravji. I would like to preface my answer by by going off of what Mr. Naveen was talking about, that we have to look at the entire chain to make sure that every decarbonization pathway that we choose is economically sustainable. So in that respect, the capture technology is also very important, because that becomes the 30 to 40% of the carbon capture plant is the core capture unit. Now, if we are able to decrease the costs of those capture units by 30 to 40%, that brings the ROI to be in a very favorable Goldilocks zone, which proliferates the adaptation across the industries. So to your question, Gauravji, there are several kinds of flue gas compositions that we target. We have looked at hard-to-abate industries as the first stepping stone towards a decarbonized future. So we have specialized solutions for thermal power plants, for example. So power plants running on coal, power plants running on gas, diesel. We have specialized solutions for those, and we boast currently the lowest cost of capture globally. Now, in terms of steel, steel is actually the lowest hanging fruit in terms of carbon capture. So I will take you to a very, very simple equation that we follow, a rule of thumb in carbon capture. If the concentration of carbon dioxide in the emission stream is high, that means the cost of capture is low. Now, to give you some perspective, if I am looking at a coal-based thermal power plant, we are looking at around 12 to 15% of CO2 concentration. But when we talk about steel, that is 97% CO2. So you can imagine the reductions in cost that steel industry can enjoy today if we are to go and start implementing carbon capture. Also, there are market forces, right? So CBAM is coming up. CBAM mandates that any exports from India is abated in terms of CO2 emissions. So I think the far future is definitely an hydrogen-based DRI solution. But for me, sustainability also means making sure that the current assets that are already developed in the market get an extended runway in the future. And that is what CCUS will do. CCUS will allow blast furnaces and natural gas DRIs plants to run longer because the CO2 emissions have now been captured and now they are producing green steel. We are looking at a completely retrofittable solution. Whereas in hydrogen, we have to look at new technologies, we have to develop new plants, there is more capital investment that goes into a hydrogen-based DRI system. So that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Yes. Look, just to moving ahead from here, there are two types of solution. Either I get a magic wand and all of a sudden coal-based steel is replaced by hydrogen-based steel, which we say that future. But till then, we'll have to work with our existing facilities. Only 25 million tons of steel making capacity has been commissioned in the last 2 years. And these facilities will operate for another 20, 25, 30, 35 years. And we have to operate these facilities because steel is good for the economic growth as well. So in this regards, yes, told by Navinji, there are several low-hanging fruits like improving energy efficiency, improving process efficiency, feedstock development, and carbon capture is one thing which will make our transition towards green hydrogen-based steel making much easier. So in this regard, I'll again go back to Naveen Ahlawat ji. Naveen Ahlawat ji, we would like to just know about the coal gasification plant which you are operating and the carbon capture plant. And because of this carbon capture plant associated with this, your coal gasification, what benefits you are getting in steel making and what are the benefits to the environment? This whole question is to say that we can use coal as a clean energy means and that will be good for India.
I think it's a great question, Gaurav. The point is that we have to basically focus on this fact that India has got the fourth largest coal reserves. Now this is very, very important. We have now there are two ways of thinking it. One, we see that as we move forward, we can totally sort of retire these assets, or we use this asset more basically in a mindful way or in a sustainable way. That is super important, right? Now the coal gasification, all the rotary kilns that we talk about, coal-based rotary kilns, they are very carbon intensive, high carbon intensive, basically way of steel making. Now with coal gasification as one of the route, I think it is very, very, basically low carbon intensive, clean gas, because the synthesis gas is a very clean gas. You gasify coal, use this asset and make pure gas. That gas can be used to reduce iron oxide into iron. So this is one of the best way to make steel making. Now this is like moving from bad to good. Now moving from good to great is the moment because the good thing about gasification is that the schemes, which Yashji has just said, the concentration of CO2, it is pretty high. Like in Retrosol, it is 89% CO2 concentrated, right? In DRI, the CO2, the captured CO2 that we are getting, it is 99.5% plus, ready to be utilized, right? So now you don't have to spend extra capex to capture this CO2, right? So it is directly you can utilize this CO2 to make various valuable chemicals, aggregates, and so on and so forth, right? So this is one of the important things. Now, just to give you an example, if I put a carbon capturing plant on a standalone basis versus the carbon capturing that we are having, the cost is almost 1/3 to 1/4, right? So this is very, very important because, the moment you start going downstream, you will start, using this low cost captured CO2, which will make all your, basically projects economically viable. That is one. Second, I think with the help of carbon credits, I think in this route of CCU, the carbon credit that you can get will derive the maximum benefit, will drive the highest value. Like as we speak, the carbon credit value around this route is it is hovering around 70 to $100 per ton, right? These are the recently traded carbon credits around this route. So that's why gasification is super important. It is doing two, three things at one time. First, it is utilizing our coal reserves. Second, it is giving us a clean gas. Number three, it is also giving us a very high concentration CO2 that can be utilized. And fourth, because if we otherwise if we don't use these coal reserves, with the next 5, 6 odd years, or let's say 10 years, then with more carbon prices coming, with more basically environmental sustainable solution coming in, we won't be able to do the basically justice to this technology. And China is one of the super example here. From 1990 to 2010, China they used coal gasification as one of their main levers to become the world largest exporter of all sort of chemicals, be it ammonia, ammonium nitrate, methanol, dimethyl ether, and all the downstream chemicals. So I think it is a very, very, actually I would say the last opportunity for us to really go to capitalize coal gasification. And I think from the PM office, Honorable Prime Minister, as per his vision, we have to gasify 100 million ton of coal by 2030. And with new CCO's vision coming in, plus the viability gap funding, given by Ministry of Coal, we see more coal gasification plant coming in near future. And that actually to us will help us to reduce our forex and really to become a basically self-reliant Atmanirbhar. I think the story is absolutely appealing. And this, I believe, is the last chance for us to really scale this process and technology.
Yes, you very well pointed out that imports are inversely proportional to Atmanirbharta. So we should try to be more Atmanirbhar. So now next question to Yash. We were talking of steel. Now you have another revenue, coal gasification. So how your carbon capture technology solution is adaptable to various sectors? Mind you, flue gases will have different compositions.
That is correct. So it's not just the concentration of CO2 sometimes that matters. We are doing feasibility studies right now with some of the players in Middle East who have shown us that, for example, if you were to process natural gas now, and as well as coal, right? So when we process coal and we gasify, there is a high possibility of hydrogen sulfide to be entering into the feed stream. Now, hydrogen sulfide is a very difficult gas to deal with. So those are the kinds of things that we bring in to these projects to make sure that these projects are not just economically sustainable, but they also run at the promised performance throughout the life of the plant. And as I said, we are heavy believers in sustainability and making sure projects do work for their lifetime. And those are the kinds of optimizations that we're looking at. And when I said that we have specialized solutions for these industries, that is what I meant. That it is not just swapping the media that is capturing CO2. Exactly. It is also about adding equipment and also looking at collaborators to making sure that these projects succeed at the scale that we need them to, at a commercial scale.
Because one scheme, let's say a carbon capture solution which is very good for power may not work for steel. It may be good for steel. So accordingly, with each sector, we have to fine-tune our carbon capture technology.
Of course. So what we have done is that we have taken all of that guesswork out. So essentially, when we look at a carbon capture solution, we are able to produce a standard product from the capture unit. And that standard product is liquefied food-grade CO2, which is a product and a commodity in the market today. So if you were to be looking at gaining some return on investment, you can come to us and we can then propose a solution which develops and produces food-grade CO2 for the life of the project.
Look, see, carbon capture is not a new technology. It's a pretty mature technology. And as of now, almost 50 million tons of CO2 is being captured and sequestered globally. And around 1700 million tons of carbon capture capacity is at various phases of execution, be it at feasibility stage or execution stage. And another figure for steel market, almost 24 million tons of carbon capture capacity is being studied across various steel plants around the globe. So the good thing about carbon capture is that it lets you use your existing facility till the time you come up with another solution. So next question again to Yash. So if there are no constraints, so which sector you would like to target first and foremost with your, I'll say, technology offerings?
No constraints, absolutely steel. As I said, 97% pure CO2 is being emitted from blast furnaces. It is absolutely ripe to be captured and converted at a very, very low cost. And you are looking at an ROI of a 25-year running plant within 5 to 6 years. Now, that solves so many problems like CBAM. We can be a global leader across the world in utilizing CCUS to produce green steel. Absolutely, steel.
Okay, we all agree that steel has to be decarbonized. So anyone here who will say that apart from steel, there should be some other sector which we should take up on priority?
So I'll take your suggestion. Cement, absolutely. Cement, the good and bad thing about cement is that the bad thing is cement cannot be decarbonized through renewable energy. There are CO2 emissions that are from the process itself. When you mine calcium carbonate and you heat it to make lime, which is calcium oxide, which is a precursor to cement, CO2 is released. There is absolutely no alternative to cement right now. The only problem with cement that we have seen in the industry is there is not a lot of agility towards new technologies. We don't export a lot of cement. Most of the cement goes to maybe Bangladesh, Sri Lanka. So we don't have those market drivers in place like we do for steel. So cement, absolutely, I would love to, because it is a very clean way of capturing CO2. It does not have a lot of impurities, even in the flue gas stream. Mostly it's nitrogen and a bit of oxygen.
And also, just to add one good point about cement, that cement is the second most consumed commodity on earth after water.
Absolutely. As I said, cement is ready for the taking, but we have to be realistic. We don't have the market drivers.
Hi, I'm Rahul Sharda. I'm representing means OEMs who is in the business of grinding. You were talking about cement. So in cement we are number one in grinding, like to limestone, coal, or even clinker and other things. Yes, but I'm sorry to say the steel industry of today is the industry of 80s or 90s of cement. Lot of mental blockage in the steel industry. I am a very successful sales engineer in cement, but for last 1.5, 2 years, I'm struggling. Even everybody wants to be second. Nobody wants to be first to try our mills. We are well-proven mills. We have supplied 3,500 mills worldwide. For, you can see, limestone, okay. Iron ore grinding, okay, nobody wants to grind it, okay. But nobody even trying to have grinding of limestone, which is nothing. I'm just giving you one figure. To grind in a conventional ball mill and in our vertical roller mills, sorry, it is not verti mill, it is vertical roller mills, we conservatively say 30 to 40% saving of energy. So everybody is here discussing capturing. Nobody is discussing how to reduce the energy. So my point is, please open up. We have technology.
Sir, just to clarify, we were discussing that there is not a single silver bullet. Yeah. There are many steps: process efficiency, energy efficiency, feedstock improvement.
Yes.
These all are avenues. And carbon capture is also one of the avenues. Till we reach 100% perfect green ecosystem.
Absolutely. So because I'm interested to stand up here because all are here, sitting here, good companies, any consultants, advisors, please look into that. After 1.5 years, I'm saying means tender requirements are still with ball mills, conventional ball mills. They require wet grinding. In dry grinding, you don't require any water. Footprint area is very less. Energy consumption is there. No ultra fines required, whichever making in the grinding for beneficiation processes. So we can avoid tailings also. We are discussing in the morning. So we have solutions. Industry is there. Everybody is ready. We need support of industry so that we can have a better means.
Well taken, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
So no one better than Gauravji because
No, I just
he has worked with Niti Aayog and he is the one
in
who's
this tour we have worked with for all the coal mills and other for Tata Steel blast furnaces. So if I was not ready, then I will definitely meet Mr. Gauravji outside so that we can have.
The most important objective here is to reduce CO2 by, somehow.
Yes.
And
so we can chip in there. So needs your attention,
welcome.
Industry's attention towards us.
Sir, during I had just come across one person who was talking about their dung-based pellets and how they can be they are using it to reduce the CO2 emissions.
Thank you,
So
Gaurav.
please just give one line and introduction about yourself.
I'm Dr. Shuchi Verma, professor in Ramjas College, Department of Chemistry. We are working on cow dung and we are producing bioplastic from it. And you have already heard about it. And through this, the waste which we got it from after getting this bioplastic, we got ash. So I was just discussing with the Gaurav that biopellets of cow dungs can be used as a feedstock for burning in your coal system, and the ash can be again used to capture the CO2. It can be a circular economy. It's my suggestion. It's my points. Now I think it's over to you, Gaurav. This is what, and we are working on it. We have already, used ash as a water treatment. We got a very good result from it. So hopefully, if we put it in the chimney part, that ash can be used as a CO2 capturing agent also. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Point well taken. That air is only one thing which we are breathing. Along with this, water quality is also very important. So, so now again coming back to Yash. So what, I think the standard question you must be coming across everywhere. What policy support you expect from government?
So government is already being very proactive. For example, DST is working in establishing test beds for decarbonizing cement. So there is already a lot of proactiveness that is very, very happy to see. What we would like to help further, which would help the industry further, is some level of help in terms of financing pilot projects. What is happening is that CCUS normally has a bad reputation. As you said, Gaurav, it is a fairly mature technology. That's a given. But what's happening is that companies that have developed these technologies and that are in commercial scale right now are companies like Shell, Air Liquide, and as Naveenji said, Technip is with Shell currently. So the capex demand has been so high for CCUS tech that it has largely been shunned as being too expensive for processing of a waste gas. So we would like these funds to come in for pilots to show the indigenous technology that we have built in India that is highly competitive in terms of economics. So that is one thing that I would like to see.
Yeah, I'll do some. Most of us, when we talk about capex, we are only talking about carbon capture in a standalone basis. But if we add to utilization and storage part to it, with utilization, yes, we can work out on developing some extra revenue streams. In this regards, one of the most probable proposition in Indian context will be making construction revenues. Concrete aggregates out of captured CO2. A couple of commercial level plants have already been commissioned in US in this regards. So we'll have to work out what can be the viable proposition depending on the demand, depending on the region, and finally cost. Because in a battle between economics and technology, technology has never won. So now, Yash, are you proactively looking for such collaboration with any specific industry or sector?
So what we are doing is we are trying to close the value chain on the downstream side. So now that we have the capability to produce food-grade CO2, we are looking at other novel solutions. So we are partnering up with institutes that can convert CO2 into methanol, which is a precursor to sustainable aviation fuel. So SAF is already a mandate globally. So there would be high demand in the future for SAF that has been developed by green hydrogen and captured CO2. So that is a direct novel application which will yield revenue to help support the carbon capture plants.
Thanks, Yash. Now, questions from audience? Yes.
Tons per year, right?
Meter cube per hour, and CO2 level concentration is about.
Sir, I think your mic is off.
Your mic is off.
Hey.
Thank you, Gaurav. See, 120,000 and CO2 level is about, say, 78%, 79%. What is the rough capex of biograde CO2 plant, which will be going to, soda water, etc., like the Bahrain company does? So rough capex. I have the capex from European numbers. What is in your mind for this?
So I did allude that, of course, the cost of capture is normally we have a specific cost of capture. So we look at the per ton cost in terms of OPEX.
Okay.
And CAPEX, of course, is a lump sum. But if you're looking at around an 80% pure CO2 stream, and what we have are standard modules. For example, we have modules for 100 tons per day, 150 tons per day, and 200 tons per day of capacity of CO2 capture. Right? So if you're looking at a 100 TPD plant with an 80% pure emission stream without unreasonable amounts of hydrogen sulfide, you are looking at a capex of around 30-35 CR. And an OPEX is...
For 110 per day, you say?
For 100 TPD, yes.
100 TPD. And what is the input flow required of CO2 there? Clean gas. Don't take any H2S there. Clean gas. CO2, some CO, some hydrogen, which will take out. Don't
right.
worry.
So are you talking about the input feed stream?
Input
the flow
feed
rate?
stream, flow rate?
The flow rate, well, maybe we are looking at around 20,000 meter cube per hour, something like that. And OPEX, you're looking at around $20 to $25 per ton.
So you work on a transfer CO2 basis. So transfer CO2 pricing basis, or how you work? You sell the technology.
Well, okay. So we are also a project developer. So what we offer is carbon capture as a service, right? So if your plant is in a location where we are able to utilize the CO2, we will step in, we will put in the capex, and against a decarbonization fee from the emitter, we will set up the plant, operate the plant.
Okay, yes. I think C is again after me. C always after me. Okay.
Further discussions we can continue during the lunch time.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much, gentlemen. And now I request Ms. Monica Bachchan to please come on the stage and do the honor of felicitating our moderator, Mr. Gaurav Verma, branch head M.N. Dasur. Can we have a big round of applause for him for delivering such an amazing and intellectual session? Now I request Mr. Yash Agarwal, co-founder, Carbonetics Carbon Capture, to please accept this token of appreciation and respect from Metalogic PMS. And a big round of applause and thank you to Mr. Naveen Ehlawat, who joined us virtually, Head Power to X, Green Hydrogen, Green Steel and Gasification Projects, and CCSU, Jindal Steel and Power. Thank you so much. So now we have a presentation on carbon auditing, accounting, and CBAM by Mr. Harsh Chaudhary, co-founder and CEO, Centra World. Can we have a round of applause for him?
Okay, good afternoon. How is everybody doing? We are 15-20 minutes away from lunch. I know I'm keeping you away from lunch, so I will go through things in a well-paced manner. Can we get this up on the screen? Okay, so I think we've had a very good morning. We've heard from some industry stalwarts about what's happening in the area of decarbonization. We've heard about some really good technologies. I think we're going to go in a little deeper and talk a little bit about what it takes to actually measure, with the simple logic that what you cannot measure, you cannot manage. Just a little bit about what we do. I run a company called Centra World, where we help companies measure, mitigate, and monetize their CO2 emissions. We have a software platform by which we do this. I myself have spent the last 20 years in the area of sustainability. We work in heavy industry. We work in industrial manufacturing. That's the only thing that we do within steel, cement, a little bit of automotive and engineering and all of that. And again, we have clients in India, Middle East, Southeast Asia, and all of that. Bunch of different products. I won't make you go through it, but your end-to-end CO2 emissions management happens on this one integrated platform, ranging from calculation of your emissions to your scope 3 management, certifications, creating your decarbonization roadmap. We've recently started up with helping steel companies sell their green material as well. We'll talk a little bit about that. A bunch of different clients. You'll see a lot of players from the steel industry, as we felt relevant was for this forum. Large companies such as SAIL, JSPL, JSW, medium-sized companies such as Kirloskar, Kalyani, etc. Many other players such as you see ARS Steel, also Mr. Bhatia over here. Also the users of steel such as Volvo, Cummins, Infosys as a major real estate player. A bunch of different people, all of them that we've been helping them on the topic of decarbonization. Now let's get into, I know some of the context has already been set in the morning, but I wanted to go through a few points. We are, from a CO2 emissions perspective, why is CO2 emissions important? Greenhouse gas emissions are important because they result in climate change. A primary indicator of climate change is how much of temperature increase there will be or there has been since the 1700s, which was pre-industrialization era. The limit, as the scientists put it at, is 1.5 degrees centigrade. Any guesses from the audience around how much we are at right now? Any guesses? How many people say that we are at about 1 degree centigrade increase already? Can I see your hands? Okay, I see a couple of hands over there. Sorry? Okay, we have an answer around 3 degrees. So is there anybody around 2? We see a group of 3s, we see a group of 1s. Okay, good range. Okay, good. So between 1, yes, it is, good news is between 1 and 3. We are at about, NASA puts it at about 1.35. A few other agencies put it at about 1.5, but hopefully we shouldn't go to the 3 number. If we end up going to the 3 number, that is going to be catastrophe, right? There's going to be rising sea levels and many other things. We hopefully should not reach there. I'm a big fan of human adaptability, but this is something that we don't always have to adapt to. Now, the steel industry forms about 12% of India's CO2 emissions, greenhouse gas emissions. I see many folks from the cement industry here. This number is probably a little lesser for the cement industry, but then also very, very important. Those are the 2 largest industrial sectors after the power generation sector for India's decarbonization story. So very, very relevant. India's average CO2 emissions are 2.5 tons of CO2 per ton of steel compared to a global average of 1.9. We have our reasons for it. We are reliant on coal. We don't have access to so much of gas. We don't have access to so much of scrap. So these are all, there is a reason why this number is 2.5, but that should not prevent us from bringing it lower. Now, apart from, all of us are part of small, medium, and large organizations, and we know that we have an obligation to do good things while doing well. But we have to ensure that there is business use in all of this, right? We heard the beginning of a short debate right before this around green steel premium. We'll talk a little bit more about that, but a few things. Right now, we are also seeing companies, yes, everybody's going to pursue a journey in sustainability because we are good global citizens. But at the same time, we need to make this work for us, right? We need to make this work economically. We are seeing 3 areas, right? One is around green products. Either you can think about this as an avoided carbon tax. We have carbon taxation systems coming up everywhere. We have to not only think of green steel premium, but we also have to think about how you can avoid carbon tax, which will actually add to your margin, make your product more attractive from a financial perspective. Second, price premiums, yes, we'll talk a little bit about that a little later in the presentation. Sustainable organizations. Now, we have companies going for IPO left, right, and center. If you talk about business leaders, primary thing on their mind is the value of their stock price, how much value they're returning to their shareholders. Sustainability plays a very, very important role in this. The brand value matters a lot. And now, over the last 4-5 years, we've been seeing this new term around sustainability-linked finance, SLF, really coming out. The UPL group, which is an agri company, they raised, I think, India's first sustainability-linked loan of about $700 million in 2020, I think. JSW in 2022, Tata Communications was a couple of years back. All of these were in the range of some $500 to $700 million. Why does this matter? This matters because these loans were obtained at a lower interest rate, right? The reduction in the interest rate was about 0.1 to 0.5 degrees centigrade, 0.5%, right? Hopefully not centigrade. So that was the reduction, and this is a point where it wasn't just the chief sustainability officer, but it was the CFO of the company who got into this, because they clearly saw that there is value in decarbonization. Decarbonization will work if it's not just the chief sustainability officer, but everybody, the COO, the CFO, everybody is really involved over here, right? So that's value that decarbonization can deliver on that front. And obviously, we've also seen, decarbonization or sustainability is not new to the steel industry. People have been doing it for economic benefit for decades, right? Energy efficiency, yield improvement, they have all been there. They will continue to create value. Companies should do it. It improves the bottom line. At the same time, carbon credits, we've talked about it. I always see it as in the voluntary market, it's a little bit of a wild card, but now with a regulated market coming in, we should see more action really happening over there. And to manufacturers in India today, they're faced with 4 forces. One is around customer requirements. More and more customers are asking for green materials, right? And there are various consortia which are getting formed. There are domestic regulations. The CCTS has come into play. There is, for the steel sector, there's green steel taxonomy. There is, various pollution control boards are driving the topic. Exports are now reliant on your CO2 emissions. EU CBAM was one of them. US is we can put that on hold for a while. We know that UK CBAM is coming up in 2027. We hear Japan, Korea, and parts of Middle East also implementing something. The UAE has just launched this year their own carbon reporting system. They will likely get into a taxation system as well. And capital markets, which we talked about, is pretty much around any company looking to invest, is going to see, is this company really sustainable? Is it really going to be doing well in the future from a sustainability standpoint? So many things really working towards manufacturers looking at sustainability. Let's get into carbon accounting, right? When we think about decarbonization, we really just see it's a very simple framework: measure, mitigate, and monetize. In measurement, your first thing is, we're at a point where I think we're done with, spreadsheets and Excel files. Let's move on to more digitally enabled CO2 tracking. There are more advanced forms which are more AI and blockchain linked. I won't get into that right now, but clearly having a digital CO2 emissions measurement system is critical. You need a ton of green product certifications. We're going to get into that in a little while, because there's a lot of certifications out there. Which one is the right one for you? On the mitigation part, there are various decarbonization projects, which includes futuristic technologies like carbon capture and hydrogen, which needs more R&D, more research to make it cheaper. Currently available technology, which is around, let's say, renewables, and then available technologies and all of that. And my favorite part is actually around the monetization. Who's going to pay for decarbonization, right? What is the value at stake over here? If there is nobody who's willing to pay for this, why will anybody take it up? So we're going to talk about that as well. Let's start with this, right? This slide is meant to be confusing. So if you're confused, don't feel bad. This slide is meant to be confusing because these are all the different standards which are needed for a steel company to do their CO2 emissions reporting today. And for the cement sector, it will, if I take out a few of them from here, maybe one or two of them, the same is relevant for them as well. Let's go through this, right? From a CO2 emissions measuring standpoint, greenhouse gas protocol, which is considered the big daddy of CO2 emissions reporting, that's there. World Steel Association has its own reporting standard or its own methodology. Responsible Steel has its own. And if you're operating in the US, which is now a little watered down, there is something else. There are various certifications for it. There are 5 different ISO certifications to this. CIA has its Green Pro and Green Co. There are various regulatory requirements which have come in. I mean, there is EU CBAM, which we've talked about a little while ago. There is BRSR, which is India's ESG reporting framework. Ministry of Power has launched CCTS. Ministry of Steel has launched the Green Steel Taxonomy. For any manufacturer, are you going to get into being in the plant and manufacturing your steel or cement, or will you be left doing all of this? Right? This is what a lot of our clients actually ask us, that how much effort is actually going to go into all of this? Let's break this down a little bit, right? So apologies for the small text. I can come and talk to you later, or we have a booth at the back. You can hit us up there. Let's talk about a few parts of this, right? I'm going to get a little theoretical on this, but I think this is important for everybody to know. When you think about carbon footprinting, and I'm not going to get into ESG also for the time being, I'll just talk about carbon footprinting. Carbon footprinting is of 4 types. There is corporate carbon footprint, product carbon footprint, life cycle assessment, and EPDs, which are environmental product declaration. Corporate carbon footprint is the most simplistic form of all of this. It covers a company as a whole and all the sites within. It calculates your absolute CO2 emissions, scope 1, scope 2, scope 3. Pretty much most of the time it goes from cradle to gate, which means from the origins of your raw materials up until your out gate, which includes your manufacturing, your upstream supply chain, and all of that. There are various frameworks to this. The greenhouse gas protocol has ISO 14064. If you do it by the WSA methodology, it's ISO 14404. GreenCo also, the CIA GreenCo also has a way to calculate this. There is the carbon credit trading scheme, which is from India's Ministry of Power, BE. Ministry of Steel has the Green Steel Taxonomy, and there is a responsible steel as well. Now, out of all of this, if you have been called upon, now let's talk about what is mandatory out of this. Mandatory out of this is CCTS. If you have been identified by the Ministry of Power as one of the companies, I think in steel, they've identified about 280 companies. In cement also a similar number. So if you've been identified by the Ministry of Power as one of the companies, you guys need to do this. All the others over here are optional. So if somebody is coming and telling you that you have to do responsible steel or something else, it's not mandatory, but it's optional, it is voluntary. You should do this only when you're able to get commercial benefit out of this, right? We always have to see, it's good to do an inventory check once in a while, but from a certification standpoint and to spend that kind of money, you must be sure that this is going to get you commercial value. Let's go into product carbon footprint. Similar ISO methodology, ISO 14064. This basically, supposing you're producing billets, rounds, and whatever, one other product. It will calculate emissions on a per product level. So if you're talking to a customer about this, you can just say that if you're buying billet from me, the CO2 emissions are so much. If the rounds, CO2 emissions are so much. EU CBAM, the European CBAM, is a type of a product carbon footprint as well. This is also something which is mandatory today. If you're exporting to EU, if you fall under the 748 CN codes or HS codes, you need to be doing this, right? It's as simple as that. This has been in effect since 2023, or rather October 2023. Next year onwards, the financial penalties come in. I think there's been a lot of talk around what these taxes will be, so we'll skip that part for now. More and more companies are looking to even get something called an EPD. And LCA is a precursor to an EPD, so I'll directly jump to the EPD. EPD is a very good distinguisher, right? It basically goes into your CO2 emissions and many other parts of your environmental performance in a lot of detail. And once you go through this entire EPD evaluation, it will take you about 6 months to do. And there's a body called EPD International where your CO2 emissions profile will be really put up over there. Today, I think there are only about 4 to 5 companies in India, steel companies, who have an EPD. Tata Steel has it, JSW has it, ARS Steel, Mr. Bhatia over here, he has it, and a couple of others. In the cement sector, what we've seen is that Ultratech has it, ACC has it, but they have done it at an overall company level, right? They have not broken it down by site or by product, right? So this gives you an overview of all the different, and then obviously there is, the ESG reporting where in India, BRSR is mandatory if you're falling under the top 1,000. There are other systems that you can also do. There's GRI, a lot of European ones like CDP and many others. But if you want to know more about this and what is applicable to you, we are right there at the back. You can come and talk to us about it. CBAM, everybody knows, all of us have heard of it. I think the key point over here, I'm not going to go through the details, but the key point over here is that CBAM is already there. I know there's our Ministry of Commerce and Industry is trying to fight this so that we have lesser taxes. But, as of now, CBAM the taxes are going to start in 2026. If you are already an exporter, you must get your, yeah, sure. Okay. CCTS also, you guys already know. What I'm going to do is, and there's the Green Steel Taxonomy, which gives 3 ratings, 3-star, 4-star, 5-star. This is something that if you are, this is done by the Ministry of Steel. This is not mandatory right now, but highly promoted. I'm going to talk a little bit about this whole green steel premium topic, right? We recently did some work we've been working with a few real estate companies to help them figure out how they can get green steel. In a typical building, about 50% of the material that they use is concrete, about 20 to 30% is steel. What is the value of green buildings? Right now, most big builders, they're able to get the right certifications for green buildings, which are LEED, GRIHA, IGBC, and all of that. But now they're anchoring towards a different metric, which is kgs of CO2 per meter square. If you have an average building today without concern so much for green, this number will be at about 1,000. Companies like Lodha are trying to get this down to 300. The new IGBC program says that if you're able to get this down below 700, you will unlock new benefits. New benefits include greater customer value proposition. You'll probably, if you're a commercial building, you'd like to attract the Amazons and the Googles of the world to come and take up spaces. That is what attracts them. You get higher floor area ratio depending on which state of the country you're in. Certain banks have reduced interest rates for it, and there's faster environmental clearance. If builders are able to get some benefits out of this, why is this not being passed down to producers of green steel, green cement, and all of that? Now, this is just one example, and I'm not going to talk, Mr. Sharma talked in the beginning about war happening on 4 fronts. I don't want to open a 5th front by talking about if there is a premium or not. I will talk only by an example, right? So this is an example of ARS Steel where we recently helped them sell their steel, their TMT bars, with a little bit of a premium to a Hong Kong-based company who's setting up a manufacturing site in India, right? They were previously buying from a steel player who had higher CO2 emissions. They transitioned over to ARS, and they were able to reduce their embodied emissions by 125 tons of CO2 per meter square. Where other buildings are trying to get to 300 and all, they were able to reduce directly by 125, right? So this is just proof that there is a market right now for green products. We won't talk about a premium because first it's about acceptability, and that's what's going to happen in the next few years, and then we will talk about a premium. But there is a demand. Now, the price of that demand is yet to be ascertained, but there is a demand for green products, right? I'll skip some of these, but one more thing is that a lot of steel companies are coming up now with their own green steel brands, right? You see, Mr. Acharya a little earlier talked about JSW's Green Edge. Kalyani has its own brand. Tata Steel in Europe has 2 brands. A lot of Japanese companies have their own green steel brands. So this is something which is really coming up. The other part over here is, we don't have time to get into the details of this, but there is a whole calculation around avoided carbon tax, right? Depending on which country you're exporting to, there's a prevalent carbon tax over there. How can you actually come up with that? How can you gain value from there? Every steel player who's looking to export must actually take this into their calculations now. Avoided carbon tax, and it depends on which country you're operational in. And my last topic that I'm going to talk about is sorry, I'm just going to take 1 more minute, right? Because this is super important. Mr. Acharya in the morning, Mr. Prabodha Acharya, he talked about this Green Edge, where he talked about this certificate-based CO2 emissions management. This is what it is. This is the chain of custody released by the World Steel Association. If you are in the business of steel or even cement right now, this is very important to you. The way that this works is that you can have CO2 emissions projects, which you have CO2 reduction projects. Let's say you're doing solar. You get these certified as ISO 14064-2. You load up all of these credits into a carbon bank or a carbon wallet. And what you then do is you establish a CO2 emissions baseline, which excluded these projects. And then what you do is that whenever you have a customer order, which requires low CO2 emissions than your average, you can attach these carbon credits just to those customer orders. So let's say only 20% of your customers today demand low CO2 emissions products. There is now a mechanism by which you can attach carbon credits to just those customer orders. And thereby you don't need to decarbonize your whole plant, but you're decarbonizing on a small. And to me, it's a stopgap solution till we figure out how to in a cost-effective way decarbonize our entire plant. But this is a way also to test waters. This has been certified by the World Steel Association. I'm sure in cement also something like this can be applied. And this undergoes the right third-party audits, etc., to make it happen. This is something that we have been working with a lot of companies, including JSW on. But this is something which is quite new in the area of CO2 emissions tracking. With that, I'm going to conclude. Thank you so much for your time and your attention.
Thank you so much for this amazing presentation, and I hope that we have gained a lot of new data and thoughts from Mr. Harsh Chaudhary. Now I request Ms. Bachchan to please present this memento to Mr. Harsh Chaudhary, co-founder and CEO, Centra World. Thank you once again. And ladies and gentlemen, I think we should proceed for the lunch. And I request all of you to please meet me sharp at 2:15 so that we can proceed with the next session. So the lunch is at my right side. Please proceed and join us for lunch. But please join us back sharp at 2:15.
Welcome to the world of JSW Steel, where vision, technology, and innovation serve as the driving forces behind the growth on a global scale. Since its inception, JSW Steel has always supported India in its pursuit of self-reliance. JSW Steel, being India's leading steel manufacturer, boasts a strategic manufacturing presence not only in India, but also in Italy and the USA. Moreover, it takes immense pride in its extensive exports to over 100+ countries across 5 continents. Having rapidly expanded its manufacturing capabilities, JSW Steel has now become India's largest integrated steel manufacturer. Our advanced facilities use cutting-edge technology to produce high-quality steel products that meet the needs of our global customers. With a wide range of flat and long products, JSW Steel is renowned for its versatility and reliability as a steel producer. JSW Steel boasts an impressive array of specialized brands in its portfolio. It fosters our active and profound involvement, enabling us to stand as proud partners in the process of nation building, where JSW Steel has emerged as a key collaborator in the journey of making the world a better place. Our relentless pursuit of excellence for over 4 decades has earned us numerous prestigious awards and titles. JSW Steel recognizes the vital role of employees in achieving organizational success. The company is dedicated to cultivating an inclusive and forward-thinking workforce that prioritizes the growth of both the organization and the wider community. Our CSR projects focus on environment, improving education, health, and skills, making a meaningful impact on people's lives with warmth and care. With a steadfast commitment to responsible expansion, the company has successfully ventured into diverse markets, accomplishing highly prestigious projects. Our strategic growth plan aligns with India's increasing steel demand, actively supporting the nation's sustainable development journey. As a trusted partner in nation building, we uphold a commitment to excellence. We are JSW Steel.
As we are about to begin with our next session, which is session 4. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I request all of you to please get settled down. I think we should proceed with our next session. So let's begin with our next session, which is session 4. Decarbonization in steel making processes. And let me introduce to the moderator of the session, Mr. Bidyut Chakrabarti, partner KPMG India, Metal and Mining. Can we have a round of applause for him? And now let's invite the speakers, Mr. Sushanta Ghosh, Chief Operating Officer and BU, Green Steel ACME Group. I can't hear the applause though, everyone. Mr. Manish Mishra, Chief Corporate Affairs, Tata Steel Limited. I thought that we had lunch, now we have more energy, but I can't hear the applause. It was more better in the morning then. Thank you. Mr. Abhinav Sen Gupta, Associate Director, PwC India. Mr. Samir Singh, Deputy General Manager, Jindal Steels Limited. Dr. Suvadeep Sen, Head of Innovations, Siemens Energy India Limited. And they'll be discussing on upgrade existing steel making equipment to reduce energy consumption. Use creep style in electric arc furnaces to minimize raw material emissions. Develop and scale innovative processes like molten oxide electrolysis and plasma-based smelting. Over to you, Mr. Bidyut Chakrabarti.
A very good afternoon to all of you. It's a post-lunch session, so I am careful. We are about to start the session on decarbonization in steelmaking processes. We have a panel of experts with us today, from steel manufacturers to someone working on the solution side, especially on the digital solutions, and including consultants like me and Abhinav, who have been working in the mining and metals domain with focus on steel, and more importantly, are students of the subject called decarbonization within the larger theme of ESG. I have a very brief presentation, which I thought could be highlighted right up front to set the context for the topic of discussion, so that we can deep dive and debate on the points that I probably would make in my initial thoughts or comments. A disclaimer at the upfront: these are not suggestive in terms of the points that I'm going to make. These are more exploratory in nature, with the thoughts on the table, so that the panel can debate, deliberate, and then during the Q&A, we can hear from other experts who are sitting in front of us. Sorry. This we know that steel sector contributes approximately 8% of the global emissions. I mean, that's the impact of a single sector, dominated primarily by the BF-BOF route of steel making, but not so much by the electric arc route or electric route of steel making. If you look at the comparison, as someone was saying in the pre-launch session, that India has been growing very, very strongly on the steel capacity addition as well as production side. So our steel production in 2024 calendar year was to the tune of around 7.9% of the total steel as per world steel data. But if you look at the mix of the BF-BOF route of steel making vis-a-vis the electric route, while globally it is around 71%, India is, as per 23-24 data, is around 44%. But apparently it may look like a very good news because we are having a lot of electric arc kind of capacity, but no. We also have induction furnace within that number, which is also a substantial number from secondary steel manufacturing capacity perspective. Current view, again, as per World Steel Association, that green steel making technologies in terms of processes within that, with the application or the changes, with potentiality of retrofitting into the current existing assets, green steel production technologies, if I may say the word, are at a nascent stage, either in pilot or yet to be tested, yet to gain to the quote-unquote in the category of commercial scale, which can be used across the industry and be adopted at a good cost, because cost also an important parameter in this. In a competitive steel market, when there is a Trump who can apply tariff any point of time, and there is, of course, CBAM within which we have to operate as far as sales and marketing is concerned. Even though India's exposure to the export market is not that significant as a percentage, but it still impacts. Till the time we can create more capacities within the domestic, more demand in the domestic market beyond the PSU customer base. This is again an analysis based on the body of work that we have done as KPMG over a period of time, over the last 2-3 years. This is our current level of understanding that if you look at the value chain, and within the room you will know that what is scope 1, 2, and 3. So if you look at the value chain right from mining up to, iron making, steel making, finished products, and then downstream logistics and others, if you consider the entire value chain, around 70 to 72% is actually within scope 1 and 2, which is primarily the focus of the discussion as far as decarbonization goes. Because scope 3 is anyway very, very open-ended, and the debates will be much more to talk about scope 3. So our point of debate, I hope the panel will focus on the scope 1, scope 2 में कितना opportunities है within the steel making process itself, within the boundary of the plant, or the upstream, especially for integrated plants who are having iron ore mines, and if coking coal assets, et cetera, that how much of this can be reduced going forward. Talking about the two technology routes, BF-BOF and DRI-EAF, the average, carbon emission that is happening is to the tune of the intensity, what they call it, is to the tune of around 2.7, if we consider that kind of a number. There can be multiple levers in the short term, medium term, long term. And again, as I said at the beginning, this is not prescription, but this is based on our body of work as well as the research that has been done, that utilization of scrap is one of the options, one of the levers. Increasing RE share, the renewable energy share in the existing as well as new facilities, existing facility as well as new facility in terms of expansion that is happening, can also be a good lever. And these are all low-hanging fruits. It's not difficult to adopt. In India, of course, scrap is easy to say, but the availability of the scrap and the processing and the whole ecosystem is yet to, kind of mature. But that is nonetheless, if we can put that in place, that can be a low-hanging fruit. Then energy and thermal efficiency, that can be worked on. Yield improvement, adoption of digital, like digital twins, application of AI, other solutions like someone will speak about from the Siemens side, can be adopted, through which we can target to reduce or bring in some efficiency within the steelmaking process itself. And then maybe towards a little bit of medium to long perspective, any substitution that is possible of PCI with, say, biomass or any equivalent. Or later on, hydrogen. Everybody will talk about hydrogen, but how mature globally, how successfully projects can be envisaged at this point in time. Probably this is something beyond 2030 for sure, and maybe beyond 2035 to look at and adopt at a commercial scale, which we believe that maybe by 2050 or so, this can be a roadmap that from 2.7 to 1.1, this is a potential roadmap that may be created, okay, and can be adopted. Whereas that opportunity was to the tune of around 60-odd%, but maybe in DRI, EAF, that opportunity could be a little more. And here the number is from India perspective. That's why you were seeing a higher intensity as against a BF-BOF. This is from India perspective. Average, you can consider at around 3 ton of CO2 per TCS, ton of crude steel. And similar kind of levers, if you apply, the scrap usage, increasing focus on the waste heat recovery, 100% RE, if we can aspire to move towards that. Other efficiencies, fine coal injection by replacing by gas. Overall, again, we can target to the extent of around 1.1 over a period of time. The timeline is, of course, debatable depending on how the technology is mature as an ecosystem, whether, let's take one example, the scrap itself, whether that will be made available at ease, a finish as a kind of easy availability of that scrap, which can be easily procured by the steel plant owners and then can be used as a charge. That depending on the maturity of our ability to create that ecosystem, that success can be achieved. But this can be a roadmap. So if you look at overall, for both technologies, process routes perspective, it can be 3 categories. One is the circular use, which is scrap, which is the use of waste heat recovery wherever possible. Then the process elements, which is increasing the use of pellets, and then tailing beneficiation, etc., that can be done. And then, of course, a big area called energy and fuel mix optimization, which includes the adoption of RE more and more with the final aim of 100% optimization. So overall put together, anywhere between 50 to 70%, it can help to reduce my current level of steel sector intensity towards that path. Whether that will achieve by 2050 or we will be able to achieve only by 2070 is going to depend on 3 things. One is the maturity of that particular technology. Second is the ecosystem that we need to create. And the third is the cost. Because something might be looking very great as a solution, but if cost-wise it is not supportive, then it is not going to work, especially in Indian market where we need to create a huge body of infrastructure going forward, and both public and private sector cannot afford to use a very, very costly steel. So who pays for this is another point of debate that we should hear from the panel of experts here. So with all of these, maybe some of the questions on the table, let the screen be on the screen, and maybe I will call on, maybe I will start with Mr. Sushant Ghosh to come and share his perspectives, initial thoughts, which he feels that in terms of technology options, how Indian steel can target to achieve or be on the correct path of decarbonization in steel.
Thank you, Vidyut. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and the panel, distinguished panel. Thanks, Monica, again for arranging a wonderful conference. I thought while we are doing a 2 million ton steel plant in Oman using green hydrogen, I think perhaps most of you know, and the product will be green slabs. That is one perspective. But I want to take you down to the Indian context, that what our thought process is in India and what we are doing. So having said that, what are the challenges we have? I'm not talking about challenges of hydrogen cost, infrastructure, etc., etc. The challenge for 300 million ton capacity upgradation, main challenge will be iron ore beneficiations and generation of tailings. Currently, one of my colleagues was telling me that India is generating about 30 million tons of tailings, which are dumped across various places. Nobody looks into it. It contaminates our land. Our agricultural land is very, very limited. And at 300 million tons, when you go up, so it will generate about 80 to 90 million tons of fines. And that is a hard fact, because we don't have any other options. Secondly, one of the value chain of steel making is rotary kiln, which is the most polluted equipment so far. Advanced countries already banned it. It is more than 50 million tons. There are a lot of ecosystems, people, employment. It supports the local infrastructure. It is a very hard call for the government to make any decision. But having said that, China has banned it 10 years back. Vietnam has banned it. Other countries also have banned it. So what we can do with that? We cannot get rid of this overnight. So what is our ACME's thought process? And I would like to declare here that what we are doing in order to make some green to rotary kilns. So the question is that direct use of hydrogen into the steel making sector, where blast furnace people are doing it. A lot of two companies in North America, they are very successful. Clive is very successful. And in Tata Steel also, I think SMS is doing a trial. I'm not going to comment about that because it's not in my jurisdiction. Tata Steel colleague can comment on that. So our objective is that how to utilize these fines, or can we develop a direct fines-based process? I mean to say iron ore fines, tailings about 43 to 50% grade of tailings or low-grade iron ore, any kind of ore, made hematite, goethite, magnetite, any kind of ore, and any kind of particle size, can we use it and how we can use it? So this is the main contest today. I'm just going to set right all of your minds over there that Indian steel making is in a crossroads because of not for green steel, but for its metallics. So basically, what ACME think as a renewable providers, we have 5 parallel, multiple horses are running. First horse is decarbonization of rotary kiln, which our target is 30% reduction. Second is we are developing a fluidized bed technology in our pilot plant site in Bikaner, using green hydrogen and green ammonia. So green ammonia is another derivative, which is a derivative for future. And our current projects are with green ammonia, be it in Oman, be it in Odisha with IHI. So this green ammonia, we want to use directly with iron ore as a reductant. The process is a bit complicated. I will explain you a bit more also. We'll talk about that. Then third is, what is the alternative of pelletizing? Pelletizing alternatives are briquettes, cold briquettes. I don't want to name it in a public forum, but there are huge amount of test work going on across the globe. North America, last week it was tested in one of the plant in Abu Dhabi. Testing is very, very successful. I just want to give you a number for hydrogen, for green component of pellet. Normal pellet, straight gate pellet, which is India is having 95% of its technology, except one is grade clean in JSPL. For a straight gate pellet plant, the average CO2 emissions are about 80 to 85 kg per ton of pellet. I repeat, 80 to 85 kg per ton of pellet, where briquettes will give you less than 10 kg per ton of pellet. So in your feed, you can control it. What our Dukum project, ACME's Dukum project can do in order to expedite India's decarbonization journey, I again repeat, hydrogen additions, injections in blast furnace is a long story. It will take some time, but having said that, there is another methods which we think and on which SAIL is also working with us on this in a bigger platform. This is Rotary Clean DRI project, which is Government of India's finance project. We have given, I think, close to about 50% or 45% of the whole contribution. The rest is Government of India. This we are doing with IIT Roorkee. So our dedicated project team is working. They have developed a prototype machine on the existing DRI plants, on existing rotary clean-based DRI plants, how we can inject hydrogen and what are the economics of injecting hydrogen. Suppose India hydrogen cost will be higher than Middle East. Certainly it will be higher because your solar intensity is low compared with Middle East, but it is marginally higher. So how we can substitute coal over there and how we can make it green. That is the project. I think this project should be completed by ACME by next 7-8 minutes. Time is up. So new innovation, fines base. This is what I was telling you guys, that fines base is a solution. I have seen in China, in Baosteel is doing a very dedicated research. They have employed 1,600 researchers on this job of fines base direct reduction through hydrogen. I'm not saying we are copying from there, but we signed already a technology agreement with one of the big technology players. It is confidential, I can't release it. And we are also working with one American universities. The test work is going on in US universities. We are sending iron ore samples from here. Like, you know, we are taking tailing samples here and there. My guys are in Orissa. They just collected some tailing samples. We analyze it and sending to them. Ammonia base is another future. Ammonia is a future of energy. So ammonia based direct reduction is a very critical part. It's a very complicated process because you have nitrogen. Nitrogen will be embedded into iron ore and then you have to denitrating it. That's an offline discussion. So the adaptation like green briquettes, as I mentioned, green briquettes is one of the alternatives for Indian steel makers. And investment cost is very, very low, very, very marginal, what I have seen in Middle East and also in Brazil. If you go to, if you travel about 100 miles north of Rio, you will find at least 5 or 6 green briquettes plants. This is what is our project in Oman. We are producing green steel using green renewable electricity. Our total electricity is about 300 megawatt, 100% renewable, and with 100% green hydrogen. We are buying pellets from any of the plants in Middle East like Bahrain or Valley, and we'll be producing green slabs through electric arc furnace, RH and heavy slab caster route. Our products are already sold in the market all to Europe, like primary mills. and some are in discussion. So what we can do, ACME's this plant in Oman, we can supply HBI here. HBI is one of the quickest tool to decarbonize blast furnace. Today, to decarbonize blast furnace, you can only do it with HBI. In my days in Dolvi, I used to do, Bike Singh was my boss. When our production was low, we used to charge DRI from the top. And DRI additions can reduce the coke rate by 30%. It is already proved in Thyssen. Also, one of the blast furnace in HKM, Germany, they have done this trial because I think all of you know that HKM, one of the furnace is on relining. They published the photographs also dead man last week. So they have already charged HBI for 10 days. They reduced the coke rate to, you know what level? Coke rate to 210 kilo, which normal furnace is about 300 kilo. In a end of the life campaign, you know, the patient is already in the death bed. They are having this kind of coke rates. And we are also working with Steel Authority and other steel players to supply HBI from there, green HBI, to charge in BOF converter, to charge in blast furnace. And this is the plan. Also, we can keep the slabs here being rolled in India, then cold rolled and processed. This is a long-term story because we have not able to achieve any agreement so far, but talks are going on this direction. So we will produce green slab, come to India, very critical slabs which India does not produce, like 4%, 4.5% silicons, DM grades, DL grades of defense, for heavy plates up to 57 millimeter thickness for wind turbines, this kind of stuffs, so which we are in talks, but no resolution has been achieved. I think with that I am able to achieve your all questions, and I must say that electrical engineering like Siemens or anybody is going to play the other major role into the entire green transformation, because electric arc furnace, direct coupled with solar, is still we could not think. Still, I repeat, could not think. I have done 6 projects internationally in my own hands. Everywhere the problem is flicker, flicker, flicker. We can't pump in the current because electric arc furnace is such a gigantic elephant that when you start taking it. So solar grid cannot support it. But thanks to today's engineering solutions, be it from GE, be it from Siemens, or be it from anybody else, they already have the parallel solutions, which is basically you can couple it. So that's why in Oman, where our grid is very weak, we can couple it. Only thing you have to imagine that you have to have 3 times of capacity. The investment is more. Suppose if you need 300 megawatt of solar energy, so solar power should be at least 1,000 megawatt or 1 gigawatt to create a virtual grid. That is what it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh, for specifically covering the options in terms of moving towards the green steel technology with the examples of Oman plant, plus a few other options, and the field level issues that you have highlighted, like briquettes replacing pellets could be a good option, and ammonia usage that you have covered. Let me come to Manish now, who is representing Tata Steel. And Tata Steel, we know, are already certified, both their plants, if I'm not wrong, both Jamshedpur and Kalinganagar now. So from that perspective, how are you, there are 2 questions. One is that what are the kind of challenges that you are facing today, being a very established steel plant in India, for adoption of various technologies in your existing operations, because not just the existing, even the announced capacities in India are in the BF route, mostly on the ISP side. So how are you going to cover this or doing this now? And the second question is that there is always the cost pressure, that who is going to bear the cost of this additional investment? So from that perspective, how are you bearing with this tension between the cost pressures,
vis-a-vis the ESG goals or the scores that you want to achieve as a company?
I'll speak. Can I speak? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. And both the questions are very apt and for not only for Tata Steel but steel industry in general. And there is it's not different for us as a company. And just before answering to your specific questions, we should also understand the Indian context, and maybe at the cost of repetition. We all know that India is growing at a rate of say 10% or thereabout, and will continue to do that, which no other geography would do. Either people are maintaining their production capacities, or even in many cases it is going down. Unlike that, in India we will need more steel, and in fact when in 2017 steel policy was announced, all of us were very skeptical whether we would reach 200 million tons or 180 by now. But the way we are going, I think 300 million ton will also be surpassed by 2030-31. And because that is needed. Now the twin set of challenges that we have to grow at the same time. There is a huge pressure on all of us on decarbonization, and we know that that's an existential question. It is not that we have a choice that whether it is going to be reduced or not. If as an industry we have to survive and grow, then this has to happen. This is no more a good to have thing. So that is where it is. Now in terms of the challenges or in terms of the opportunities that we see, one of course is you spoke about scrap-based steel making. So we know for certain things, even if it is not value accretive, but knowing the trajectory in which we are going, and because the theme of this seminar is carbon credit trading scheme, and we are seeing that this is going to come. If not today, maybe tomorrow, already Government of India has announced. So there would be a price on carbon. So for selection of technology, for investment decisions, these would also impact all the choices very much in say years to come. With our presence in Europe, we have seen that it is only a matter of time before it hits into India also. So it may look like a decision which would say not generate margins or enough margin compared to conventional way of making steel. But we know and we knew, therefore in 2018 we went to Rohtak, set up a steel recycling business. Now we are setting up a electric arc furnace in Ludhiana, which if all goes well should get commissioned before this end of this financial year. We will have a emission intensity of 1/6 of conventional BF-BOF route. Of course, there is a limitation that this will be smaller in scale. It may not have say sort of easy supply chain as we see in terms of scrap, etc. What can be done? And there was another question which was part of your initial presentation, that what different stakeholders should do and who would pay for it. So in fact, everyone has got a role. So just to take scrap as an example, when we started getting into it, it might look like a very, very sort of easily available solution, but we all know that how difficult it is to sort of organize this sector, because scrap is a very, very unorganized sector. We all know what are the issues there. Their government has a role to create right policy framework. I am happy that some work has been done. I would say industry also has, if not more, at least similar kind of role where if you want support from government or if you want support from our customers for the low carbon steel, so industry also has to play and operate in a very, very responsible way. so that there is a trust and policies can support us. So I think those are the things which are needed going forward. There are many technologies which are being worked in terms of how to address the existing operations and BF-BOF route, because we all know that scale would come from blast furnace route. That's a given thing. And I don't want to take everyone's time, and there are some work which is also going, which is at a different technology readiness level, so need not spend time on that. As we know, for all these things, suppose if you are working on 10 ideas, maybe 1 or 2 will click, not all of that will happen at a commercially viable solution, but multiple things are being worked at, because we have also set a very, very stiff target for us as a company to become net zero by 2045. So then we have to work backwards, and that is where we are. So in terms of challenges, etc., those are going to be there, but we are committed, and some of the steps for short term and some of the steps for long term are being taken. And eventually, I think there is no easy answer to this question, and it's a very, very complex subject. We are seeing this in Western world, in European setup, how difficult it is going to be there. And very soon we will also start facing that. I think, to me, CCTS would be one important policy enabler, which will put a price on carbon. Just to give the example, like Tata Steel, suppose, has 3 major production facilities in India, now at different emission levels. However, steel is priced same coming out of all the 3 facilities. So how do you incentivize somebody to bring down the emission, or how do you put a price on carbon? I think it may not have solution to everything, but should take us into the right direction. So I'll just stop there, and if there is any follow-up question, I'll answer.
Yeah. Thank you, Manish, for covering both the questions. Maybe if time permits, I will come back on that funding points in terms of how do we make the initial journey viable towards that path, because the steel sector for India has to remain competitive. So we have heard from 2 steel manufacturers. Let me now come straight to you, Shubhadeep, because from solutions side, you have been working on the electrification, automation, maybe more from the hardware side. Yeah. But with any ecosystem players with whom you may be developing solutions in that regard, would you like to share that what kind of solutions seem to be more the low-hanging fruits in terms of going to work in this decarbonization journey for Indian steel?
Yeah, thanks, Vidyut. I mean, the forum knows India needs the BF-BOF route, and since morning, Mr. Gaurav Verma from M. Dastu said there is no one magic wand that can be applied to have the decarbonized steel at one go. So I'll just talk of one of the possible ways that we are trying to innovate at Siemens Energy, through which we can at least achieve a bit of it. This is a versatile technology, not only for the BF-BOF route, but it can be applied to other fields as well, like the electric arc furnaces and the other routes to steel, as well as in cement and oil and gas and other areas. So here, very specifically, I'm going to talk about the electrification possibilities of heat that is used in the entire process. For example, starting from the coke oven to the sintering process, the hot air injection into to the blast furnace, and also the processes for secondary steel making, wherever fossil fuel is combusted to produce heat for the process. That is where we specifically would target with our technology, which I'll brief you about in a while, for the electrification. So the first step would be to try to supplement the fossil fuel firing with the electrification and in the long term, complete replacement of the fossil fuel firing through this electrification process. And in the whole process, the basic or the main intention is absolutely not to touch the metallurgy of the process. So what we are trying to develop is a turbo machine, which we call as a turbo heater. Based on our, our strength is developing gas turbines and steam turbines and compressors. So it's based on the same principles. It's a turbo machine through which we accelerate a fluid to supersonic velocities and then decelerate it, which creates a certain shock wave. And this shock wave, when it's decelerated, creates enormous amount of heat. And since this is a turbo machine, we know like turbo machine can be as small as a pump to as big as a turbojet engine or big nuclear turbines or gas turbines. This turbo machine is scalable. The basic fundamental principle of a turbo machine is that it's scalable. So this turbo machine can create temperatures up to 1000 degrees centigrade in the first go. We are targeting even higher. And it can produce heat at 100 megawatt thermal or even more. So that's the scale that we are trying to talk of. Through this turbo machine, this is a turbo heater, when we try to apply this, all the fossil fuel fired heating processes can really be replaced through this electrification. And that would essentially reduce a lot of carbon footprint in the entire process. And as I said, this is a versatile concept. It's a generic concept, not only for steel making. It can be applied for cement. It can be applied anywhere else as well. In the entire process, what it would also do is it can also reduce the footprint and the size requirement for CCUS plants, because CCUS, as we know today, it requires a significant capex and opex as well as real estate requirement. So if we upfront reduce the carbon dioxide generation through fossil fuel burning just for the heating processes, it can also at the end reduce the size of CCUS. So that's an add-on effect. So this is what I would like to highlight here.
Yeah, thanks, Subhadeep. Just a clarification, is it more at a pilot stage that is ongoing or is it at a commercial scale?
Okay, so at Siemens Energy we have, so this is an in-house development. We have tested this as a demonstrator at 1.8 megawatts at our own labs. The tests do well. We are now implementing pilot plants at various sites globally. And we would like to, also investigate the possibility of pilots for steel making in India. Because as I said, Siemens Energy is a company which is more than 100 years old in the country. And we have a big manufacturing footprint here. So we make products for India in India. And that would also solve the, the Make in India requirements that come in along with it.
Thank you, Subhadeep. It sounds encouraging. As a lab study, it is showing positive, and then you are going for pilots. So hopefully in the next couple of years, we may get to hear the good results from the commercial perspective. Coming to Mr. Samir Singh now, representing stainless steel, Jindal Stainless in Odisha and Haryana. So from a core steel making technology, and then a little bit of niche into stainless steel making, what are the broad challenges in terms of adopting greener technologies within a stainless steel plants? And again, the question, as I asked Manish earlier, that from a cost pressure perspective, because we are seeing ferrochrome being imported to India as well. So you need to be competitive in the marketplace. Even though there could be good demand looking into the next 5 to 10 years of stainless steel, at the same time, if you need to adopt these green technologies, which is delta additional cost, how are we managing the so between the two?
Sure. Great question. Thanks, Vidyut. Okay, so I'll begin with some context, right? So I represent the stainless steel industry. Stainless steel is slightly different, at least in India, when it comes to manufacturing, we are essentially secondary steel makers because we manufacture stainless steel through the scrap electric arc furnace route. What is virgin? The virgin material that we use is our ferroalloys, which is a point that I will delve upon in some detail at a later stage. Now, coming to decarbonization in general for the steel industry, the way I see it, it's a strategic issue, right? Because when we set up capacity, and given that India has an increasing capacity and we're targeting 300 million tons by 2030, we have to make strategic decisions for the next 50 years, 80 years of operation, right? Given that most of the alternatives when it comes to green steel or low emission steel manufacturing options out there, these are at TRL levels that are not high enough for manufacturers to understand whether that is the way forward. So when we chart out a decarbonization roadmap, what we talk about is pathways. It is the pathway question that's where we sort of get stuck up at. For example, while I was in consulting, I did one of an assessment for a steel major in India. Essentially, the question was, how do we proceed? We have so many options. We're locking in money for the long term. Where do we go from here? And I think that's where progress needs to be made. And when I say progress, I mean there needs to be advancement of the TRL levels of certain technological options like green hydrogen DRI route, etc., so that the industry can arrive at a pathway that then becomes favorable for the particular situation they are in, right? Now, this is for the steel industry in general. Now, when I talk about stainless steel industry, and I'm going to sort of give the perspective from Jindal Stainless manufacturing units, we manufacture stainless steel from scrap, right? And as you would know, scrap is not available in India in not even close to the amounts that we need, right? And that's going to be a perennial problem in any industry that's growing, because your scrap availability at best is going to be the steel you produced 30 years ago if it's carbon steel, and even further back if it is stainless steel, because end of life for stainless steel is slightly longer. Therefore, with this issue, scrap is always going to be a problem. Now, the second thing is our virgin material that we need, which is ferroalloys. Stainless steel is typically around 70 to 80% iron. The remaining materials are my alloying elements, primarily nickel and chromium, right? So when it comes to decarbonization for stainless steel, there are a few things that we focus on. And this is from a secondary steel making perspective. One, wherever we need to reduce a material, a metal. So for example, we need to reduce chromium from chromite ore. We need to reduce nickel from its oxides. And we use iron from our scrap. Therefore, when we talk about our ferroalloy inputs, we take the conventional aspects of emission reduction. Now, when it comes to ferroalloys, it's even more difficult than iron because hydrogen has been proven to reduce Fe2O3, but it does not work for chromium. It does not work for nickel. So the way it has evolved, and specifically in the European region, our primary competitors in stainless steel making reside in Europe, they have taken to the biomass route, at least for the ferroalloys, right? So, but then that is based on the particular fitment of the geography, which is may not be suitable for us. So that's one way. So biomass would be our prime sort of lever for ferroalloy reduction. Second, obviously, given that we are making it from the scrap or recycled sort of route for iron, another important aspect for stainless steel industry when it comes to decarbonization is to increase my recycled content as much as I can. So that would employ us to source as much segregated grade-wise stainless steel scrap as we can, and we employ that in our process. This reduces our dependency on virgin raw materials like nickel and chromium. Third, the most important, since ours is a secondary route of steel making, we are heavily reliant on the electric arc furnace, which essentially is reliant on electrical energy. So renewable energy for us is a much larger lever than it would be for conventional carbon steel industry in India. And that is something that we are doubling down on. And you would have probably heard from a lot of our corporate communications to the external stakeholders that we are heavily invested into renewables. So renewables being one of our major levers. Now coming to scope 3, scope 3 is very essential for us because of course we rely on a lot of materials like ferroalloys, etc. to manufacture our products. So scope 3 becomes important, and which is why identification and assessment of our supply chain and working with them to reduce their scope 1, 2 emission, which will effectively cascade into our scope 3 reduction, is also an important aspect that we are sort of embarking on by engaging to the entire supply chain that we have. So these are essentially the top levers that we are currently exploring. Thanks.
I just want to add here, ferroalloy industries, industry has to be competitive. No matter what, whether you are using green, non-green, hydrogen, nitrogen, whatever you use, your commercial price has to be viable. I can't produce anything which is not commercially viable. Ferrochrome industry's problem, which you mentioned ferrochrome, is a different. Ferrochrome industry is an age-old industry. There is no modification, nothing has happened, including ferrosilicon, silicomanganese, ferromanganese, ferrochrome. And these these smelting furnaces can go easily with 100% coupled with solar. So I don't see any problem, technological problem, which an electric arc furnace will face, which will be faced by this ferroalloy industry. So that it is their efficiency, it is their processes, that has to be improved. And today, if Indian ferroalloy industry has to be challenged by China, it's a right challenge, and it's an eye-opening for Indian industries to come up with proper technology and operation improvements. Safeguard duty cannot sustain any industry. That's what I think.
No, it's a fair point. Thanks for your thoughts, Samir and Mr. Ghosh. I know, Abhinav, that I have been keeping you waiting, but I know for a fact, because you have been interacting and you have been working with multiple clients, scrap as one of the lowest hanging fruit in this decarbonization journey. What are your thoughts in terms of whether we are having the right kind of policy in order to ensure that we will be able to create that ecosystem faster at the state level, and we will be able to channelize that 50-60 million ton of projected scrap to the steel industry by the time we hit 2030?
First of all, thank you, Vidit, for this question. So let's understand this, that scrap is very essential for decarbonization of steel. As we already aware that India last year produces almost 152 million ton of steel. Out of that, 42% was through BOF route and remaining was from the EAF and IF route. Now, if you analyze this entire journey, you divide into 3 parts. First is consumption, second is import, and third is generation. So let's talk about the consumption part first. Now, India is poised to grow for the scrap consumption in last 3 years since 2021, since 2021 at the rate of around 45%. Of late, last 2-3 years, it has died down. Reason being, there was a lot of overcapacity. And then definitely the geopolitical reason has added the import of this also. But this is poised to grow. Now, the consumption, if you see, we stand, as India stand 4th in the world. First being the China, then the European Union, USA, and 4th one is the India. So the huge appetite of scrap. So that's number 1 point, that the consumption. And very much optimistic that consumption is poised to grow. Now, if you come to the second part of it, that the import. Now, of late, what has happened, soon the advent of this CBAM and all other decarbonization measures and even COP conferences, it has been learned that this scrap is going to play a very important role. So every country, almost 45 to 48 countries has already started putting embargoes in the selling of the scrap. So this has created another chunk of problem for the sector. because India is net importer of the scrap in this case, but now you have export, you have export from, restriction from some of the countries. Now, if you see this, there are other reasons why this has happened, because definitely decarbonization is one part where you need scrap for the indigenous thing. Second thing, there were a lot of, for the shorter time, the coking coal prices has come down. Again, for short term, the lot of availability of iron ore. So people have gone for the primary route rather than the secondary. So this has also had impacted this. Thirdly, if you see, there are lack of normalizations policy. Like India only have this trade tension going on between some of the countries, India and some other countries. Because of that, the route through which the scraps comes to India has a challenging. So because of this challenge, the scrap import has taken a hit. So last 2 years, or if you compare since last 1 year, the scrap import of India has come down by almost 20%. It has come around 8 point some million ton from 11.1 million ton last year. So this is a second problem. Now third, if you come, the generation. Now we have never focused on the generation of scrap, though from 2021, the policies have come up like end-of-life vehicle scrappage policy, which has added some amount of scrap. But you have to understand that the scrap generation from this end-of-life vehicle is not that much as we require. So there are some archaic industry like shipbuilding and the ship breaking yard. We only have one ship breaking yard in Alang. Now government has given more impetus that more such kind of ship breaking yard should come up. Now, so if you see from last year and this year, the scrap generation has gone only by 10%. Last year it was around 29 point something, and it has gone up by 10%. So with this scale, if you see this scale, it has been projected that by 2030, in order to achieve this 300 million ton of overall steel as per the national steel policy, we would be requiring around 46 to 60 million ton of scrap. Now there will be a good amount of deficit in this scrap, and for this scrap, India needs to depend on import. But inherently, they have to address few of the solution to a few of the problems. Number one, first of all, there is no clear-cut, I would say, transparency in the pricing of the scrap. That has to be mandated. Number two, the collection of scrap. Putting it at one place, dismantling it is another challenge. That also needs to be answered. Number three, if you see the technology which we use to churn this scrap into this iron and the final steel making, it's again happening in silos. There is no concrete proven technology, though they are there, but not adopted everywhere. So because due to this, there is the practices are happening in such a manner because people are using some way they are using less environmental polluted, or some are using more environmental polluted schemes or the technology. And number four, lastly, we see that the lack of national will. The government has come up with this study that there is a huge amount of scrap generation, but the aggregation of scrap needs to be done. So if these things are solved, then we can see that scrap in India is going to play a major role. And if we see fast forward to 2035 and 40, we'll see that the scrap-based steel plant will be more in place as compared to BOF. Still, in my opinion, BOF remains the largest share, but we need this decarbonization route.
Okay, thank you, Abhinav. One point that comes to mind, and I know we are at the top of the hour and we need to finish the session quickly, but there could be a couple of questions from the audience which can be, debated on. But before that, I had a final thought as a consultant working in this sector, that I believe that a lot of companies, out of the pressure from the ecosystem, in order to be perceived as quote-unquote green, okay, are adopting various methods, whether utilization of more scrap, whether adoption of RE and multiple other things. But I do believe that efforts are being done in silos. And one of the things that I feel that whether we need an R&D fund in place, okay, MOS in particular has done a few things, 13 task forces, the taxonomies have been clearly defined now, which is a good step to start with. But in terms of the technology evolution that every company, either with some of the IITs or other educational institutions that people are trying to resolve on, whether we can have a common platform for R&D and innovation, specifically focused on decarbonization in metals, may not be in steel in particular, there will be aluminum story as well. Whether we need a fund for that, number one. And secondly, whether we need a VGF, viability gap funding, especially for the initial years, where we know for a fact that there will be delta additional cost. The mechanism, etc., need to be worked out. It's easy to say, but we need to figure that out. Whether that is an important question on the table. Anybody would like to throw light on that?
So, you referred to 13 task forces made by Ministry of Steel, and there's a body called, it's not a new one, Steel Research Technology Mission of India, SRTMI, which is sort of getting revived. Idea is that Ministry of Steel would put in some money, member companies would put in some money, and some projects which are say, will solve say, high impact ideas, etc., that can be worked through academia, through institutions, etc. That model is being thought of. Now, it's a good idea, and also if you look at Europe, there are innovation funds and other examples are there. Governments also coming in to support through grants or other things which will lower the carbon emission, etc. But there are different challenges, and as we speak, Tata Steel, and not only Tata Steel, all steel companies are working with different institutes, etc., in terms of to fund R&D projects. The challenge of this idea of pulling in money, doing it together, are three. One is that how to build a consensus on which are the projects to be undertaken. Because something which I think is important, somebody else would say, so there would be say 10, 20, 30 projects, and on the face of it you can find that everything is important, but everything important cannot be done. So how to prioritize that, it becomes a challenge if there are, if there's a collective fund and common project. Second, how do you share the IP? Who owns the IP? And how do you do that? So those are the technical issues there. But I think the need for R&D, whether it is done at a collective level or at individual level, is well underscored. And I think it is gaining a lot of traction, and we will see more in times to come.
I think, yeah, I do agree, but at the same time I feel that R&D is not just for steel or metals, but R&D is a neglected area for India at large. Okay, we talk a lot of things theoretically, but we don't practice that in terms of getting to the solutions in reality. And whereas every company is investing money to resolve, okay, or get to, I understand the challenge on IP, but if you take the example of Australian mining industry, the industry at large and all the big players, along with some of the key institutes like Queensland University and others, they are working together. Whereas the industry is throwing problems on the table and funding. These are the two things they are doing, and the institutes are trying to resolve the issues over a period of time, okay, and taking up ground level R&D projects about the issues that is being faced by the plants. So the commonality of issues at the end of the day can be arrived at, provided there is an appreciation that yes, similar kind of issues are being faced by companies without compromising their internal IP of how they run the plant and all that stuff. You know, something may have to be worked out. Otherwise, the timeline is probably something that we are working against is going to be stiffer.
Sorry, I might just take half a minute and see. There was one suggestion that, Government of India is also coming out with a lot of fund allocation. Last budget also we heard about it. Suppose I'm just staying with Ministry of Steel because we work with them. Some grant was given. One model could be that this entire money is given to a reputed institute, no industry in between. Let them work on a particular problem. They own the IP, and rather than industry getting it for free, will have to pay the license fee, etc. That could be one solution. So there are ways. I think SRTMI is getting revived, and I'm very hopeful that in this financial year something will come up.
But Manish, success of Indian institutes or colleges in developing something is very, very limited.
You mentioned about Queensland University. Do you know the primarily to become professor in Queensland University, you have to come from industry, which is completely reverse here. My personal experiences, we are to fund some projects. I'm not getting a proper institutes to come in who can qualify for that. So that is also another problem today.
So maybe some more collaboration at a global institute level may also need to be thought about. Who can bring in the right kind of know-how and knowledge on the table to work in Indian institutes to try and resolve this. And strengthening of SRTMI could be one of the steps towards that. Okay, I think we are more or less well covered within the last 1 hour, 10 minutes or so about all the core issues, and many thanks to my fellow panelists for enlightening us with their individual journey towards this quote-unquote green steel making. But any specific questions or any ideas, new thoughts from the audience are most welcome. If someone is like to share some new perspectives which, within the room we all can hear and learn about. Anyone?
I think they have covered each and every topic very well, so that we have no questions left with us. So can we have a round of applause for all these gentlemen for delivering this session? And now I request Ms. Monica Bachchan to please come on the stage and do the honor of handing over the token of appreciation in the form of mementos to our moderator, Mr. Bidyut Chakrabarti, partner KPMG India, Metal and Mining. Thank you so much. Mr. Sushanta Ghosh, Chief Operating Officer and BU Green Steel, ACME Group. Mr. Manish Mishra, Chief Corporate Affairs, Tata Steel Limited. Mr. Sameer Singh, Deputy General Manager, Jindal Stainless Limited. Dr. Suvadeep Sen, Head of Innovation, Siemens Energy India Limited. And Mr. Abhinav Singh Gupta. So let's have a group photograph together. And now, Session 5, Blockchain for Carbon Management and Technology Monitor. To moderate this session, I request Mr. Rajat Kaushik, Senior Market Analyst, Metalogic PMS, to please come on the stage. Mr. Yashodhan Ramteke, AVP, Carbon BU, Metamaterial Circular Markets. Now let us invite our next speaker, Mr. Sanjay Pathak, Director, Aerial Services, Garuda UAV Soft Solutions Private Limited. Mr. Harshit Pandey, Co-Founder and CMO, Reput.ai. So the key topics of discussion would be change detection, species identification and assessment of carbon sequestration of forest using aerial lidar and hyperspectral, along with it blockchain and carbon markets. Over to you, Mr. Rajat Kaushik.
It's a pleasure to welcome you all to this important session on blockchain for carbon management and technology monitoring. Tools like ERP and TMS have digitized industrial operation. It's now time for blockchain to drive the digital transformation of carbon monitoring. As the world races toward net zero emissions by 2050 and India targets it by 2070, the urgency to act is mounting, especially with global temperatures already rising by over 1.1 degrees Celsius, posing severe threats to climate stability. Just a small example, we all know Delhi's feels-like temperature recently breached 50 degrees Celsius. The industrial sector has become a leading enabler of economic growth. Rising pressure for cleaner production, greater transparency, accountability, automation, and cost efficiency is driving the adoption of blockchain technology across the industries. Traditional carbon reporting lacks transparency and often relies on outdated methods like manual logs, spreadsheets, and self-reporting, making data accuracy and reliability hard to verify. Blockchain enhances visibility and trust by ensuring transparent, tamper-proof records, making it a powerful tool for accurately tracking emissions and computing a country's carbon footprint. Accurate carbon traceability is critical. Incomplete or faulty data can lead to regulatory non-compliance, legal risk, and hefty fines. More importantly, it can damage companies' reputation as well. In an era of growing environmental scrutiny, poor tracking can result in accusations of greenwashing, the misleading of stakeholders about a company's true carbon impact. The fallout includes loss of trust, brand damaging, and diminished investors' confidence. On the other hand, companies that invest in reliable traceability can avoid these risks, build credibility, and gain competitive edge as sustainable leaders. The session will help in discussing how we can map the carbon assets with the help of imaging. These advanced systems enable precise estimation of forest biomass and carbon stock, while also monitoring air quality and emissions in real time. In global markets, blockchain technology has passed the proof testing phase and is attracting early adopters. Manufacturing firms that have adopted the blockchain technology and voluntarily reported the carbon emissions are likely to lead the decarbonization race. Blockchain technology has high level of security and cannot be hacked. It can be used to support the integration of energy production, utilization, transmission, and storage, so that every carbon footprint activity and carbon trading transaction can be tracked and no data can be manipulated. Now I won't be stealing much of the thunder from our esteemed presenters. The experts joining me on the stage today will dive deeper into the transformative role of blockchain in carbon management, sharing in-depth insights, real-world applications, and what future holds for transparent, tech-driven climate accountability. Without utilizing the precious time, I would like to invite Yashodhan, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. Since morning, we have been hearing about carbon markets, mostly about steel sector and all. But now from the process side, let us go to the market side. We come from the markets. We have been seeing how carbon markets run. And we have been a very active participant in intangible markets of government. Let me tell you something about metamaterial circular markets. We are a subsidiary of NCDX. Where we run a lot of markets, and with our market experience, we understand that whenever you are running a market, the basic thing in market is trust, transparency, and integrity. Sadly, in the carbon market, specifically in the voluntary carbon markets, all three of them are not there, and most of them are missing. So how can this be addressed? So let us talk about how blockchains are a solution where carbon markets can bring more trust, transparency, and integrity. So why blockchain is needed in the carbon markets? Carbon markets are not new. We know that carbon markets have been there since 1997 and all. We know that we had UNCDM, where a lot of carbon credits were being traded. For India, it is a very new subject because we are seeing Indian CCTS being implemented right now. But India as such is not very new to carbon markets. India was a very big participant in the UNCDM market. When the UNCDM was active and at the top, India was one of the second largest suppliers of carbon credits. It is said that nearly in the span of 10 years, we have sold around 10 billion USD worth of carbon credits in the UNCDM market itself. So for us, the carbon markets are not very new. But what happened with the UNCDM? The UNCDM basically got down because of the lack of transparency and lack of trust. There was too much oversupply of credits, and the credits, there were a lot of credits which did not have any right origination. So the basic thing with UNCDM failing and voluntary carbon markets coming was the lack of transparency in credit origination and retirement. So China was one of the largest suppliers of carbon credits. We were also one of the largest suppliers of carbon credit, but there were a lot of transparency and trust issues in the CDM market. After that, the second biggest problem was double counting and fraudulent claims. There was no issue that the same activity was being presented at a lot of other markets, and there was a lot of double counting which was happening. And there was no tool as such because it was done in a very traditional and conservative manner. So double counting was not being taken care of. Thirdly, with the current status and the very traditional methods, there is a very high transaction cost and verification cost for any carbon project. The carbon project basically is meant for people who need carbon finance. So India has farmers who are doing any good kind of activity which can show there is a saving in environment. But for a farmer to be able to participate in carbon markets in the current scenario is completely impossible because of a very high transaction cost and verification cost and no knowledge being present anywhere. So this thing, because of lack of technology, this goes up to around 30-40 lakhs and the timing is around 1 year. So that is for normal people, even for SMEs, it is not possible. So again, blockchain is coming and technology is coming as a solution for the high transaction and verification cost. Again, there is no single registry for carbons right now. We know UNCDM was active, but since UNCDM is transitioning to Article 6.2 and 6.4, currently there is no carbon market present now. The only carbon markets which are present now are voluntary carbon markets. Now, when you talk about voluntary carbon markets, there is no one single voluntary carbon market. The carbon markets are gold, Vera, Sir Carbono, GCC, Puro Earth, Isometric for this thing. So there are various different carbon markets. Again, and across the carbon markets, the price of carbon credits also is varying. It is varying from 50 cents up to $150. So there are some credits going at 50 cents. Both the credits are same, 1 ton of CO2 saved. But some credits are going for 50 cents, $1, $2, and some credits are going for $150 per ton of CO2 saved. So there is no traceability and it is fragmented across registries. So carbon capture we are all talking about. So I think somebody in the morning was asking where is the money coming from. But thankfully carbon capture, specifically from the biochar, is gaining a lot of traction. And recently we saw Google investing in India in a company called as Varaha. They have invested around, they are buying nearly 1 million tons of carbon from Varaha, from biochar, upwards of $100. So this is the kind of market, and there are players which are going to invest in this, but all of them will need a very light kind of traceability and transparency. So without that, it becomes very difficult. So what does blockchain offer? It offers immutable records, automated verification, real-time auditability, and cross-platform interoperability. So now what has happened is even the Vera golds were very traditional. They were not keeping any kind of digital records. But we are seeing since past 2-3 years, even they have realized that for us to be more efficient, they need to start keeping digital records. And the digital records are also being interoperable. So recently, Vera has done a partnership with international blockchain called as Hedera, HBAR Foundation, where they are creating a hub, a digital hub where most of their carbon credits and their methodologies will lie. So what happens is it is very easily digitally traceable. So why do we, so we have heard in the morning, whenever you hear about carbon markets, there are two things. One is there is no price, nobody buys it, or there is fraud. This fraud happened, that fraud happened. But why does this fraud happen? One of the reasons for this fraud happening is the data keeping in India or the developed countries is very poor. We don't have data keeping. We have seen even in the steel sector and this thing, the secondary sectors, we only look at what we are selling. But what is the data keeping? What is the process keeping? Nobody looks at data keeping. So this is a very big problem in the carbon markets, the frauds. So a lot of CERs or certified emission reductions, which were there in the domestic carbon market and international sales, there was double counting. So it was done, it was sold, trying to be sold at two different places. Again, we have seen a lot of controversy with red projects in Brazil and a lot of places. They are saying that we have conserved a forest and they had given a certain area, but when actual people went on the ground, there was no forest and there was no need. So, and even though the credits were created and sold as well. So these were called as phantom credits. So this is again one problem because there was no digital trace at all. Third is a lot of unverified community projects in Africa. Africa, we recently saw a lot of cook stove projects getting very bad name because it was said that certain number of cook stoves was donated and certain number of people are using the cook stoves, but there was no MRV done, no integrity, and a lot of big players who have bought these credits are now facing problems in terms of greenwashing and everything. Even there are cases going on in the US Justice Department regarding these projects. So these are the problems which current carbon markets without any technological intervention is facing. So now with all these problems, what is blockchain solving? So what blockchain actually brings is, it brings all transactions, whatever happens, are completely visible, immutable and verifiable. So whenever blockchain is there in this thing, all the generation, wherever each carbon credit is getting generated from, it is visible, transparent, and once it is generated, it is immutable. So once it comes in the public ledger, there cannot be any kind of mutation which can be done to the credits. And that is the reason it becomes verifiable as well. So this, earlier the thing was called as MRV. MRV is measurement, reporting and verification. And all MRV was done in a very paper kind of a manner where you are using Excel sheet, logs, which are very immutable, which are very mutable. Somebody can come and change the complete data in the Excel sheets. But once this comes in the blockchain, this cannot be changed again because this is in a public ledger. So as I talk about immutability, the second thing is it becomes, also gets transparency. So public ledgers for the complete project lifecycle, issuance as well as retirement is there in a very transparent manner on the public blockchains. Third, every credit can be traced to its source, the traceability. We have done a project, after this I will just show you how this, for the first time in India, we have actually achieved that, where each credit can be traced to the individual credit getting issued, the programmability. Again, with blockchain, one of the beauty is smart contracts. So now there are a lot of projects which are happening where a lot of small farm holders or small agricultural people or small rag pickers are part of that. What happens is usually for project developers or for people who are in this thing, they sell carbon credits, but the actual money or actual benefit does not reach the bottom of the pyramid. But with blockchain, it has a beauty where we can have smart contracts where each player in the value chain can be given a digital identity, and once the credit is sold through smart contracts, everybody can get the value. So that if there is a farmer, certain percentage, if it is built in the smart contract, he gets the value as soon as the credit is sold. So every stakeholder, even if it is a small stakeholder or a big stakeholder, everybody is being taken care of. That is the kind of programmability which blockchain brings. Again, as I told you, currently there are fragmented registries. We have Vera, we have Gold, we have national registries, because now India does not have a registry as of now, but we will again have a registry, the ICM registry, we will have a voluntary registry, we will have a compliance registry, plus then we are also talking about Article 6.2. Article 6.2 may have its own different registries, but there is no talking up between these registries. You don't know where this credit is getting generated, or is the credit getting generated at two places at the same time. So with blockchain, what can happen is if there is a bridge between all these registries, and it is interoperable, only by one click you can understand that whether there is any double counting or any such thing which is happening. So interoperability is also a very big thing which blockchain can bring. What are the basic things, key use cases of blockchain in carbon markets? So again, with if you're talking about the red kind of a projects, or if you're talking about projects where forestation happens, a lot of times it is in a very remote areas and normal people cannot go. But with the help of satellite imagery, IoT and blockchain, we can have near real-time verification of data. And all these technologies are not very costly because the human manpower needed is not very high. Again, that is the for digital measurement and verification. Once we have created the credits, this again tokens can be digitalized and the tokens can be converted into real world Web3 assets. Again, once it is created into Web3 assets, one of the problems is this, the buyers of, so one of the reasons why carbon markets does not have liquidity is because only corporates are buying it or governments are buying it. There is no kind of access to normal people to carbon markets. But if we can bring carbon credits on a Web3 marketplace, which a normal people can also buy, a fractionalized carbon credit, and normal people can also get access to the, a lot of liquidity can come in. So like how you are looking at shares. So carbon is again a commodity, but it is still not accessible to normal people. But by digitally tokenizing the carbon credits and bringing it in Web3 kind of a marketplaces, we can bring more liquidity to the whole market. Again, as I told you, carbon credit lifecycle management, the whole issuance, retirement, vintage tracking record can all be on chain, and anybody can come, the buyer, the verifier, or any academic institute or any regulator can come, and on all the records will be on chain. He can at any point of time come and check the records on the chain itself. And as I told you, climate finance through smart contracts. So there are a lot of funds like GCF, other funds which are there for small farmers and all. And through right kind of climate smart contracts, the direct flow of funds can be enabled from the buyers to the verified green project to the last mile user of the green credits.
So time's little short.
So just some global examples of how carbon credits on blockchain have been used. So there is Toucan protocol where Polygon has built a Vera bridge as BCT. There is Climate.io, DAO. There is Carbonable, CIX Singapore. These are again other things. I just want to tell you one very live example which we did in India. We were all talking about scrap in India. Now we work with a lot of registered vehicle scrapping facilities in India. We know that for 1 ton of steel which is in India, the ton of CO2 is nearly 2.5 ton to 2.8 ton. But if you are getting the same steel and same material from an end-of-life vehicle, an end-of-life vehicle does not only have steel, it has steel, aluminium, plastic, glass, tires. What we have done is using blockchain, with IIT Bombay, we saw that for 1 ton of vehicle which is being scrapped, what is the kind of carbon savings which is done through all this material. So nearly 600 kgs or 0.6 tons of carbon saving is enabled when 1 ton of vehicle is being scrapped through all the data. So what we did was we had mapped 41 data points. Now all these data points are on the blockchain. You can see all 41 data points. These data points are on Hashgraph Hedera. We put it on a UK-based blockchain, UK-based marketplace. We did nearly 500 credits were put on this, and we saw that for $25, all 500 credits got sold in less than 6 months. And we can see the buyer, we can see each vehicle and each material. Now this data is very important for the car companies and for the steel companies also, because they know that where the steel is coming from, and for every vehicle, how much of each material has come out. So this is a very right kind of example where using DMRV for end-of-life vehicles and using blockchain, we created a complete end-to-end solution for recyclers. So similar blockchain-enabled projects can be done at scale in India, and we believe that the data and blockchains can be a right solution for carbon markets. So these are the different stakeholders which will benefit from there and can shorten the time. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing the need for technology of blockchain in the carbon market, and how metamaterials circular markets can offer this platform. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Somdat Mishra.
Am I audible to everyone? Yeah. So sessions after lunch are a bit tricky because everybody is tired. So I'll try to keep my presentation very concise and to the point. I represent aerial survey company. What we do is we use helicopter, aircrafts and drones for doing aerial surveys using different sensors. This is one of the projects that we did for the Meghalaya Biodiversity Board, where we try to identify tree species and do a carbon sequestration assessment. So a little bit about our company. So it started in 2017 and later on acquired by Dove Kettle, which is a big oil and gas giant. So we have expanded now. We are 3 sister companies. We do aerial surveys and source solutions. Then we have a sister company that manufactures drones, which helps us a lot. And then we have an IoT-based company, Steslet in Kolkata. Despite our initial, not too long startup, we are present in nearly 18 plus sectors. There is a wide range of applications for our sensors and our survey technologies. So the major kind of surveys that we do are LiDAR, photogrammetry, thermal, hyperspectral, and geophysical. This is one of our helicopter platforms. We are also in the process of acquiring our own aircrafts and leasing aircrafts from US and South Africa. So usually what we do is we have a mission planning for an area. We do the survey objectives, flight paths, and sensor settings. We mobilize teams on the ground for ground data and experienced pilots for capturing the aerial data. The data acquisition depends on the type of projects. So if some of the projects require more overlap, for example, 3D city models and digital twin models. So there we have greater than 90% overlap. So the project requirements specify what kind of, how the flight will be planned and what kind of data is required. And then we also have ground team that continuously monitor the data quality. So this particular project that we did, so now I'll be talking about that. So we mapped nearly 29 reserve and protected forests in Meghalaya using our hybrid system, so aerial, LiDAR, photogrammetry, and hyperspectral. And we analyzed the carbon financing and generated a phytodiversity heat map of the forests. I hope so far everyone is with me now. Okay. Now I'll go a bit more into the project. So what we did was we did 2 period surveys, so pre and post monsoon. The project timeline was 12 months and a lot of organizations were involved. So Meghalaya Biodiversity Board, the Forest Department, Nectar, which is a Northeast Center for Technology, Application and Research, and us. We covered nearly 29 reserve forests, approximate more than 634 square kilometer of area, and we collected nearly 330 spectral signatures of native plant species. Now, why that is important, I'll come later. So these are the sensors that we employed. So we collected hyperspectral data in the visible and the shortwave infrared. Visible, I think we had 2 meter of spatial resolution, and in the shortwave we had 5 meters. Then we had our in-house LiDAR and really good digital camera. The hyperspectral data generally comes in a data cube, which requires further refinement. So essentially, if I can, it's a big project, big steps involved, but if I had to summarize it, I would say we acquired the data. So we use the data for many different purposes, but I'll be very focusing on what is interested to the theme of the today's presentation. So LiDAR, we did 3D structure. Photogrammetry, we had true color imagery. And hyperspectral, we collected spectral information. Ultimately, this gives us the height, crown, canopy for land use and land cover maps. Spectral, we had tree species and health indices that indicate how good or bad the plants and tree species are. The broad methodology was we input the airborne LiDAR, we generated our airborne LiDAR point cloud. And we had a field-based data inventory of, so airborne hyperspectral, and also on the ground we also collected some spectral signatures. Then we generated some structural layers, digital terrain models, surface models, which helps us to find the what is the canopy height. So once you have the terrain and the surface, you can just do a simple subtraction and find out which is the height of the trees, which is really good. One of the greatest benefits of using LiDAR, actually. And then for AGB, above ground biomass, this is a very simple equation. I think this is an old presentation. I actually sent the new one, but anyway, so basically these parameters, there are many reports from IPCC and also from the Forest Survey of India, where you can find these parameter values. The major ones are basically finding the diameter at breast height, which can be found from the LiDAR data, the tree count data that can be found out from the LiDAR data, photogrammetry also. So photogrammetry and LiDAR side by side, you can find the tree count, how many trees are present in the reserve forest. Obviously, there are some AI ML models required there, but I will not go into the specifics. Hyperspectral data gives you the tree species. So every species has its own parameters. So what should be the, because the cylindrical or canonical, what should be the tree structure, so to speak, and what are the tree densities parameters also, that are also species dependent. So species information we should have, and then we go and look at the standard reference tables, and we get these values. So once we have the AGB, we find the carbon stock, and then we find the carbon equivalent. So how much CO2 will be released if this forest is gone. This is how the LiDAR cross-section look like. So once you have this kind of data, you can easily find what is the terrain below the canopy. So which is very difficult to find using, just from the pictures. So once you have the terrain, you can just do a simple subtraction, and you can find the height of the trees, vegetation, everything. Obviously, this will be in 3D, so that makes it more complicated, but you get the idea. So what you can have is, the below two figures, you have a digital terrain model for Bagmara. This is one of the reserve forests in Meghalaya. Then you have a digital surface model. You do the subtraction. You have a canopy height model. Then you have this AGB calculation. So you have per pixel what is the above ground biomass. So tree species and health indices. Health indices also you can collect using this hyperspectral data. So So we have spectral data from 350 to 2500 nanometer, which includes the visible and near infrared, also the shortwave infrared. We had these 6-7 vegetation indices for plant health, how green and how healthy the plants are. We also collected, as I mentioned earlier, we had field data collection of species. And then this is a simple algorithm, spectral angle mapper, that we use to classify the tree species. These are 6 of the health indices that we generated for the same reserve forest. So there are 29 of them. I'm only showing one. This is one of the field instruments that we used. This is how it looks like. So for example, for Shoria robusta and Tectona grandis, so you have this kind of spectral curves that you get, and then you match it with the airborne hyperspectral sensor. So just showing a little bit of data how it looks like. And you get a map like this where it shows what are the dominant tree species basically present in your reserve forest. The major deliverables that we did was we provided a 30 centimeter grid of digital terrain model, which is very, very fine resolution. We generated a lot of watershed maps, drainage basins that you would not generally find using just the aerial imagery. So we had 10 centimeter ground sampling distance of orthophotos, vertical photos that you can have. We had land use and land cover analysis. We found a variety of tree characteristics, and then we assessed the biomass, carbon stock, and we had the spectral library compilation for the biodiversity species list. So we provided GIS-ready maps, and we provided on our own AI platform, Blue Hawk. So you can also do kind of spatial analysis. You can visualize all these different layers that we generated. And this was one of the products that we provided to the government. So now, once you have this kind of data, really detailed data, then you can have a diverse interventions, you can have planning initiatives, and you can do a variety of analytical processes. Some of the major departments that this data is going to be used is water resource, for disaster management, planning, and a lot of encroachment also we found in these reserve forests. So that is also very useful, you know, using this kind of sensors and this kind of data. They give you something more than your intended, you know, objective. So the long-term benefits are also there. So once you do this kind of survey, you have a nature asset repository. So you know at this particular period of time, at this year, we had this many species in this reserve forest. So any change that happens later on, or if you want to restore the forest to its original characteristics, you can do that. So this will be one of the long-term benefits. You can do nature banking. Carbon financing is now gaining speed in India. So for that, you need to have not just how many trees, but what kind of species and density and all these things. You have to have these parameters before you move ahead. For any sort of legislation also, you need this kind of baseline data. For nature-based livelihoods also, you know, for supporting local communities, you have to have this data. And then you can build, you know, support for nature-based solutions once you have this kind of data. We also found this kind of practices still prevalent there. So, you know, they have this jhum cultivation. They burn down the forest to clear for agriculture practices. So these areas are also identified, and then government can make some sort of planning policy how to nudge the people into the right direction and not to clear forest for these kind of activities. And then, so for carbon finance, obviously this is really important. My time is almost up, so I'm also done with my presentation. These are the key aerial projects that we have done. We are one of the best GIS companies right now, and we provide a very comprehensive solutions, and we have dedicated professionals in more than 50 sectors. With that, I would like to stop, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Somdat-ji. It's great to know how drones and the LiDAR technology of yours can be of so many uses. Now, Mr. Harshit Pandey will.
Yep. So good afternoon team. I'm very intentionally mentioning team because we are a team coming up from different industries, different companies, from different roles for a single goal. The goal is accelerating decarbonization. And that's when we will be able to take a tangible action against this thing. So thanks Monica for organizing this event and bringing such a visionary leaders together. So our company name is Reput.ai. We are a AI-driven decarbonization platform So we give brands smart, compliant, and scalable solutions for climate actions. So how do we do it? We are harnessing AI, IoT, and data intelligence to simplify carbon accounting and enable ESG compliance and accelerate net zero transitions. So how do we do it? So first question is, sorry? That is up to organizer. I cannot say. Maybe. Can you stop the time, please? Thank you. Thank you for pointing that. So yeah. So first question is, why report zero carbon? And I would say, why report zero carbon now and here? So as you can see that more than 90 plus countries have committed to net zero goals, and India is one among them. And when we see on the right side, we can see that when we see the percentage share, energy and industry are the highest contribution sectors when it comes to GHG emissions. And when we further drill down into the industry, we can see that iron and steel and cement are the one contributing the major emissions into the industry. Similarly, as an impact, we can see that from voluntary to mandatory, policies are growing, be it BRSR, be it EUDR, or be it CBAM. And that's where Mr. Ghosh was pointing out when we see that 50% of the global buyers now require carbon data for the suppliers. And CBAM-like policies are coming into the picture. So team, the impact and the urgent need is now only to act on this particular thing. One thing Mr. Prabodha Acharya was mentioning, that how do we control the investment which is going into the capex? So for next 25 years, we are coming up with blast furnaces running steel. This is the solution. So green financing and ESG-linked loans can be one of the motivations and controlling factors for this particular thing. So if the investments are linked with ESG goals and green financing, we can control it. So for the people who do not know about CBAM, I will give you a little bit details about CBAM. CBAM is a tariff implemented by EU, where with the companies or with the countries having looser climate rules are being penalized, be it India or China. And with the numbers, we can see that we are going to impact a lot, where 7% is the, thank you. So where 7% is the India's share of global ESG emissions, and the export share is 27%. And very soon this is going to spread, because UK, Canada, Japan are actively exploring the CBAMs, and US and Australia are also in early discussions. So this is not limited to EU. This is going to expand very soon, and we have to treat it as an urgent need. So as Gaurav sir was mentioning, that there cannot be a single silver bullet for anything. And that's exactly why we have 5 modules tackling all the need for the carbon decarbonization. So module 1, starting from carbon accounting platform, to module 2, helping you in LCA, to module 3, for compliance and ESG management and reporting, for module 4, carbon offsetting, and lastly, real-time IoT-based CCU monitorings. So the foundation of everything is, first you find out what is going on within your company. And that's where the carbon accounting platform comes into the picture. So we help you to monitor, measure, manage, and mitigate the carbon by tracking your goals from scope 1, 2, and 3. And this everything happens through data integration with energy, logistics, and production system, so that there is no loss or no difference in whatever you are getting from the data. Then it comes to protocols that we are supporting. So we are supporting all the protocols, be it global or domestic. So be it GHG protocol, ISO 14064, CDP, or SBTi framework. You can select which protocol you have to use. And one more thing that I would like to boast about is that Reput is operating not only in India, but also in Malaysia, Latin America, Singapore, Korea, and EU as well. So we are supporting global frameworks, and we are already working with governments from multiple countries as well. Coming to LCM, thanks to my fellow colleague, Mr. Harsha, he pointed out that a lot of things are required, right? Report is capable of doing everything. So PCF, CCF, or LCA, right from the raw material till the end product or end life cycle, we can do it. Setting the boundaries initially and easily covering every aspect. On the right side, you can see these are the templates for power, steel, and textile industry. So you can reuse every template, whatever you are saving, so that the machine keeps on learning everything. Technology keeps on evolving. Any methodology that is coming into the picture, the machine can learn it and implement it next time. So this particular platform is going to help you for green labeling and B2B reporting. And this will act as a differentiating for your products. So when you are going to, sell this particular thing, your SKUs into the market, you are having a differentiating factor other than the pricing as well. Now the accounting is done. We are also done with the product LCA. Now what about planning? Report is also help you with planning and reporting platforms. So be it BRSR, GRI, CSRD, SEBI, or for Malaysia, Bursa, everything is covered with report, and this is totally automated. So you are audit ready each and every time whenever you want. In each and every audit trail can be done in report, and everything is being done real time. For the compliance, we can make you compliant and certified for each and everything available here, and other certifications as well. Now I am done with the planning, and then I have to offset my carbon. What I can do is, right now we feel that blockchain market is little bit early. So we feel that let's get verified by gold standard and Vera, which covers 75% of the trade market, and get it, monetized through them. And that is what we believe. Then we see that, okay, there is something else we can do in terms of decarbonization. Let's implement some decarbonization project through CCUs, and then implement the decarbonization planning as well. After that, once we are done, we can go for a transparent registry and offset as well. Then lastly, when we feel the market is right, thank you. And lastly, when we feel that the market is right, we will go for the tokenization as well. So the MRV that our colleague fellow from MMCM was mentioning, the MRV is definitely going to increase by blockchain as well, but not right now. Right now, we are focusing and dependent on the third-party verifiers, but very soon, once the market is mature, we are definitely going to move to blockchain as well. Now, once my CCU is installed, or a renewable energy source is installed into my unit, there is an often dispute that I feel that between the CCU implementing bodies and the clients, that the theoretical carbon is always different than the practical one. And there is often a dispute between them. Wherever also, when we see the renewable energy sources being implemented, the generation of electricity is not as per the theoretical calculations. And there is a dispute. How we can solve it is through real-time IoT-based ecosystem. What I'm going to do is, we have already implemented this solution with multiple clients. Simply use sensors and microcontrollers and IoT device ecosystem and transfer real-time data. This system is getting updated every half minute. So every half minute you are getting updated data. What is the carbon capture going on in the chimney? What is the performance of DG going on? How much dust is collected? When the filter has to be changed? How much energy is being generated by a solar panel? Everything can be shown in real time to the dashboard. So there is no dispute whenever you are, you went, so as a CCU client, I went for a payment after 1 year. Then I said, okay, I discussed that I will reduce carbon from the chimney by 40%. There will be no dispute because real-time data is available and everything is there on the platform. Now this can be integrated with blockchain as well, so that there is enhanced stress. Whenever I am implementing a CCU, every time a data is collected, it can create a node on the blockchain, and it can be shown to my suppliers as well. So what makes Reput unique? I would say this is the thing, Magic Scan. This is a patented technology that Reput has. What I would say is, I would love to, make it as a suspense. There is a stall that is there on the back. Let's discuss and let's connect and discuss. If you are tired of, chasing data, so when we are implementing this particular thing, carbon capturing platform, we found that data collection was the biggest problem of the implementation. And that's where exactly the Reput scan works. Let's discuss, let's connect, and I will tell you how it works. And lastly, I am, an open-minded guy. So we invite all my team members for these 4 roles. First thing is partnership opportunity for this specific geography and specific industry. If you are a, engineering solution or a circular economy implementer or a decarbonization or a CCU unit, let's do a partnership and let's give this particular ecosystem a combined package. Second thing is, thank you, Monica, for bringing so many visionary leaders. I would request the leaders to come as an advisory role for us and guide us that how we can bring a better solution. Third thing, definitely I can offer a direct service to all my steel and power sector manufacturers. And the fourth one is channel partners. So all my fellow competitors who are already doing carbon accounting, but manually, we are giving you software for free. Let's do it, and let's do it quickly. So let's build it together. And lastly, I would say sustainability and decarbonization is not a project. It is something which has to be built into the system, which is to be done in the real time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And now it's time for the mementos. And I request Ms. Monica Bachchan to please do the honor and present this memento to our moderator, Mr. Rajat Kaushik, Senior Market Analyst, Metalogic PMS. Can we have some round of applause? Thank you. Mr. Yashodhan Ramteke, AVP, Carbon BU, Metamaterial Circular Markets. Mr. Sanjay Pathak, Director, Aerial Services, Garuda UAV Soft Solutions Private Limited. Last but not the least, Mr. Harshit Pandey, co-founder and CMO, Reput.ai. Can we gather for a group photograph? Now, everyone, I request all of you to please keep your eyes on the screen because we have a short video by Wayne Sharpe, CEO and founder, GEM Global Group, Global Environmental Markets, Carbon Trade Exchange, CTX. So it's a very short video. Please keep your eyes on the screen.
Good afternoon, everybody, and I'm glad to be able to present to you from London. I hope you're having a wonderful conference, and I'm here to talk to you a little bit about international carbon trading. I'm going to run straight into a presentation, but as a background, if you don't know who Carbon Trade Exchange is, that company started over 17 years ago, initially in London. We've had offices all around the world from time to time, and currently we have clients and participants in over 50 countries around the world. We have more carbon inventory than any other trading platforms, all of them combined, in fact, and we are considered the world's leading carbon exchange. Obviously, the topic of the conversation here is about carbon trading. So I'm going to jump straight into my presentation, if I may, and then of course, if you have one of our representatives is there at your event, and he'll be happy to answer that. So the first thing I want to do is just jump straight into my presentation. Hopefully you can see my screen. And what I'm going to do now is just run through and explain to you, first of all, what carbon credits is all about. The whole idea of a carbon credit is to provide climate finance to projects that are already taking action. So this is a particularly important part of every part of the Paris Agreement. The carbon credit markets are predominantly being driven to date, particularly in India, by the voluntary carbon market, which many of you may or may not be familiar with. I'll explain a little bit in a minute about the voluntary carbon market, but all I can say is the compliance market that may or may not emerge only affects a very small percentage of the business community. In the UK, for example, there are over 500,000 companies or businesses registered, and only less than 2,500 of those companies are impacted by the emission trading scheme. They may be the biggest emitters, but they're not necessarily the drivers of emission footprint. If you think this is not a problem and it doesn't matter to you, well, maybe this is an opportunity to think again. If you look at this particular graph, you can see here that all the plans, targets, commitments, all the other things that have been said at all these various meetings around the world have done the exact opposite of increasing emission footprint. And unfortunately, India is big enough emitter to register on this graph, which is astronomical when you look at it. This is not going to change unless people change what they do. And the bottom line is catastrophic climate change means there will be no future for your children, and certainly not for their grandchildren. Private enterprise has to lead, governments are not going to do it. It is pretty obvious to everybody that's the case, so we need to take action. This is not a drill. The government has set a target in India of net zero 2070. If there's any government officials there, well, I'll tell you, this is a farce. First of all, we'll never make it to 2070 if we continue on the path you just saw in the previous graph. You can see here that independent rankings of the targets and commitments made in India mean that they're highly insufficient. In other words, they won't happen. So generations of Indians need to understand that if you want to preserve your nation, your ecosystem, the planet's ecosystem, the future generations, we need to act now, and it's up to private enterprise. The voluntary carbon market is a market designed to provide carbon credits directly into projects that have already taken action. These are operational projects. This is not future plans. These are projects that have already passed rigid and stringent KYC and all sorts of third-party monitoring verification reports. They have to pass those in order to get credits issued into a registry. CTX only trades credits that are issued by legitimate registries that have passed all those KYC credits. There is no such thing as a futures or token or crypto. We don't trade any of that. We're trading genuine projects that are actually already taking action, for action they've already taken, in fact. Why would companies do it? Well, they should do it for many reasons. First of all, they should do it for the future of the planet. However, these things are all quite important. But for Indian companies, it's going to be even more critical. And the reason for that is simple. The Chinese companies have already taken note of the fact that if you want to supply internationally to a supply chain, you must have proven that you've taken action on your emission footprint. Every major listed company or large company in Europe, UK, USA, Australia, many other countries in the world, if they're listed on a stock exchange, they must disclose their carbon footprint. There is emission reduction obligations that they have, and their supply chain forms part of that. If you're part of any international supply chain, or hope to be, you need to act now. What we say, very simply, is if you're carbon neutral, you'll be at the top of the list. So if you have a look at this particular chart. What we say is you should measure your carbon footprint. Many of you there may have done that. Offset your emission footprint, and that prices carbon within the business so you know where the low-hanging fruit is for you to reduce your emission footprint later. But you've already offset it. So therefore you can later reduce and communicate what you've done and then do the same every year. And we've got evidence of companies that have successfully managed to reduce their emission footprint. This bank example, and yes, of course, a bank is a little easier than some other manufacturing or some other transport-related companies potentially, but the message here is incredible. In the case of a decade, this bank managed to increase its business, increase its staff in branches, increase their revenues, and in the meantime, over 90% emission reductions and a 90% emission reduction cost. And they're getting carbon neutral for that whole period of time. Every project that you see has different parameters in it. The geography, the credit methodology, the credit standard, sustainable development goals, which are important to some people, not to others. What's important is, through all the marketplaces, if you do hybrid credits, you could be getting a credit that's worth $1 when you paid 10. With a market like CTX, that's not the case. And how this works is very simple. The project must have gone through all this rigorous criteria on the outside here. They must have submitted all their documentation, passed KYC, AML checks, passed their third-party monitoring verification reports before credits are listed, and then they are escrowed on the exchange. So if you're a buyer through us, whether it's an over-the-counter or an exchange buyer, you can guarantee delivery, and there's no possibility of double selling or non-issuance of the credits. To protect the sellers, for those who might be originating carbon credits, the buyers all have to be in funds, so the transaction is done T+0, which means it's instantaneous transfer of money and credits, and then the registry or banking systems control how fast the money or credits arrive. The voluntary carbon market is high risk, but it is also high reward because it's the only place where you can guarantee the money is actually going to a project that's taken action already. It's not just some government money that's gone into some coffers that may or may not do anything other than a building full of people talking about climate change. And that's what we want to try and get rid of in the marketplace. The CTX platform is very diverse. Nothing we're talking about here is hypothetical. It's all fully operational. We can demonstrate this. I won't do that on this presentation, obviously. But we've removed the counterparty risk for the buyers and for the sellers. And that's because of over 17 years of experience. So if you are looking to trade credits as a buyer or a seller, and hopefully more of you will be buyers, then we are the place to do that. And it's very simple that we can do over-the-counter brokerage trades from selection of hundreds of projects on the CTX platform, millions of credits, including millions from India. And then finally, we can put together portfolios of credits for buyers based on any credit standard, any project type, any part of the world, and provide you with the necessary approved transaction notifications and retirement certificates that will pass muster in any audit requirements. CTX is an award-winning team. This is one of our team-related a series of awards that we won on the European FinTech Awards. And we also were recently awarded an ASEAN Banking Award earlier this year for the global leading FinTech of the world. Thank you very much. Hopefully we can talk more in the future, and we look forward to hopefully more of you doing something about this gigantic problem that we have and solving part of the issue. In the Indian carbon market, there are hundreds of projects, millions of credits, and I can tell you that this is the way to solve the problem. The Indian carbon market regulations, as they purport to be, are meaningless. Companies need to take charge. or we'll never solve this problem. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, everyone, for the attention. If you have any question, Mr. Atul Singh is here. He'll address your question. So I think we are good to go. So let's proceed with the next session, which is a panel discussion on future outlook on carbon management and sustainability. I would like to invite Dr. Shushmita Dasgupta, founder, Heather House. She'll be moderating the session. Can we have a round of applause for her? Along with her, Mr. Atul Singh, he'll be joining her. Mr. Saurav Agarwal, Head Finance, India and South Asia, Bridge Carbon Group. Last but not the least, Mr. Harsh Chaudhary, co-founder, Centra World. Over to you, ma'am.
Hello.
Yeah, we are going to start a session, and very cruelly, I'm going to really compress the session from 40 minutes to I'll make it 30 minutes or even 25 minutes, okay? Because everybody is in a rush to go back home, and I think we have had too much to take in our heads now. We just heard Mr. Wayne Sharp, and I was contacting Mr. Wayne Sharp for the past 6 months, and only I think 24 hours before the conference, he responded, and Mr. Atul Singh is there. One of the reasons why I was never getting any response for the decarbonization conference, and it was very lackadaisical response, was actually people who are not doing anything. It was only in the social media. And this is the reason when I discovered this truth, I was literally very heartbroken. And I said, if we are not doing something earlier, we were very upfront that we can't do this. But now we are hiding so many kinds of things. And here was Amazon, here was Microsoft, here was Google knocking at our doors, saying we want millions and billions of carbon credit in the voluntary market. I would like to ask Mr. Saurav Agarwal that, are you ready to sell? Mr. Wayne Sharp is here now. I've got him. Just 24 hours before now.
Yeah.
World's largest trading exchange. Are you ready to sell?
Yeah, so I would like to introduce Bridge Carbon as one of the leading players in the... So Bridge Carbon is one of the leading players in the voluntary carbon market space in the world. It's pioneer in clean cooking solutions, in LED segment, in nature-based segment, and also the methane avoidance segment. We trade a large part in CTX in Singapore. We are present there. And earlier it was the name of Seacoast Capital, so they know. So, yeah, we are ready.
Ready?
Yeah.
Very good. Mr. Singh, put up your price. Let's have the deal right now.
Yeah, sure. So we have a lot of credits listed on our platform, all right? And the price is, as earlier speakers have said, around 50 cents up to $150. Yeah, chalega, bilkul chalega. We have.
So, I think the deal is done. Yes.
But it depends on different project types and everything. We'll give. We'll give. We'll take care of everybody then. Yes. Yes.
I'll ask Mr. Saurav Agarwal.
Yeah.
Mr. Saurav Agarwal, we've had your wonderful presentation in the morning, okay? And I have also seen your stall. Suppose, Harsh, sorry, this is Saurav, Harsh. So suppose if I take you to a steel plant, I'll take you to a steel plant. Can you do me a very good baseline survey of carbon? If you do the baseline survey of carbon emissions, what will you be auditing? Emissions?
So it depends on what the objective is, right? I'm assuming that the objective is to be able to do your measurement, etc., so that you can get rated as green steel, sell carbon credits, sell green steel, whatever else. So it's a fairly quick journey, right? You take about a month's time where we analyze all the data which is required, and we come in with our specific templates because we know which type of industry, whether it's a blast furnace, electric route, or whatever. We go in, this is the data that we need, take a couple of weeks to analyze the data, come back to you with this are your CO2 emissions, calculated in about 10 different standards as I was talking about a little earlier. Also with a set of ideas telling you that how much should you reduce, because net zero is not always the answer, right? Net zero is good when somebody is paying for it, right? So how much emission should you reduce? Who's going to pay for it? How much is it going to, and how much are you going to get for it? And it can be a combination of carbon credits, can be green steel sales, it can be carbon tax avoidance, many other things. So you get an answer on where this lies.
Suppose I asked Mr. Saurav Agarwal to sell some of his voluntary carbon, offset market to a steel plant, chalega?
They will buy it.
Yeah.
If they're able to get somebody who's going to purchase the green steel. And what they will do is, they will not spread that entire carbon credits across the entire base. Like what JSW is doing and the work we're doing with them, we will attach it only to certain customer orders. That way, if I'm producing flat steel and tomorrow Honda is coming up to me and saying that for my bikes, I want green steel, whereas 90% of my other production says I don't care, I will attach his carbon credits to only those orders for Honda. That way, I don't need to buy extra credits. I have a customer who's paying high value for it, and it's a differentiator for me.
Yes, please.
So one thing very important that you need to understand is not everybody is required to buy or trade carbon credits in India. Carbon credit buyers, you need to understand. Who are the buyers? The ESG norms have kicked in for corporates partially in North America, in Europe, and that part of the world. So they are mandated and some kind of coercion to buy credits because they cannot enter into greenfield investments to set off their whole industrial process. So they are the buyers of credit. So when you say in India, nobody is mandated to buy credits. So you have to find a buyer like a petrochemical companies or a steel plant, global steel plant. They would be buyers of such green steel in India. So you need to know your buyer base. India, nobody is mandated to buy carbon credits.
But your carbon credits, can you sell to CTX? Can you upload on CTX platform? You can do that. Okay, that is a very important knowledge. The one thing I have to ask Mr. Harsh Chaudhary is a confusion. That is why in the morning we honored a veteran like Dr. B. Sengupta. One of the important points of Dr. B. Sengupta when he came to CPCB is that now in today's terminology, carbon audit is not ESG audit. No, carbon audit and ESG audit are two very, very different things. Carbon audit means to identify the source from which carbon is coming. And that is why we were almost, scolded right, left and center by Chairman JPC when they used to ask, same blast furnace is happening in Japan, in Russia, in South Africa and India. Why is it that our best is the worst among the others? So you have a provision of really auditing carbon through process?
Carbon emissions are they're calculated and not measured, right? Which makes life simple because then there are no devices and ambiguity there. There are 4 or 5 different methodologies to calculate your carbon emissions. You choose the right methodology. It's class 5 maths after that, right? It's fairly straightforward. There's no fancy regression, no mathematical modeling. It's quite straightforward. Consumption of materials multiplied by emission factors. It's an art to choose the emission factors. It's an art to get the right data. Because data is The same data, operations will tell you something else, finance will tell you something else, and your procurement will tell you something else. It's about the art lies in getting to that right data and finalizing on it. And my golden rule over here is trust what the money man says. Whatever finance says is the right data, that's what you go with.
That data that you collect is continuous data?
It's continuous data. We connect with the ERP systems. It may be SAP, maybe Lighthouse or whatever. Extract all the data real time. Every second data is flowing in. You calculate emissions. You report it out.
Mr. Saurav Agarwal, you know, your basic, technological power lies in this methane control.
Yeah.
Yes. So you please tell us something little more, and then you go again into your voluntary market.
Yeah. So we have been running a successful methane. Okay. So we have been successfully running a methane leakage avoidance project in Bangladesh. So essentially, I tell you what is that. Gas pipelines, as they age, the repair, maintenance, the upkeep of the pipelines, if they are not properly attended to, or even if they age, the legacy gets into them, and there is methane leakage in the pipelines. So in Bangladesh, we are operating a project in which we arrest the methane leakage. In Bangladesh, the average methane leakage is 6 to 7%. So at that rate, what happens is the carbon finance, which means the greenhouse gases in the form of methane, which is stopped, emitting into the atmosphere. So you are able to get carbon credits out of that, and that carbon credits, the value of the carbon credits is such that you are able to recover your investment in fixing that, and you generate a return for yourself as the project developer, also the refinery. This we are now implementing in India. India, the infrastructure is far superior when compared to Bangladesh, but Indian network is so vast. It's around 40,000 kilometers, 4 times of Bangladesh. It will double itself in 5 years. India is going for a energy mix, and gasification is one of the prominent themes. So the repair maintenance of the old pipelines in India vis-a-vis the expansion will not keep pace, and there are still pockets in India where this project has a viability. So 4 to 5% leakage, you have a viable project. So we are in talks with the government regulator, and we are setting up this showcase project now in India. This will one of the major highlight projects of the Oil and Gas Ministry, and this carbon finance will help. This problem of you would find particularly in western part of the country where the inefficiencies, the leakages in pipeline are built into the cost, and it is charged to the customer. So this will be get rid of. Also, it will bring efficiencies in gas transportation in India. So this is one of the showcase projects that we are in the advanced stages of implementation.
For this showcase project, you need finance?
No, it's not finance. Basically, it's the technology, and you need the support of the players to give us the data, correct data. And because methane credits are more premium, methane is, as you know, so many times more pollutant than carbon dioxide. They're always in high demand, and even the Bangladesh projects are quoting $5 to $5 under CDM. So when you have very reputed companies like Gale and all these players offering their projects, so it can actually be sold on a forward basis, which means even before the credits are generated, you get priced in and people buy your credits on a forward basis.
That means there's a contract.
Yeah.
That means you can do on MCX platform.
Yeah. Yes.
For no reason, MCX did not come. That's why I said there's so much of pessimism. That is why, we gathered this kind of an audience so that different people can talk to one another and not be sad and depressed and sit. Mr. Agarwal, just one thing, very quickly tell us, what are your plans for developing the voluntary carbon markets?
So I'll tell you one interesting instance. And this was a very ambitious project under GIFT City in Ahmedabad, and the government, wanted to set up a carbon market ecosystem at par with Singapore, like you operate in the CTX. So the government was to give a 10-year tax holiday to every project developer. They invited the large multinationals. We also went there, and the catch part was the 10-year tax holiday. Now, the large carbon exchanges will come up in that part, and you will have all the leading exchanges coming up, large corporates will come up, you have a 10-year tax holiday, Singapore charges you 17%, so major, arbitrage advantage. But and they passed our proposal also on in principle basis. But where they got stuck was that they said we need a clearance from the central government on the NDC part, whether the government has to say anything on this. And God forbid what happened, but it's hanging fire for 1.5 years, and it has not gone through. So we need policy continuity on this, to bring in investments, because see, there are two parts to the carbon markets. One is the ETS markets, which caters to the corporates, and the voluntary carbon markets also caters to the corporates, but also projects such as clean cooking, LED, NBS, all these also cater to people who are not able to afford climate solutions. They are only able to afford basic necessities of life. So climate finance meets the necessities. Clean cooking actually gives you carbon finance. You make a return on investment. Also, it serves the poor and less privileged who cannot afford climate solutions. So this is something that needs to be looked into, because India is the largest, one of the largest baselines where you can deploy this in the whole global south. And it will be for many decades, 2-3 decades.
Now, Mr. Harsh Chaudhary, one thing, I was wondering that we just had a session on the blockchain. Do you think the blockchain will help you in any way? Because when I ride a Blue Smart, I'm getting carbon credit in my mobile. Do you think that can, sharing it with the customer can help?
It's a good question. It's a good question, right? And I'll speak only from my personal experience. I mean, everybody should contribute to that. For anything, whether it is carbon, blockchain, whatever else, my only simple question is who's paying for it? When we tried to, we were doing this program at a Middle Eastern steel company, one of the large ones there, and the entire carbon trail, right from the iron ore to the pelletizing plant, to everything we put on blockchain. And we thought that customers in Europe would be gung-ho about it, they'd want to know about it, they would love to have the data. They love to have the data. But when he said, on a $600 per ton of steel, are you willing to pay $5, $4, $3, even $5? They said, nah, we don't want to, right? So I think everybody wants and appreciates that data. But everything comes at a price, right? And to me, even for green steel, right? Same question. Unless there's somebody who's willing to pay a price on it, either today or promising of something tomorrow. Till then, at least in this part, I'm not seeing the actual use cases. Like, for us also, we have the solution built up, the tech is built up. But that uptake, unfortunately, has not happened as far as carbon emissions reporting goes. They would rather value the certifications which are there. However, I can imagine that with carbon credits, it may be a different story, where in the voluntary market, you don't know where those, let's say, plantations are and how all of that is coming. There might be a market, which I think fellow panelists can answer. But at least in my experience, as far as steel plants, CO2 emissions reporting goes, tech is there. The demand is there, but the willingness to pay is not. And at least I believe that nothing should be given for free. Right? Till then, if something is free, then there's no value.
I think you said on the EVs part, some registry or something. So just like to, update that we had an initial discussion with the grid controller of India. And there was this, just an idea, it did not go through, was that anybody who's using EV, a citizen portal is created in which they log in their kilometers, their EV has run. And any activity which anybody is doing, any individual, any citizen is doing, they are contributing in the form of greening or green credits. Now I tell you one thing, even if you run your EV for 1,000 kilometers, it won't fetch you much carbon credits, rather than a minuscule amount, because the source of EV is not green. Okay, it's mostly coal-based. So if your EV is running in Delhi, in a way you are transporting that coal pollution to Jharkhand or Odisha or Chhattisgarh. So that will be deducted when you calculate the carbon credits, and you're left with very less credits. But that would create awareness and would have created a new business model for those who are eligible. So you would collate that and you would form a kind of business model with blockchain and AI coming in. So this one of the innovative solutions that you can have a ripple effect across the cities. We discussed with Grid Control of India, but it did not go through. We discussed this.
So I think, Atulji, you have something to add, please?
Yeah. Just want to add, we need action. Lot of data is there, supply side, we have lot of credits, we have lot of projects. But there, we need some action from the buyer side. But when we speak to buyers, they are not sure. I mean, there's no clarity or transparency what I will get or what is a benefit. So we need events and awareness, clarity, so that buyer also understand that it is important, and when you take part, take action, you will also get a benefit out of it, and this will create a circle demand side will increase. But what I can say, supply is there, like projects, lot of projects are there, lot of trades are there. We need some action from, emission, like a company, like a sector, like oil and gas, steel. These type of, sectors should come up for action. And we need clarity also, transparency. Thank you.
So I'm sorry to cut all of you very short because we have to wind up very fast. So what we finally get is that ESG reporting end-to-end can be done for a company. It can be done in a manner if we use blockchain and AI now, later blockchain, also built into that carbon emission capturing is also a possibility for improvement. We have understood that we can develop the voluntary carbon market. Problems with the Indian government is that the policies are not in place. So for the time being, we will get somebody in Singapore or Dubai to invest. Then we will use that, sell it in CTX platform, and then let us begin the process. And especially if you have these kinds of projects where there's a long-term buying agreement, then the MCX at least need not be so sad. They can begin. So we will start talks with MCX right away. So with these kinds of small action plan, actually my brain also, like Mr. Wayne Sharp says, my brain also thinks like an American. I always think that where is the money to be made from, especially after retirement, and all my shares have gone down. So I'm very much interested in making money from carbon markets. So thank you very much. And sorry to cut you short, but we have to leave the hall also. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And thank you so much, gentlemen. And now I request Ms. Bachchan to please do the honor and present this memento to Dr. Sushmita Dasgupta, founder, Heather Homes. Can we have a round of applause for her? Dr. Saurav Agarwal, Head Finance, India and South Asia, Bridge Carbon Group. Mr. Harsh Chaudhary, Co-founder, Centra World. Thank you. Mr. Atul Singh, last but not the least. Let's have a group picture together. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Prabhu Narayan Singh, CSO Vari Energy. He'll be presenting on uses of renewable energy. So please keep your eyes on the screen and have a big round of applause for him.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Rather, now it is good evening. Yeah, good evening. So, in the interest of time and those who are staying back, I would like to share maximum and do the justice whatever I can. So, and I will not go by the slide by slide because the materials that are there in slide is now available in public domain, Google, ChatGPT. You can find many more numbers there. So numbers doesn't matter today, and these data doesn't matter today. You can find all these data. You can Google and find it. So whatever I'll do is, first of all, the thanks to Metalogic event for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts with you. And I would like to share my experiences that I have while working with industries in last 3 decades. And whatever I have done, I have achieved, and whatever you can use in your life, day-to-day working, which could be practically feasible for you. So I would like to do that. And I will use somewhere these data. And if you look at the climate clock is ticking. It is very, very important that whatever we are doing in sustainability, we should be cautious that in whatever capacity we are, wherever we are, we should do our justice and we should do our best to contribute to curb this climate change thing. But at the same time, there are few other things happening across the globe in this geopolitical scenario. Currently, the most important thing is happening something between Israel and Iran. And you must be seeing a lot of this missiles attack and many those things. So somebody will question, that sustainability mein we are fighting for every tons of CO2. And there we can find the fire in the petroleum, this thing, tel ke kuएं mein hi aag laga di. And many things are happening. So these things will keep happening. इससे सस्टेनेबिलिटी प्रोफेशनल्स को, बिजनेसेस को हमें डिस्करेज नहीं होना है. We need to continue whatever we are doing, and in whatever we can contribute in our capacity, we'll keep doing that. So businesses के point of view से, if you look at from morning, I have seen many people have shared many data, and we are. This is true that few industries. Power generation, heavy industry, these are contributing to a larger extent because of their nature, very nature. So, where is the opportunity? As a sustainability professional from business groups, what we can do is, I'll share my own example. In solar industry, if you look at, the solar industry is not is actually relatively new. But this traction for solar has started in recent few years only. 3, 4 years, 5 years, it has gone exponentially. Why? Because now the power from renewable energy makes sense for the business. Now the power which comes from renewable energy is relatively cheaper than that coming from thermal power plants. Similarly, for any sustainable solutions that you tend to propose to your management should make sense for the business. Only it will get through. Then only it will get implemented. It should make sense for the business. Now, if you look at your power cost in any industry, if you are taking the power from grid, it comes at the rate of 8 to 9 rupees. But what you can do is properly planning your power through renewable energy, through PPA and many other routes, you can contribute to half the cost of power for your operations. So this is something, and where the opportunity lies. Now, this is a crude fact and everybody knows it. But why it is not being implemented? This is the biggest problem. What happens is the business leaders are actually busy in managing their EBITDA. And किसी भी बिजनेस लीडर को अगर 1,500 करोड़ का EBITDA मैनेज करना है, so his focus will be there. Why he'll be focusing on 1.5 crore? So that is what the problem is. So, and that is where the role of chief sustainability officers comes in, and the other ESG heads come in. What you need to do is, आपको समझना होगा कि the business leader is busy managing bigger things, but at the same time, you will have to understand your business, you'll have to strategize in context to your business and make sure that those plans are implemented. Then only it will make sense for the business leaders to implement those things. और एक चीज और भी होती है, business leaders they are busy managing bigger things, और वो ऐसे ही जैसे हम लोग अपने हेल्थ इश्यूज को मैनेज कर रहे होते हैं. इन डे टू डे लाइफ हम लोग अपने हेल्थ के साथ थोड़े थोड़े कंप्रोमाइज करते जाते हैं, एंड हेल्थ इज इंपॉर्टेंट एट ऑल एज. हेल्थ हैज नथिंग टू डू विद द एज नंबर. सो होता क्या है, वी स्किप एक्सरसाइजेस, छोटी छोटी चीजें जो हम लोग जानते हैं कि हमें ये करना चाहिए, बट वी डोंट डू दैट. होता क्या है, इट टर्न्स आउट इनटू अ क्रोनिक डिजीज लेटर ऑन. और फिर क्या होगा, वी एंड अप लाइंग इन अ हॉस्पिटल बेड, और देन वी रियलाइज कि ये तो बहुत बड़ी प्रॉब्लम हो गई. समटाइम्स इट्स अ क्रोनिक डिजीज एंड इट गोज विद अस. सो वैसा ही है ये वाला क्लाइमेट चेंज का प्रॉब्लम. अभी हम लार्जर एबिटा को मैनेज करते करते ये छोटी छोटी चीजें नहीं कर रहे हैं. फिर क्या होगा, क्लाइमेट क्राइसिस और क्लाइमेट चेंज की वजह से जो ये सारी चीजें हो जा रही है. समबडी सेड कि अभी टेम्परेचर इन दिल्ली ब्रीज्ड आर वाज क्लोजर टू 50. तो ये सब चीजें सिर्फ इक्का दुक्का चीजें यहाँ नहीं हो रही. अगर इफ यू ऑब्जर्व इट क्लोजली अराउंड द ग्लोब, तो ये सब चीजें स्टार्ट हो गई हैं होना, एंड दिस इज ऑलमोस्ट इनएविटेबल. अगर जगह नहीं तो क्लाइमेट चेंज इज हियर, राइट हियर, वो तो आ चुका है. अब हमें ये देखना है कि हम कैसे इसको कम करें. रिवर्स कर पाएंगे नहीं कर पाएंगे, हमें उस पर काम करना है. और इसके लिए wherever we are, in whatever capacity and whatever we could do, we should keep doing that. इसके अलावा बिजनेस के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से अगर आप देखें, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की ढेर सारी पॉलिसीज हैं. ऑल दीज थिंग्स यू विल गेट इन पब्लिक डोमेन, और वो सब चीज़ें मिल जाएंगी. बट व्हाट आई वांटेड टू एम्फसाइज इज कि हम लोग ये जो सिंपल फैक्ट है कि रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी या ग्रीनिंग ऑफ आवर इकोनॉमी, इसमें जो कुछ भी कर सकते हैं, जिस भी कैपेसिटी में जहाँ पे भी हैं, वी शुड कीप डूइंग दैट. और इस कई दफ़ा ऐसा भी होता है कि हमें पता ही नहीं होता कि कैसे करना है. जैसे रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी हम चाहते हैं, कुछ लोग को सिर्फ यही पता होता है कि रूफ टॉप पे लगा देंगे तभी हो सकता है, बट देयर आर अदर मीन्स. ओपन एक्सेस से ले सकते हैं आप, पावर परचेज एग्रीमेंट करके ले सकते हैं, और भी तरीके से, एंड विच विल एड टू योर बॉटम लाइन एज वेल एज ग्रीनिंग योर ओन ऑपरेशंस. सो प्लीज invest your time and energy in greening in whatever capacity you can do. Whatsoever means you are able to contribute, please contribute. This is the only thing I wanted to share with all of you. This is the only urge I wanted to make with all of you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. And now I request Ms. Bachchan to please come on the stage and do the honor of felicitating our person from Vari Energy. Can we have a big round of applause for him? I was looking for him, so please take the center of the stage. It's all yours. Thank you so much, Mr. Prabhu Narayan Singh. And now all of you, we have another short presentation by Mr. Vikas Kalra, co-founder and chief business officer, Fitsol Supply Chain Solution, on replacing fossil fuels with green hydrogen, challenges and opportunities. Can we have a round of applause for him?
Hi, good evening. So I'll be talking about green hydrogen and how is it helping in India's path for the decarbonization. And the major focus of mine will be on the mobility sector over there. So as we know about India's net zero journey, India as a nation has taken a pledge to be net zero by 2070. And the country is exploring all the ways and means to do this decarbonization in the mobility, wherein the EVs, LNG is being explored, and now the green hydrogen concept is also coming up in a fast way. So what exactly is a green hydrogen and how exactly is it going to help us? So I'll just throw some light on that. So first of all, it's very important for us to understand what exactly is the green hydrogen. So once we talk about the green hydrogen, it's all about producing the hydrogen. So there are various forms of producing hydrogen. So we call it as a blue hydrogen or green hydrogen. So basically, the way we are producing electrolysis through splitting the water molecules is all depends about the production of this green hydrogen. So in green hydrogen, we are producing using the renewable electricity to split the water molecules via the electrolysis. And we are emitting zero carbon here. We are using the renewable sources here. We are using solar. We are either using wind or we are using the hydropower for this electrolysis process. Whether in other form of producing the hydrogen, which is the blue or the green hydrogen, there we use the normal kind of electricity. Here the power sources are the renewable ones. So what are the challenges in the green hydrogen adoption? So if we see, the very first thing is the high production cost. While we do the naturally production of this hydrogen, the average cost is anywhere around 130 to 160 rupees a kg, wherein if we are producing green hydrogen, the cost is anywhere like 300 to 350 rupees per kg. Second is about the infrastructure deficit. So lack of refueling station and the distribution network. So currently government is planning, they have come up with a plan and they have come up with a policy to promote the green hydrogen in the country. So but right now we don't have any infrastructure in terms of the refueling station. Yes, there are, people like Adani's and Ambani's, they are making a lot of investment because we see there are a lot of future in this green hydrogen. As we see, a lot of investment is happening not only in India, but outside India as well. Also in Saudi Arabia, the country has come up with a NEOM project as well, where they are making heavy investment in this green hydrogen. Thirdly is the limited vehicle availability. So in terms of mobility, currently people are emphasizing more on the EVs. They are emphasizing more on the LNG. Green hydrogen is something which is now shaping up. And I think in next 5 to 10 years, it will shape up and it will get mature going forward. And lastly are the safety concerns. So that is something which is area of concern for most of the people in automotive industry. The people who are planning to adopt this, they are very, very much concerned about the safety because this requires a high pressure storage and it is very much explosive. So what are the various opportunities in green hydrogen in India? So to start with, decarbonization of heavy industry. So a lot of companies, even like one of the sponsors, JSW, they have started adopting green hydrogen in a big way. Recently, there has been some investment from JSPL also in one of their plant where they have started producing steel through the green hydrogen. So that is something in heavy industry which is hard to abate industry, be it steel, cement, fertilizer and all. So there a lot of investment has started happening, and in next 3 to 5 years, lot more investment is happening now. Secondly is the long haul transportation. So as I said, EVs and LNG, it has come up to a certain way in Indian automotive and the mobility industry, but going forward in long haul transportation, green fuel cells, it can power trucks, it can power buses and trains over the long distances as well. So companies like Toyota, they are doing a lot of R&D into this. I think in next 3 to 5 years, a lot of commercial vehicles are coming on the roads which will ply on the green hydrogen. Lastly, as in terms of the government support, government is planning to produce 5 million tons annually by 2030. So they have come up with a policy as well, and they are trying to reduce the fossil fuel imports as well. So what are the short-term and the long-term advantages for green hydrogen adoption in India? If we see from the short-term point of view, as I said, adoption will be more in the industry pilot, refineries and the steel. Cost trends will be very high due to the low scale. Tech development, so it is in very early stage, but again, in the long run, it will be widespread deployment should happen. And then the environmental impact, so currently it is marginal emission reduction is it's giving, but going forward that it has come more into the mobility, it will help in the deep decarbonization, because this is a completely zero emission fuel in comparison to electricity today, where the emission factor is anywhere around 0.6 to 0.7. Green hydrogen is almost like a zero emission factor is involved into this. So now talking about the green hydrogen, what are the other alternate ways of having the lesser emission, carbon emission in the mobility? So of course, one is the electric trucks in India. So current adoption, there are a lot of companies which have come up with certain models, especially for the last mile. The companies like Tata, Mahindra, Euler, Omega, Switch Mobility are there, which are giving a lot of options, 1-tonner, 2-tonner, and now even a lot of options are coming in the middle mile also, which is 7, 10 tonners and 12 tonners as well. What are the various challenges? Of course, the battery limitation. So currently the battery is coming around 40 kW to 90 kW. So this is the range, and with once full charge, it can run up to 120 to 150 kilometers. So that is something, and we don't have that much charging infrastructure available on most of the highways. So that is something. But in terms of the outlook, if we see, it is getting scale fast. So what we foresee that going forward in the last mile, it will catch up very fast. But in the middle mile and the long haul, there are certain challenges. But slowly and gradually, government is supporting a lot of programs over there, which should give a lot of support to the mobility industry going forward. Second option for the green mobility today is the LNG truck. So LNG truck, again, there is a company called Blue Energy Motor which have come up with option. So this option is available with a 40-foot trailer, and it is coming with a 55 metric ton of overall capacity in terms of the payload. The advantage is in terms of the operational cost, 30% it is lesser, and in terms of the carbon emission vis-a-vis the diesel fuel, it is 20-25% lesser emission. In terms of the future role, it is bridging the fuel for the 5 to 10 years while the hydrogen and the EV technology mature. So going forward, as I said, green hydrogen will take some time to shape up. We are planning that by 2030 to 2035, it should get commercialized and we should see more and more vehicles on road. But until then, LNG is one option which most of the people in this industry is exploring. What are the bottlenecks over there? The bottlenecks is, of course, less than 20 active refueling stations. So that is something. So a lot of pilots are happening, especially for the movement from the east to the south. And yes, there are some corridors where this LNG movement is happening in a big way. But going forward, this surely required government support. The way government has come up with the CNG station, the similar way they have to come up with the LNG stations also. So what is the future roadmap? So in terms of the short term, next 2 to 3 years, what we see in terms of the urban dominance, EVs surely will dominate in terms of urban penetration. LNG growth will happen surely for this long haul, and limited hydrogen. So in next couple of years, we don't foresee that a lot of green hydrogen options should come. But yes, in long run, it should be there. And in terms of the long term future roadmap, if we see hydrogen is coming up in a big way in the heavy mobility, a lot of infrastructure development should happen. Industrial clusters also will be made accordingly. And the domestic manufacturing of the green hydrogen vehicle also should come up in a big way. So going forward, what we see, electric, LNG, and the green hydrogen. So simultaneously, all these three systems should sustain. Green hydrogen, because of the overall carbon emission wise, if we see, there is almost 90 to 100% reduction. And comparatively, if we see electric vehicles and the LNG, the overall reduction is anywhere around 20 to 40% only. So that's why people are betting big in terms of the decarbonization of mobility going forward. And we are hoping that in next 5 to 10 years, this will get more mature and green hydrogen will come up into the commercial production as well. Thanks. So with this, I'll just close my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I request Ms. Bachchan to please come on the stage and do the honor of felicitating Mr. Vikas Kalura for such a wonderful presentation. Can we have a round of applause for Mr. Kalura, Co-founder and Chief Business Officer, Fitzel Supply Chain Solutions. And now I request Ms. Bachchan to please proceed with the thank you note. It was a wonderful and amazing day with a lot of thoughts, with a lot of information and ideas which we exchanged today. Rest over to you, ma'am.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. As we came to the end of Carbon Markets and Decarbonizing Industries Conference 2025, I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to each one of you for making this event a resounding success. A special thanks to the audience who are sitting right now in the hall. Since the morning, we have engaged in dynamic discussions, exchanged groundbreaking ideas, and forged new collaboration to tackle one of the most pressing challenges of our time, the transition towards a sustainable and low-carbon future. Your active participation and invaluable contribution have been instrumental in driving this dialogue forward. I would like to take a moment to thank our sponsors, JSW Steel, Acme, Jindal Steel and Power, our exhibitors, Reput AI, Centra World, our conference co-organizer, Heather House, our support associations, and to this wonderful audience, thank you for your participation and dedication to making this conference a reality. To our esteemed speakers, your insights have been thought-provoking and inspiring. You have provided us with the tools and knowledge to navigate the complexities of decarbonization and carbon management. And all our attendees, your engagement and enthusiasm have truly enriched this experience. A highlight of this conference have been the introduction of Metalogic Academy and this initiative to bridge knowledge gaps where we are organizing online courses in collaboration with the universities and institutions. And I would encourage every one of you present in the house to actively participate in the Metalogic Academy online courses. Again, I would like to highlight my team who are wearing black t-shirts. This is a step towards the sustainability. They are wearing these t-shirts which are recycled and made of plastic bottles. I would like my team to please come ahead. Each one of you, please come. Marketing, our creative team, as well as our research team, please come ahead. So this is the team behind the show. Please come fast, everyone. Ruchi. So I want to introduce my team to you all who were behind the show. This is a young team of professionals we have. Age group from anywhere starting from 22 years old can go up to 45, 50 years old. Neelam, how old are you? छोटे वाले हाइट के बच्चे आगे आ जाओ, थोड़े लंबे लंबे वाले पीछे हो जाओ. So this is our Metalogic team who have dedicatedly worked for this event from the last 3 months almost. I would also like to call upon Dr. Sushmita Das Gupta and Dr. Madhushri, please on the stage. Our co-organizers of Heather House. Heather House के बिना ये conference नहीं हो पाता. Please come on the stage. You guys stick around, don't leave. Ma'am आगे आ जाएंगे. राहुल ऊपर आ जाओ. प्रशांत. मैं आती हूँ. Yes, yes. Milind, please come. Heather House team, please be on the stage. Okay, I will also come now. And after this photo, I want everybody in the house to come on the stage and get a closing ceremony photo. मैं आती.
Must have been your most difficult session. I'll be taking a leave now.
Thank you so much for coming.
This must be your most difficult one.
Actually, revenue basis पे most difficult.